Chapter 648. As the soldiers pressed, Serene said, Prince Paris killed Achilles and Ajax the Great. The Greeks could not hold on any longer and placed their hopes on the goddess Athena. The Greeks used a trick. Before they left, they built this huge wooden horse and offered it to the goddess. If you damaged the horse, Athena would be furious and protect the Greeks. But if you dragged the horse into the city, Athena would protect you and not the Greeks. I, on the other hand, should have been killed and sacrificed, but because of God's will, I escaped the disaster and told you the truth. This was absurd, but the Trojans felt that it was reasonable. They said, I see. If that's the case, then we have to drag the horse into the city. Although you are a Greek, since you have become a sacrifice and have been treated unfairly, you can cut the Greeks in half. Troy welcomes you. These words were very unusual. At that time, the city-states rarely accepted foreigners. They had to go through strict vetting, and some had not become citizens even after several generations. But now, it did not have to think. The Trojans worked together to move the huge wooden horse onto the largest chariot. They tied it with ropes and used 8 horses to pull the chariot. They slowly drove towards Troy. City of Troilocon, the priest received the news and went up to the city wall to patrol. He saw the Trojans moving the huge wooden horse from the Greek camp back to Troy. Laocoon was a priest, so his senses were sensitive. He was suspicious. This wooden horse is too strange. The Greeks burned the entire camp. It is impossible for them to leave this huge wooden horse in the camp for the Trojans to use as a trophy. Also, I feel that something is wrong. Laocoon said to his 2 sons, I plan to stop the Trojan soldiers from pulling the ominous wooden horse back. Do you want to come with me? Yes, father, we will go with you to persuade the Trojans to give up on this idea. Poseidon immediately heard Laocoon's words. He said, This priest, if you want to change the god's decision, you'll have to face death. As he said this, he waved his hand. There was a snap, and 2 giant sea snakes swam ashore. They flicked their tongues, and their eyes flashed with a terrible light. They moved very quickly on the shore, faster than ordinary people running. Laocoon and his 2 sons rushed to the Greek camp. From afar, they saw the Trojan soldiers carrying the huge wooden horse. Laocoon shouted, Warriors of Troy, what a dangerous thing you have done. You should not have brought this wooden horse back to the city, for it will bring misfortune. Laocoon was a little far from the Trojan soldiers. Although the soldiers heard the words, they did not stop. Laocoon was about to take his 2 sons and continued to rush forward. Just then, 2 sea snakes swam over. Laocoon saw the 2 sea snakes and felt something was wrong. He said to his 2 sons, Look, his 2 sons. He said to Laocoon. The 2 sons of Laocoon nodded and slowly approached the sea serpent with their weapons in hand. However, the speed of the clown's sea serpent was beyond imagination. Before the weapon in his hand could strike, the clown's sea serpent suddenly bounced off the ground and pounced toward Laocoon's 2 sons like an arrow released from a bow. Before they could react, they were bitten in the neck by the 2 sea snakes. Their faces turned black, and the poison spread to their brains in an instant. Their bodies fell heavily. My sons! Laocoon shouted in grief and indignation. He did not expect the 2 sea snakes to be so powerful. His 2 sons were excellent warriors, but they were bitten to death by the sea snakes. No, that's not right. These are ordinary snakes. This is God's punishment. There's something wrong with this wooden horse. Laocoon was very sad for his 2 sons, but at this moment, the priest immediately understood everything. He quickly turned and ran toward Troy. I must report this to the king. Only the king is partially immune to God's influence. But before he could run far, there was a sudden gust of wind behind him. With a whoosh, something pounced at him at extremely fast speed. Laocoon immediately knew that it was impossible for him to escape. In the face of the sea snake's attack, Laocoon pounced and dodged it. He pulled out his sword and slashed, but before he could slash, another sea snake rushed over. In the face of this attack, Laocoon could no longer dodge. The sea snake wrapped around him and bit his neck. Laocoon's face instantly turned black, and he stopped breathing after a while. The two sea snakes stopped Laocoon and killed him and his two sons in less than a minute or two. After killing Laocoon and his two sons, they did not escape. Instead, they quickly swam toward the temple of Athena in Troy and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only 3 blackened and purplish corpses were left in place, as if mocking the fate of mortals who overestimated themselves and tried to disturb the gods. Although the Trojan soldiers noticed the situation, they were a little far away and could not rescue them in time. This was a very special thing, enough to make any normal person's hair stand on end and instinctively become vigilant. But the Trojans just laughed. These two sea snakes are messengers of God. They are here to punish Laocoon for his disrespect. Let's quickly transport the wooden horse back. The Trojans did not think about Laocoon's warning and treated this horrible incident as the priest's punishment for suspecting the wooden horse. They acted as if they did not see it and did not pay attention to the priest and his two sons' corpses. They slowly pushed the chariot with the huge wooden horse. Under the pull of many horses and manpower, the wooden horse slowly moved toward Troy. Even on the way, every time the wooden horse jolted, the sound of metal clashing could be heard from the horse's belly, but the Trojans did not hear it. Bang! When the wooden horse was still some distance away from Troy, the chariot finally could not bear the weight and collapsed. The 8 horses were also sweating from exhaustion, and the Trojan soldiers pushing the chariot forward were also panting heavily. It was obvious that the wooden horse was extremely heavy, but still, no one doubted its weight. The Trojans were only vexed. Such a large wooden horse was the biggest loss in the chariot. There was no chariot that could carry the huge wooden horse. Just when everyone was at a loss of what to do, someone thought of a solution. Use a strong rope to pull the wooden horse forward from afar and install axles on the legs of the wooden horse. Hearing this solution, some Trojan soldiers hurriedly returned to the city. With the help of the craftsmen, they opened a large hole in the city wall. Some soldiers, with the help of the craftsmen, installed axles on the legs of the wooden horse. Someone even twisted a thick rope and wrapped it around the neck of the wooden horse. The people in the city pulled the rope with all their might, and the soldiers outside the city pushed the wooden horse with all their might. Everyone worked together, and the huge and heavy wooden horse finally slowly moved toward Troy again. After a long time, with everyone's efforts, the wooden horse was dragged into the city. The Troy city gate had a high threshold, and the heavy wooden horse was blocked 4 times when it passed, but on the 5th time, it still passed. The Trojans cheered as they dragged the huge wooden horse into the city. When the people in the city saw the huge wooden horse, they also let out waves of cheers and shouts. The people had never seen such a huge wooden horse before, and they all started a heated discussion. Look, this wooden horse was captured by our Trojan warriors from the Greeks. Such a huge wooden horse. The Greeks must have spent a lot of effort to make it. When the time comes, we can place it on our castle and let everyone see the spoils of war of our victory over the Greeks. Warriors of Troy, welcome back in triumph. King Priam personally came out to welcome them. I heard the news of the Greeks' retreat. When they left, they burned down their camp, but they didn't have time to destroy this huge wooden horse. Thank God, you were able to drag this wooden horse back to the city. This wooden horse is the proof of our victory in this war. I will place it on the highest point of the castle, and let everyone see the spoils of war of our victory over the Greeks. We have won. I will open the treasury and give everyone wine and food. Let us rejoice. King Priam's words caused another round of cheers and jumping. Everyone celebrated the victory of this war, and it became a sea of joy. Groups of people brought out their collections of wine, cheese, and dried meat. In the streets, squares, and the palace, they held one feast after another. Even the soldiers were intoxicated with the wine of victory. Mount Olympus, the wooden horse, was moved back to the city of Troy. The gods who supported the Greeks silently stopped, and their expressions were not good. Deceiving the feelings and wills of so many people took up a lot of energy. Especially when they entered the city gates, the fate of Troy made its last resistance. Even with the power of the gods, it failed 4 times. But for the sake of the Greeks' victory, the gods had to make a 5th attempt and finally succeeded. This time, the plan of the wooden horse could be said to be full of loopholes. Without the gods working together, it was impossible for the Trojans to fall into the trap. The most obvious was that the Greeks had even set the barracks on fire. It was impossible for the giant wooden horse to be captured by the Trojans. But with the gods working together, the effect was obvious. Other than Laocoon, no one in Troy questioned this. Success. The gods guarding the Trojans were filled with anger, but Zeus threw out a thunderbolt to suppress them. The gods on the Greek side were cheering loudly and drinking wine in big mouthfuls. Hera, on the other hand, still bore a grudge against Paezion. Just now, she was busy with something important and had no time to be distracted. Now that it was done, she did not even have the time to feel the joy of success. She waved her cloud, and Paezion's current situation appeared on it. Paris treated Anon well, so he received her help and gradually recovered. This is not what I wanted. Hera was very angry. According to her original plan, Paezion, who was hit by Hercules' poisonous arrow, would be killed by the poison like Kronos, but now he was showing signs of recovery. Hera had been offended by Paezion because of the golden apple. Seeing that Paezion had escaped the judgment of fate, her heart was filled with anger. She wanted to kill Paris and let all mortals know the consequences of offending her. She said to Athena, "Does Paris want to escape the fate of death? No, he should be destroyed together with the Trojans. We can't let him escape just like that." Athena replied, "Paris once asked me for an oracle in Athens, so he had a chance to live. But since it is your will, I will let him die." Hera listened to Athena's words and nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 649. City of Troy. That night, the Trojans had a big feast and celebration. In the banquet hall of the palace, there were many more tables than usual. The tables were filled with all kinds of staple foods, fruits, desserts, beans, and vegetables. The delicacies included fragrant roast meat, colorful lettuce salad, and steaming hot soup. All kinds of fruits, beans, and vegetables were piled on the table. There was even a cake made of honey and nuts. Such a big feast, of course, did not lack good wine. The tables were filled with wine, and there were at least 3 full wine pots on each table. The noblemen reclined on the couches and enjoyed the feast. The servants served the food to their masters. In the middle of the banquet hall, a minstrel played his flute and harp, singing joyful songs. A group of beautiful dancers danced gracefully on the stage, displaying their dancing skills to their heart's content. After the dance, there was even a splendid acrobatic performance. The cups were refilled again and again, and the good news of the retreat of the Greeks, the victory of Troy, and the capture of the great wooden horse of the Greeks was talked of, and the banquet was very lively and joyous. Serene, a spy of the Greeks, was also a victim of the Trojans' big banquet in the palace. Serene watched the Trojans celebrate their victory and held such a big feast. He sneered and thought, "When the great Greeks conquer Troy, you will have no choice but to cry." A Trojan patriarch held a glass of wine and drank. He looked at Serene and said, "Let's have a feast." "We won." Serene nodded, but did not answer. "In another 10 years, our power will overwhelm the whole of Greece." The patriarch burped and smelled of alcohol. He happily said, "We will take revenge." Hearing the patriarch's words, Siene's heart was full of hatred. Troy is the public enemy of all of Greece. We must destroy them. When the Greek army conquers Troy, you will know who will take revenge. Serene could not object to the patriarch's words. He nodded and said, to avoid talking about this topic, he pretended to be drunk. The Trojan patriarch saw that Serene was drunk. He laughed and left. "We finally won. We have finally won." The noisy party didn't end until late at night. Serene went back to his room to rest before the party ended. Late in the night, Serene suddenly sat up in bed. He put on his clothes quietly, opened the door, and looked around furtively. The soldiers on watch were all asleep. Perhaps the Greeks had retreated, and the victory of Troy had put them off their guard. Serene left the room and carefully walked to the palace gate. The soldiers were tired after the party, So Shernon easily sneaked out of the palace gate. Soon he was at the city gate. God is watching over me. Shernon sneaked to the top of the city wall. Seeing that the soldiers had left their posts, he thought to himself. He lit the torch in his hand, raised it high, and waved it. He sent a signal to the distance. In just a moment, there was a response from the torches in the distance. They lit up one by one and quickly spread into the distance. Every 10 miles, there would be a torch lit up. Even the sea was no exception. The people on the boats immediately lit the torches and sent messages. In just a moment, the signal reached the Greek army, which was dozens of miles away. What Shernon was doing would have been discovered under normal circumstances. But at this time, perhaps because the Trojans had let their guard down, no one noticed Shynon's strange behavior until the torch was put out. Shernon put out the torch and carefully approached the wooden horse. There was no one there to guard it. He followed the signal and knocked on the horse's belly. The rhythmic doke, doke, doke sounded in the Greek heroes' ears. The Greek heroes were all asleep. Suddenly, they heard the promised knocking on the horse's belly. They all opened their eyes and woke up. Don't rush. Try to be quiet. Odysseus reminded the Greek heroes inside the horse not to rush, so they had no idea what was going on outside. He carefully opened the door without letting it make a sound. The horse's belly door was gently pushed open. Odysseus slowly poked his head out. He looked around and saw that the Trojans were all asleep. He also saw Shernon standing quietly on the side. He signaled Shernon with his eyes, and Shernon nodded to let him know that everything was going well. God is watching over us. With Shynon's confirmation, Odysseus felt a little better. Then he quietly lowered the ladder which Epeus had prepared for him and climbed down it. A few Greek heroes followed behind him. They all came down one by one. Even though they looked calm, their hearts were racing. This mission was too dangerous. If they were discovered by the Trojans, none of them would be able to escape. They would all be killed by the angry Trojans. Shernon, you've done a great job this time. Is everything going well? Odysseus asked. The great King Odysseus. The Trojans are completely immersed in the joy of victory. They seem to have forgotten how they won. They are not at all wary of us, Shernon said. When I sent out the signal, there was a response from afar. Based on the distance, it was only 2 hours. It took me half an hour to sneak here from the gate. The Greeks should be close by now. Hearing this, Odysseus was overjoyed. If that was the case, the Trojans would not be difficult to deal with. He whispered, "Let's get close to the gate first. When our people arrive, we will attack together." Not long ago, the Greeks hiding near Tenedos Island saw the signal from Shernon. They were all excited. No matter what they were doing, they all boarded the ships as fast as they could. All the ships quickly set sail. The ships slowly sailed out of the dock of Tenedos Island. Hundreds of ships opened their sails at the same time. It was a grand scene of thousands of ships sailing. The warships of the Greeks all sailed into the sea, stretching for a dozen miles. At this time, a gust of wind blew, and the speed of all the warships increased by a lot. They were like arrows released from a bow, speeding towards Troy at an extremely fast speed. The Greeks on the ships felt the sudden wind and were overjoyed. They knew that God was helping them win. Agamemnon and Nestor shouted, "Greek warriors, this is the help that God has given us. We will definitely win this war against Troy." "Victory! Victory!" all the Greeks shouted. The loud slogan made the Greek soldiers' blood boil. It was as if victory was right in front of them. The warships of the entire fleet slashed through the waves on the sea. The rolling waves slapped against the sides of the ships from time to time, propelling the warships forward rapidly. Pushed by the strong winds, the warships of the Greeks only took half the usual time to reach the coast of Troy. The warships approached the port of Troy. The hot-blooded Greek warriors didn't wait for the warships behind them to dock. They got off the warships and quickly rushed to the shore. They held weapons in their hands and looked like a group of beasts that chose their prey. It was not far from the port to Troy. It did not take the Greeks long to see Troy in the distance. Agamemnon took a deep breath. "Nestor, is the goddess of victory on our side?" "Yes, great general. I can feel that the defense of Troy is very lax. The soldiers are all asleep, and the hero is hiding at the gate. Then light the fire, Agamemnon ordered. Light the fire. Hundreds of torches were lit. The moment they were lit, Odysseus felt it. The Greeks are here. Serene, it's time to take care of the gate. Charge with us. This time, we will take down Troy in one fell swoop. For the great Greece, let's charge together, Serene said. Kill. The Greeks rushed out. They swung their spears and pulled out their swords, hacking at the few people still standing guard. Muffled screams rang out, but this was no longer a warning. With a series of pew-pew sounds, these people were killed on the ground in a short while. Then, they tried to open the gate. However, the gate was heavy and large. Even with the help of spies, they could not open it immediately. It would take a long time. In fact, it took half an hour to open a gate in ancient times. Kill as much as you can. Create chaos so that the Greeks can charge in without much effort. Odysseus saw that there was still some distance before the gate opened. Seeing that there was no one on the street, he rushed into the house next door. Inside the house, a drunk man was still awake. When he saw Odysseus and the others rush in, he yelled, "What are you doing? You have broken the law of the kingdom by trespassing on private property." Diomedes could not be bothered to talk to the drunkard. He stabbed the man with his sword and killed him. One of the women was not drinking. When she saw Diomedes kill her husband, she screamed in horror. Blood splattered all over her face. She quickly picked up the child next to her and tried to escape. Odysseus looked at the woman and child who were trying to escape. A flash of hesitation flashed across his eyes, but this hesitation disappeared in a flash. He had to create chaos now so that the Trojans could not recover quickly. What better way to create chaos than to kill and burn? Odysseus raised the spear in his hand and stabbed at the woman and the child in her arms. Squelch! Squelch! After 2 stabs, the woman and child screamed. Blood quickly flowed out of their bodies, staining the ground red. Kill them all, burn them all. After killing these people, the Greek hero rushed into the houses next door and killed the ordinary Trojans. Odysseus rushed into a house with his spear. The family was still asleep, but Odysseus did not hesitate. He stabbed the spear in his hand. Squelch, squelch, squelch. After many stabs, Odysseus killed all the ordinary Trojans in their sleep. Blood flowed on the ground. Then, he lit a torch and threw it into the house. Not long later, the roof caught fire and the whole house was engulfed in flames. Chapter 650. Killing to my heart's content. This is the life of a hero. Diomedes shouted as he held his sword and kicked open the door of a shop. The merchant had just fallen asleep when he heard the door being kicked open. He quickly took out his weapon and came out to check. "Who are you to break into my house?" The merchant scolded and was on his guard. However, he had met a powerful hero like Diomedes, so all his efforts seemed to be in vain. Diomedes didn't have the time to deal with him. The sword in his hand flashed, and a streak of blood appeared on the merchant's neck. He clutched his neck, and his eyes widened. Even in death, he didn't understand why such a powerful enemy would break into his house. After Diomedes killed the merchant, he also lit a torch and set the entire shop on fire. Then he pounced on another shop. Menelaus also broke into a house with his spear and started a massacre. The spear in his hand stabbed out, and in just a moment, he had killed all the members of an ordinary family in Troy and set the house on fire. Sthenelus held his sword and killed his way into a lit shop. Before the merchant could react, Sthenelus' hand flashed, and the sword had already pierced deep into the merchant's chest. "I'll murder!" Suddenly, a woman came out of a room and screamed when she saw this scene. Sthenelus' eyes turned cold, and he pulled out his sword. Holding the bloody sword, he charged at the woman who was screaming in fear. Puffed. Once again, blood splattered, and the woman's body fell to the ground. She was still muttering, "Why?" Sthenelus heard her muttering and laughed coldly. "Lowly Trojans, I'll let you know when you die. I am the great Greek hero Sthenelus. Right now, we Greeks are going to take revenge on Troy. All of you will die. It's the Greeks." The light in the woman's eyes gradually disappeared, but there was still a strong sense of anger in her eyes. Steneros set the entire shop on fire, and the fire engulfed the entire shop. The Greek hero's actions caused the fire to quickly spread everywhere. The fire raged, and in just a moment, the entire city was turned into a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, all sorts of miserable screams, cries, and pleas for mercy could be heard, but they were all drowned out by the raging flames. Outside the city, Agamemnon and Nestor were anxiously waiting for the city gates to open. This city had been Greece's nightmare for the past few years. No matter how they attacked, they could not break through the iron walls of Troy. However, at this moment, the city gates of Troy were slowly opening. There were no Trojan soldiers guarding the city gates. When the Greek warriors saw this, they roared in excitement, as though they were venting out all the grievances they had accumulated over the past few years. Kill our way in. When the city gates were completely opened, Agamemnon shouted. Immediately, squads of Greek soldiers rushed into Troy. After rushing into the city, although he had expected it, Agamemnon was still stunned. His mouth was slightly open. At this moment, there was not a single bit of resistance in the city. There were cries and screams everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. Even Agamemnon did not expect that the few heroes hiding in the belly of the wooden horse could cause such a huge mess in Troy. This was not a situation that a few Greek heroes could cause. It was more like they had been brutally ravaged by an army. The heroes have done well. Quick, we have to make our contributions too. Listen, just kill, just rob, just deal with the women and children because this is the great work of the heroes. Agamemnon quickly came to his senses and shouted. The Greeks immediately came to their senses and pounced on the residences. In an instant, the screams became 10 times louder. The fire rose into the sky, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Almost all the buildings in the city were burned by the fire. Even if the Greeks did not attack now, the entire city of Troy would be destroyed in a day by this fire. Kill. Compared to the corpses that could be seen everywhere, there seemed to be more injured Trojans. They were all lying in the corners on the verge of death, waiting for the arrival of the Grim Reaper. The crippled and injured crawled slowly on top of the corpses, leaving a long trail of blood behind them. No one pitied them. Some Greeks even rushed forward to finish off the Trojans who were not completely dead when they saw them. The running Trojans were also like headless flies, not knowing where they were going. They were soon discovered by the Greeks. A long spear was thrown from behind them, piercing into their bodies. Before they could even scream, their bodies fell to the ground. The howls of frightened dogs, the groans of the dying, and the cries of women and children were all mixed together. It was miserable and terrifying. The entire city of Troy seemed to have turned into hell on earth. Everything that could be seen in the human world could be seen here. The Greek soldiers who had just rushed into the city all joined in the massacre. Groups of Greek soldiers continued to pour in from the city gates. These Greek soldiers adopted an extremely cruel strategy. They killed all the Trojan men they saw. As for the women and children, depending on their mood, some were stripped of their clothes and killed on the spot. Some who looked good became captives. Not long after, in an empty space in the city, many Trojan women and children were detained. Their eyes were filled with fear and unease. Some of their bodies were even trembling. It was obvious that they were greatly frightened. Soft sobbing sounds came from these captives. They did not dare to cry too loudly, afraid that they would be killed on the spot by these cruel Greeks. Most of the Trojans did not even have time to pick up their weapons when they were suddenly invaded by the enemy. This battle was too sudden, and they were not prepared at all. During the day, the entire city was still celebrating the victory of this battle. Unexpectedly, at night, the Greeks who had retreated to some unknown place suddenly appeared from Troy like ghosts. Fight to the death with the Greeks. Nevertheless, in the midst of the drunkenness and confusion, a great number of the Trojans came to their senses, and, though disorganized and unarmed, they fought desperately against the Greeks. Some even took up forks and axes, or anything else they could lay their hands on, and attacked the Greeks who came at them. A Trojan man watched as a group of Greek soldiers broke into his house. He casually picked up an axe and quietly hid behind the door. Just as these Greek soldiers recklessly rushed into his house, he suddenly rushed out from behind the door and fiercely chopped the neck of a Greek soldier with his axe. Pooh! Blood splattered. The Greek soldier whose neck was chopped by the axe fell softly to the ground. The Greek soldiers were not prepared for this sudden sneak attack. When the Greek soldier's corpse fell to the ground, they only woke up with a start. They picked up the spears in their hands and stabbed at the Trojan man who ambushed them. Pooh! A few spears pierced the man's body at the same time. Blood instantly dyed the ground red. The Trojan man seemed to have gone mad. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he laughed loudly. "Ha ha, despicable Greeks! God will punish you. God will." Before he finished, his body slowly fell to the ground. A few Greek soldiers' expressions changed. One of their leaders spat and shouted, "It is God's will that we kill your men and rob your women. This is God's will. Troy City, royal palace. Heroes, hurry, follow me into the palace and crush any resistance from the enemy." Odysseus shouted. He saw the situation was becoming more and more advantageous for him, especially when he saw many Greeks rushing into the city. He felt even more assured. As Odysseus' voice fell, a large group of Greek soldiers gathered behind him and followed Odysseus' footsteps as they charged towards the palace. Kill! Loud battle cries came one after another. In the process of charging into the palace, the Trojans were armed and engaged in a desperate battle. Odysseus led his men into the palace through the main gate. Just as they entered the palace, they were attacked by a wave of arrows. Dang, dang, dang. The Greek soldiers raised their shields to block the arrows, but many of them did not protect their bodies well. Their arms or other exposed parts of their bodies were hit by the arrows. This was the first time the Greeks had suffered such a large number of casualties since they attacked Troy. The Greek soldiers led by Odysseus did not have any intention of retreating. They raised their shields and slowly but firmly attacked the Trojans. Odysseus saw an opportunity. While the Trojans were shooting their arrows, he rushed into the Trojans' ranks with his shield and spear, breaking their formation in an instant. With Odysseus messing with the Trojans, who were originally more stable, began to panic. The Greeks took the opportunity to rush forward with their spears. Kill! The first large-scale and organized battle between the Greeks and the Trojans took place in the Troy palace. However, the difference in numbers was too great. There were only a few hundred people in the palace, but the Greeks had gathered more than 1,000 and were still increasing. Kill! After the two sides fought for a while, the Trojans were the first to give up and retreat. However, in this kind of battle, the slightest weakness would lead to a complete defeat. Sure enough, after a while, the entire Trojan resistance was routed, and the Greeks chased the fleeing Trojan soldiers all the way to the depths of the palace. Along the way, they met a few more resistance groups, but they were not as many as the Trojan soldiers who just entered the palace. The resistance from the Trojans were quickly annihilated by the combined forces of the Greeks. Odysseus led the Greek soldiers to ransack the entire palace of Troy. All the valuables that could be moved were moved back to a plaza by the Greeks and transported to the battleships. The battle lasted from late at night until dawn, but the burning houses illuminated the whole of Troy as if it was daytime. Diomedes led the Greeks to kill their way into the temple of Zeus. He saw the Trojan king Priam praying in front of the altar of Zeus. Diomedes laughed coldly in his heart and said, "Running to the temple at this time to beg for forgiveness? Let me tell you, Priam, you have committed too great a sin. The gods will not forgive someone like you." King Priam listened to Diomedes' words and did not directly answer him. Instead, he watched Diomedes approach without fear. He said calmly, "Greeks, kill me. I have seen my sons die one by one in front of me. I do not need to see the sun tomorrow." Diomedes nodded and laughed coldly. "What you said is exactly what I want to do." After saying that, he quickly swung the sword in his hand towards Priam. A cold light flashed, and King Priam's head flew off. Diomedes shouted with joy, "Only losers are fearless in the face of death. And what I love the most is to cut off your heads with a smile." Chapter 651. City of Troy, when the whole city was in flames, and Diomedes cut off the head of King Priam in the temple of Zeus. The drunken Aeneas awoke with a start from his sleep. Aeneas had a terrible dream. He dreamed that Troy had been destroyed. When he woke up, he heard the sound of fighting outside. He got up and saw that the whole city of Troy was in flames. Aeneas knew that things were not good. The Greeks had attacked the city, which confirmed the reality of his dream. Aeneas did not dare to delay. He quickly put on his clothes and rushed to his father's room. He woke his father, Anchises, and said, "Father, the Greeks have attacked the city. Quickly get dressed, and I will take you away." Anchises hastily got up. Aeneas carried his aged father, Anchises, on his back, and took his son, Ascanius, by the hand. But he abandoned his wife, Creusa, and fled in haste. Along the way, there were corpses and burning houses everywhere. Aeneas was careful to avoid the Greeks. At this moment, a divine light, invisible to the naked eye, enveloped Aeneas. It was Aphrodite, Aeneas's mother, who saw the situation and rushed over from Mount Olympus to protect her son. Without her help, it would be difficult for Aeneas to escape when the whole city was under attack. As Aeneas fled, the flames and smoke parted. Some Greeks saw him and shot at him with their bows, but the arrows and spears missed their targets and fell to the ground. In a few moments, he was out of sight. He was moving at a great speed. Someone is trying to escape. Stop him immediately. Another group of Greek soldiers saw this from afar and hurried to the path that Aeneas had to take to stop him. Aeneas was about to leave the city with his father, Anchises, on his back. But the city gate, a large group of Greek soldiers suddenly appeared and rushed towards him with weapons in their hands. This made Aeneas, who thought that he had escaped danger, feel a chill in his heart. He was carrying his father on his back and holding his son's hand. How could he deal with these Greek soldiers? But before the Greeks had reached Aeneas, a thick mist had descended on all sides, and all objects were for a moment obscured. Taking advantage of their stupor, Aeneas hastily bypassed the Greek soldiers and fled through the gate. When the thick fog dissipated, the Greek soldiers found that Aeneas was nowhere to be seen. They all looked at each other. The massacre made the blood mist thicker and thicker, but the spectating gods could still see it. Although I hope for the destruction of Troy, Zeus, despite his hatred for the Priam family, may not be willing to completely destroy this family. Through Ascanius, Note 1, he can continue this powerful royal family. But now that Aeneas has escaped with Aeneas, Paris and the other princes of Troy can die, Hera said coldly. She was venting her anger on the entire Priam family. Aeneas was the only Trojan who managed to escape the city with his family. None of the others were spared. They were either killed or captured. The entire city of Troy was in a raging fire. Cries, wails, and roars of despair intertwined together, moving people who heard it. Uffed. Menelaus's spear pierced through the chest of a Trojan. He quickly pulled out the spear, bringing with it a stream of blood. The Trojan's body swayed, and he fell to the ground. Where's Helen? Other heroes were slaughtering or robbing. Although Menelaus, the Spartan king, was also killing people, his goal was not the blood of his enemies or women. He held a blood-stained weapon, searching for traces of Helen in Troy. He had already gone to Paris's mansion, but did not find any clues. This made him very angry. Just as Menelaus was about to explode with anger, he saw Ephesus. During his last duel with Paezion, he got to know this prince of Troy. It was Ephesus who shot him in the back. Menelaus's heart skipped a beat. He was looking for Helen, and, as the prince of Troy, Ephesus should know the truth. Menelaus felt a burst of excitement in his heart. He raised his weapon and charged towards a Phobos in the distance. Soon, he arrived in front of a Phobos. Today was the day when the Trojans celebrated their victory over the Greeks. Ephippus was drunk, and though he was awakened by the sounds of fighting and screams, he took up his weapon. But he was still drunk. He staggered out of his room, and as soon as he stepped out, he was bumped by Menelaus. Without saying a word, Menelaus stabbed his spear towards Ephippus' chest. Ephippus was a hero after all. The extreme danger made him sober up a lot. He quickly raised his sword to block, but was instantly knocked out of his hand by Menelaus' spear. If it wasn't for the fact that Menelaus still wanted to ask questions, he would have been killed on the spot. Even so, the body of the spear still hit him heavily. Bang! Ephesus' body fell to the ground. At this moment, he was completely awakened. He finally understood the situation he was in. Menelaus pressed his spear against Ephesus' neck and said, "Where's Helen?" With the spear against his neck, Ephesus' voice trembled as he said, "Menelaus, Helen has been taken to Mount Ida by Paris. Please spare me." "Die!" Menelaus roared, his voice like thunder. "I will kill Paris with my own hands. No sinner shall escape from the hands of Themis, the goddess of justice." With that, Menelaus forcefully stabbed his spear through Ephesus' neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Ephesus' face turned as white as paper. His body trembled a few times, and he immediately lay on the ground, motionless. After killing Ephesus, Menelaus did not stop at all. He once again raised his spear and slaughtered his way forward. All the Trojans he met along the way were brutally killed by him. He vented the anger in his heart and killed more than a dozen Trojans along the way before he found Agamemnon and said, "Brother, I just heard from Prince Ephesus of Troy that Paris and Helen have escaped to Mount Ida." Agamemnon listened to Menelaus' story and knew that he was eager for revenge. He said, "My brother, the resistance in the city has basically stopped. We have won, but Paris has broken the rules of the host and guest. He is worse than a pig or a dog. He must die. Don't worry, I will find powerful heroes and let them go with you to Mount Ida to capture the culprit, Paris." Menelaus listened to Agamemnon's words and was excited. He knew that with his brother's support, killing Paris would not be too difficult. Soon, he would be able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. "Paris, I will let you have a taste of the humiliation and mockery I have suffered for so many years," Menelaus thought. The massacre in Troy continued. The raging fire made the entire sky of Troy red, and the whole city was shrouded in blood and fire. The Greeks vented their anger for so many years. Almost all the men in Troy were brutally killed in this massacre, while half the women and children were killed or consumed. Only the other half were kept as captives. Mount Olympus, the gods gathered together in the palace hall at the top of Mount Olympus. They discussed the current situation in Troy. The red mist in the middle was completely covered by dark clouds for the first time, and the scene of Troy could no longer be seen clearly. This was because the thick smoke emitted by the raging fire had covered the entire sky of Troy. At this time, Apollo, Artemis, and Ares, the gods who supported the Trojans, did not look happy. The massacre of the city by the Greeks made them even angrier. At this moment, it was a good thing that they could not see the scene of Troy clearly. They did not have to see some scenes that made them extremely angry. The archenemy of the Trojans, Hera, and the mother of Achilles, Thetis, cheered with satisfaction. They finally got their wish to see the Greeks defeat the Trojans. Although the whole of Troy has been destroyed, the despicable Paris is still alive. "We cannot let him escape the arrangements of fate so easily," Hera repeated. "I will make the arrangements now." Athena secretly lamented Hera's jealousy and revenge. As she spoke, she looked down from the sky. Through the thick smoke, she saw the tragic scene of the Greeks slaughtering the Trojans. One by one, the Trojans died in the hands of the Greeks. She could not help but close her eyes. She could not bear to see the final massacre of this war with her own eyes. However, in order to complete the task that Hera gave her, she walked out of Mount Olympus and slowly descended into the city of Troy. There is also a very spectacular temple of Athena in the city. It was not burned by the fire, and Athena directly descended into her temple in Troy. However, what she did not expect was that as soon as she arrived at the temple, she saw something that made her very angry. Little Ajax rushed into her temple and plundered the goods inside. He even captured her priests and degraded them into slaves. This was undoubtedly a provocation and an offense to her. If it had been any other time, She would have definitely punished the Greek who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but not this time. She still had a mission for little Ajax. Although Athena was furious in her heart, she still held back her anger. Her face was dark as she thought, because of Hera, Paris must die. But should I let Paris kill Ajax Jr. before he dies? Little Ajax did not know what the goddess was thinking. He only heard the orders of the herald sent by the commander Agamemnon. He only listened to the words, "Little Ajax, the city of Troy has been destroyed, but the culprit, Paris, is still alive. He has escaped to Mount Ida. We cannot let him escape the arrangements of fate so easily. Stop robbing. The commander will compensate you with double the wealth and women. Now go and kill Paris. Considering Paris's bravery, there will be many heroes with you." Little Ajax was already in a killing frenzy, but the goddess Athena made him agree. "Well, since it is the great commander Agamemnon's order, I will go now. I also want to kill that despicable bastard." Menelaus, Odysseus, Nestor, and Menelaus joined forces with the other 5 heroes. Not long after, they gathered in an open space with many Greek soldiers. "Let us go together and destroy the culprit of this war, Paris. Let him understand that the justice of the goddess of justice is never absent in the world," Odysseus said loudly. Note 1. Ascanius was the grandson of Priam, so he could be considered to have continued the bloodline of this family. After Rome became powerful, the Greek faction spread that the Roman Empire was the descendant of this branch, but this may not be the view of Rome. Chapter 652. City of Troy, kill, kill, kill. The 5 heroes, Ajax Jr., Menelaus, Sthenelus, Odysseus, and Nestor, led their armies up Mount Ida, while the massacre in the city continued. A scream was heard. A Trojan raised a wooden block and rushed toward the few Greeks. Behind him, there was a smoking house with a wife and child inside. The Greek's face was covered in blood, but he did not seem to notice. He was excited. "Trojans, welcome justice." The Greek stabbed with his spear, and with a pew sound, the Trojan was hit in the chest. He stood there stunned and fell, his hand still holding onto the wooden block. "There's still people inside. What should we do?" One of the Greeks asked. "Burn all the people in the house. Burn them all." A bright red torch was thrown in, and soon there were cries from inside. It was the cries of a little boy and a woman. "Dad, save me. Carino, come and save us." But the Trojan man who was lying in a pool of blood outside would never be able to save his wife and child. What followed was a blood-curdling scream. There was a smell of burnt flesh and the gray smoke. The Greek was bathed in the red light of the fire, shouting, "Look, justice has come." The Greek was not satisfied. He shouted, "We will spread justice." With that, the group of Greeks rushed to another house, and the intense fire spread, scorching every inch of Troy. The blazing pillar of fire shot up into the sky, announcing the destruction of Troy. Mount Ida, the red fire, could be seen clearly from the top of Mount Ida. The thick smoke drifted up the mountain. Princess Cassandra, the prophet, could see everything that Troy had suffered. She could hear the screams of the women and children. Her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. She cried in pain and looked at the fire in the city of Troy in despair. She listened to the screams and murmured, "Troy is destroyed. Paris, do you think father and mother will survive this disaster?" Her voice was hoarse. Paisian did not want to lie to her. He said, "Father will probably not survive. As for mother, she might be captured by the enemy." Hearing Paisian's words, Cassandra's tears flowed uncontrollably. Paisian watched everything that happened in Troy silently. He knew the fate of Troy. No one knew better than him the devastation that Troy had suffered. But this was God's will, this was fate. When the fire raged throughout the city, Paisian suddenly felt his body relax, as if an invisible shackle had been released. He looked at the city of Troy and shed 2 streams of tears. Troy has been destroyed. Even if Paris is alive, he will no longer be the Prince of Troy. Paisian was silent for a long time. He shouted, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of him and quickly grew bigger, becoming a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. There were words displayed on it. Conditions. Troy is destroyed and the Greeks are victorious. Complete. The first condition has been fulfilled. Now, I only need to fulfill the second and third conditions. From now on, Paris is dead, and I am alive. Everything below is brand new. I will no longer be bound by any history or script. I hear the words of the gods, and I see Greek heroes coming. The Greek hero came at the right time. Now is the time for revenge. Fate is not fixed. The destruction of Troy and the victory of the Greeks were foreordained, but it did not guarantee the victory of the Greeks forever or even of tomorrow. It was as if a huge wave had crashed heavily onto the beach, and its power had been reduced by 80 to 90%. With this thought, the information interface vibrated. Mission: the city of Troy is destroyed. The Greeks are victorious, and the light of divine vengeance has also appeared. Kill the Greek hero drenched in blood 0/5. Killed 5 heroes. That's right. The heroes that have survived until now are all heroes with rich blessings and noble bloodlines. 5 of them is enough to satisfy the remaining 1/3. However, if I want to take revenge now, I must increase my strength. Otherwise, the Greek hero might not be able to handle it. With the Oracle and the destruction of Troy, I can show my identity now. Payzian glanced at the system and knew that he had reached level 10. He then laughed coldly as he looked down at the shadow of a person and said, "Level up." Boom! Golden light flowed through his body, and his blood flowed faster. In just a moment, his bones became harder than before, and he had reached level 6. However, he felt that his strength had not increased by much and was not much different from level 5. This situation was within Payzian's expectations, and he ordered again. Level up. Thump, thump, thump. This time, his heartbeat was very fast. After a few minutes, the 7th level was finally completed. Compared to level 6, Payzian could clearly feel that the 7th level was much stronger. There was a huge improvement. Without wasting any time, he ordered the system again. Level up. Boom! A bronze glow slowly appeared on his skin, and it had a metallic luster. Special skill: Cast Iron Bronze 100%. At level 7, I have completely recovered my Cast Iron Bronze. I can even feel that compared to Sue, I am even stronger. Ordinary weapons can no longer hurt me. However, this is still not enough. Level up. Payzian ordered again. This time, the level up took a full 10 minutes before it was completed. When he reached level 9, he felt that his entire body was light, as though he was being lifted by a gentle breeze. He no longer felt heavy. This was only possible when he activated the Wind Agility special skill. Special skill: Wind Agility 100%. No matter what, the wind will always be with you. Now, even if he did not activate the skill, he could feel the wind following him. As long as he wanted to, he could move a long distance with a light tap on the ground. Payzian realized that the more he leveled up, the greater the change. At this point, he felt as though he was riding the wind. Perhaps this is a process of change from quantity to quality. Payzian thought to himself, I feel that if I level up again, I will have the ability to fly. All deities knew how to fly. Perhaps when he became a deity, he would also have the ability to fly. Level up. The enemy was about to attack the base, and Payzian did not dare to delay. He immediately started the last level up. Boom! This time, the level up took a longer time and was more thorough. Thick blood could be seen boiling in his body as it flowed rapidly. A golden color slowly spread throughout his entire body, turning it gold. Gradually, it returned to its original state. However, the bones in his body shone with a metallic luster, and the hardness of his body increased. There was a sense of clarity. Special skill: Blessing of Water 100%. No matter what, the water will take care of you. You can walk and breathe on water. After leveling up to level 10, Payzian felt that he was stronger than ever in the Greek world. He even felt that he was stronger than Achilles. If he were to meet Achilles now, He was confident that he could kill him. Heroic bloodline, level 10, 34. 7%. The previous heroes had already brought me to level 10, and now I still have this much left. Indeed, Achilles gave me 1/3 of the experience. Pei Ziyan thought to himself, I still need 2/3 of the experience. This is the trap of God. Now that I have more experience to level up, the heroes don't give me much experience. Even Achilles, a demigod, only gave me 1/3. Let's see how much experience the people below can give me. Pei Ziyan looked over and saw a group of people rushing up from the forest. They were led by Ajax Jr., Menelaus, Sthenelus, Odysseus, and Nestor. Behind them were hundreds of Greek warriors and archers. The Greeks were fully armed, with spears and shields in their hands. They slowly approached the base. Seeing the Greeks pouncing on them, Anon, Helen, and the other women turned pale with fear. Andromache hugged his child tightly, his eyes filled with fear. From their point of view, with so many Greek heroes attacking the mountain, there was no way they could survive. Pei Ziyan saw their fear and comforted them softly, saying, Don't be afraid. As he said this, Pei Ziyan put on the armor that Ares had given to Queen Penthesilea and said to the women, You guys stay here and watch how I kill them all. As he said this, he pounced on the Greek heroes and soldiers below the base. Mount Olympus in the hall, the blood-red clouds formed by the fire and massacre had already enveloped the city of Troy, making it difficult for the gods to see through it. Other than Hera, the other gods looked away. Even the gods who supported the Greek side turned their faces away, no longer cheering. They looked like they could not bear to watch. As for the gods who supported Troy, their faces were even more gloomy. Ares silently raised his goblet and drank the god's elixir to his heart's content. Suddenly, he froze and put down his goblet, a strange look in his eyes. He had just felt an unusual power from a set of god's armor. He remembered that the armor was given to his daughter, Penthesilea, but was eventually given to Prince Paris of Troy by Hippolyte. What a strong power! Through the armor, Ares could clearly feel the terrifying power flowing through Pei Ziyan's body. The power was second only to that of a god. Troy has been destroyed, and Paris has suddenly become several times stronger. The power of the heroes was under the supervision of the gods. It was obvious that a few days ago, Paris's power was below the safety line, but now it had suddenly changed. Many of the sons of the gods, countless heroes who were praised by hundreds of nations, their noble blood was spilled in Troy, and a new god will be born among the mortals. Ares mumbled to himself. He immediately thought of the prophecy issued by the three goddesses of destiny. All the other deities had been trying to guess who the new deity would be. Now that Ares could feel the terrifying power coursing through Pei Ziyan's body, he could confirm that the new deity was none other than Paris. With such terrifying power, can the Greeks still be a match for Paris? Even if Achilles was here, he might not be a match. Ares' thoughts were heavy and complicated. As a god, he did not want to see the rise of a new god, especially among the mortals. But at this moment, he saw Athena catching up and said to her, My dear sister Athena, do you think you have one? That may not be so. After saying this, Ares left Athena, who had a strange look on her face, laughing and leaving. It was a well-known fact that Ares and Athena didn't get along, especially when Athena used Diomedes to stab Ares. This made him hate her even more. As long as there was a chance to hurt Athena, Ares wouldn't let it go. Athena, who had just rushed back from Troy, heard Ares' words and could not help but be stunned. She knew that Ares would not casually laugh at her, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. But she had just rushed back from Troy, and nothing unexpected had happened there. She could not help but have a flash of doubt in her heart. For some reason, she had a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered something. She used her hand to push away the blood-red clouds, but because the massacre and fire were still ongoing, the dark clouds shrouded Troy, making it impossible for her to see what was happening in Troy. Chapter 653. Paris is coming down. Nestor, Menelaus, little Ajax, Sthenelus, and Odysseus led a few hundred soldiers and rushed all the way. Although they were not familiar with Mount Ida, with the guidance of God, they still found Pei-zi-yun. King Menelaus of Sparta saw Pei-zi-yun rushing out from afar. With so many heroes and soldiers on his side, he was not worried at all that Pei-zi-yun would rush over. Instead, he shouted excitedly, "Paris, you are really good at hiding like a mouse, but I finally found you. You despicable person, today is the day of your death. I will take back my wife Helen." "Oh, is that so?" Facing Menelaus's provocation, Pei-zi-yun was calm and not impatient at all. He slowly descended and stood alone in front of the Greek heroes and soldiers. He said calmly, "It's good that you were able to gather and rush to Mount Ida today. It saves me the trouble of finding you one by one." At this point, Pei-zi-yun did not need to hide anything. He appeared very calm. "What awaits you today is only death." Pei-zi-yun's voice was like rolling thunder, reaching the ears of the Greek heroes and soldiers, causing their hearts to tremble. Seeing this scene, the heroes were all descendants of God. They had a bad feeling in their hearts, but there was nothing around them that could pose a threat. After observing for a while, they realized that they were only facing Pei-zi-yun alone, while they had 5 powerful heroes and a few hundred soldiers on their side. In such a situation, no one thought that Pei-zi-yun would be able to threaten all of them. Little Ajax saw Pei-zi-yun's performance and shouted, "Stop pretending. Even if Achilles were to face so many of us alone, he would have to retreat." After saying this, without waiting for the other Greeks to react, he raised his spear and rushed forward. Very good. Pei-zi-yun saw little Ajax rushing over. This was exactly what he wanted, because little Ajax was the strongest among these heroes. Below Achilles, big and little Ajax were comparable to Hector, and Diomedes was even stronger. It was a pity that he did not come. If big Ajax died, then little Ajax would be the first to be killed. Pei-zi-yun's eyes turned cold as he quietly waited for little Ajax to rush over. Now that he had the absolute advantage in terms of strength, there was no need to make the first move. Die! Little Ajax's sprinting speed was very fast. In a short while, he was only a meter away from Pei-zi-yun. The long spear in his hand was like a green snake, piercing towards Pei-zi-yun's chest. Pei-zi-yun's footsteps were light, and he easily dodged little Ajax's long spear. Following that, his own long spear pierced forward like a bolt of lightning towards little Ajax. Although it is said that one can return to one's natural state and the martial arts realm is the same, the great Sui dynasty's swordsmanship is still on the wrong path. That's because the great Sui dynasty likes to add artistic conception to their martial arts. A spear is a spear, an art of assassination. True martial arts, in fact, only after experiencing hundreds and thousands of assassinations on the battlefield can one truly master it. Little Ajax did not hesitate to raise the shield in his hands to block Pei-zi-yun's spear. Bang! With a flash of red light, the spear pierced through the shield in little Ajax's hand and continued to attack little Ajax's chest at an extremely fast speed. Little Ajax blocked the attack with the shield in his hands and dodged to the side. With a pu sound, he narrowly avoided the attack of the long spear. Pei-zi-yun used all his strength to pull out the spear, and the whole shield made a grinding sound. Sweat broke out on little Ajax's forehead, and he was secretly shocked. He did not expect Pei-zi-yun's strength to be so terrifying. He was so close to being killed by Pei-zi-yun. He had already retracted his long spear, and the light of the spear flashed and pierced forward. This time, Pei-zi-yun did not dodge, and allowed the long spear to pierce his chest. His long spear also pierced towards little Ajax's chest like a bolt of lightning, but because it was launched later, little Ajax pierced Pei-zi-yun first. Little Ajax was overjoyed. He obviously thought that Pei-zi-yun wanted to use his god armor to fight him head-on, but he was extremely confident in his own strength. Even if it's a god armor, with my strength, I can definitely pierce through it. Bang! Little Ajax did not miscalculate. The long spear pierced through Pei-zi-yun's god armor and continued to pierce Pei-zi-yun's chest. Clang! When the long spear pierced Pei Ziyun's chest, it made a sound of metal clashing, and sparks flew. Little Ajax felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Pei Ziyun's long spear had also pierced his chest, and there was no time for him to react. Pooh! Pei Ziyun's long spear pierced through little Ajax's entire body, and the tip of the spear was exposed from his back. Ah! Little Ajax's eyes widened, and he lowered his head to look at his chest. He had never thought that he would be killed by Paris, whom he had always looked down on. Fresh blood flowed along the long spear, and little Ajax spat out blood as well. However, his muscles instantly tensed up, and all his potential exploded. To little Ajax, this attack would not immediately take his life. In an instant, he accumulated and exploded all his strength, intending to drag Paris down with him. Pei Ziyun was extremely experienced. His eyes turned cold, and the long spear suddenly flashed with a faint red light. He then twisted and pulled, and an arrow of blood shot out from little Ajax's chest. Little Ajax opened his mouth, and his eyes went blank. His body fell backwards. Pong! The heavy corpse fell to the ground, and a dull thud could be heard. Pei Ziyun took a step back, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He had missed by inches, and not a single drop had landed on his body. He lowered the bloody long spear and looked at the Greek heroes and soldiers opposite him. Menelaus, Stanislaus, Odysseus, and Nestor all had their mouths wide open. They looked at Pei Ziyun in disbelief. They had never thought that Paris would be so strong. Little Ajax, such a powerful hero, had been killed in the first exchange of blows. Impossible, impossible. He must have used some trick. Kill him. Let's attack together and kill him. King Menelaus of Sparta, who had suffered the most, shouted. The other two heroes heard this and immediately surrounded him. There was only one exception. Seeing this, Odysseus turned around and ran, calling for Athena. Pei Ziyun did not think that Odysseus would not even have the courage to fight him. He turned around and ran. His eyes were cold. Odysseus is too smart. Only by understanding the nature of things could one make such a decision. Let's kill Menelaus, Stanislaus, and Nestor first. Pei Ziyun's figure flashed, and he raised his long spear and rushed towards Stanislaus. Stanislaus saw Pei Ziyun rushing towards him and was on high alert. When they were about a meter apart, both sides struck out with their spears at the same time. Both of them struck out with their spears very quickly, but Pei Ziyun was faster. His long spear pierced Stanislaus' shield first. Pong! The spear pierced through the shield like lightning. It did not even have time to dodge. The tip of the spear had already pierced through the armor and pierced deep into Stanislaus' chest. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. Stanislaus' long spear had just pierced Pei Ziyun's armor, but before it could even touch the armor, the spear had already lost its strength. His body swayed and fell straight down. With a bang, he splashed up a cloud of sand. Die! Nestor saw that Pei Ziyun had killed Stanislaus in one move, and he knew that Pei Ziyun's strength was not something he could handle. However, the arrow was knocked on the bowstring, and he had no choice but to strike. His long spear flew towards Pei Ziyun's face. Pei Ziyun dodged, dodging Nestor's spear, and stabbed out with his own. The last time Memnon had seen Nestor, his face full of wrinkles and white hair, he had stopped and said, "Old man, I can't fight you." But Pei Ziyun was well versed in the art of war. The essence of the art of war was to kill the weak. Die. This time, Pei Ziyun did not care about this person's background. His spear pierced forward, and Nestor did not use his shield to block. Instead, he dodged to the side. Pooh! The speed of the long spear was too fast. Nestor's arm was still grazed by the tip of the spear, and a large piece of flesh was torn out. Fresh blood flowed down his arm, and before he could even catch his breath, the long spear that he had stabbed out flashed with a cold light again. He quickly retracted it and swept it in an arc. Pooh! The tip of the spear drew a line of blood on Nestor's neck, and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Nestor looked at Pei Ziyun in disbelief. His hands were covered in blood, but it was useless. Blood spurted out from the gaps between his fingers, and with a bang, his heavy body fell to the ground. Clang! Menelaus took advantage of the moment when Pei Yun killed Nestor to stab him with his spear. The spear pierced through Pei Yun's godly armor and into his back. There was a crisp sound of metal clashing, and sparks flew everywhere. The spear could no longer pierce through. Foolish fellow, this is a body more perfect than Achilles. Pei Yun flipped his hand, and the long spear pierced towards Menelaus's neck like lightning. Pooh! The tip of the spear pierced through Menelaus's neck. His eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that he had not expected Paris to suddenly become so strong. Pei Yun looked at his confused eyes and smiled. King of Sparta, I am now even stronger than Achilles. As for Helen, she belongs to me. You can die with unwillingness and despair. Hearing Pei Yun's words, Menelaus's pupils dilated, and he fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes were wide open, and he refused to close them. It was obvious that he had not died in peace. But Pei Yun despised people like this the most. If they were dead, then so be it. Why would they stare at him? After killing Sthenelus, Nestor, and Menelaus, Pei Yun did not stop and pounced towards Austin. Quick, surround him. Austin, who had not escaped too far, saw how Pei Yun had killed the 4 heroes in such a short amount of time. He was scared out of his wits and hurriedly quickened his footsteps towards Troy City. At the same time, he called out to the Greek warriors. Die! There were still some Greek warriors who surrounded him, but Pei Yun did not care about them. He pounced towards Austin, and with a single command, countless arrows were fired. Dang, dang, dang. The arrows were all deflected, and sparks flew everywhere. Pei Yun then pounced into the midst of the Greek warriors. Along the way, the Greek warriors attacked in a frenzy, but with a flash of the spear, none of them could resist. Austin looked back and was shocked. Out of the hundreds of warriors, dozens of them had been killed in an instant. They could not even hold on for a moment. At this point, Athena rushed over. She had actually seen Pei Yun kill Nestor and Menelaus from the air. She looked on in disbelief, and her first thought was, could the new deity be Paris? This was something that was hard to believe. Although Paris was very strong, he was only considered average among the many heroes. There were many heroes who were stronger than him. In the list of candidates for the new deity, Paris's name was on it, but it was not at the top. Now, with one look, one could see a huge amount of energy flowing. This was very familiar to Athena, and it shocked her. What was familiar was that not long ago, Hercules was in this state. Chapter 654. Athena is here. Pei Yun saw that Austin was about to disappear from his field of vision and was about to chase after him when he felt Athena rushing towards him. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he did not give chase. Instead, he shouted and threw the spear in his hand at Austin. Shell! As soon as the spear left his hand, it turned into a meteor that streaked across the sky with a sharp screech as it flew towards Austin at high speed. It's the power of the wind. Paris has mastered the power of the wind, even if it's very weak. Athena immediately understood that Austin would not be able to defend against it. Dang! Athena reached out and parried the spear, making a clear sound. Pei Yun did not stop there. He picked up another spear from the ground and threw it at Austin. The spear flew towards Austin with a shio sound. Without a doubt, the spear was once again parried by Athena. Athena was infuriated by Pei Yun's rudeness. She shouted at Pei Yun, Mortal, do not be presumptuous. Pei Yun knew that he could not go overboard. Since Athena was determined to protect Austin, and he had already tried twice, he could not kill Austin again. You are Athena. I obey your will, but you cannot defy fate. As Pei Yun spoke, he pounced towards the Greek soldiers. Wind swirled around his body, and with a few leaps, he charged into the midst of the nervous Greek soldiers. Kill, kill, kill! Against the soldiers' weapons, he did not even bother dodging. Sparks flew, and a whirlwind was formed. This was his body formed at high speed. Pu. The force of the wind increased the speed of the attack. Every 10 feet it advanced, The tip of the spear would flash, and a dozen or so Greek warriors would be instantly killed, splattered with blood. Following that, the tip of the spear sliced through the air, and a thin layer of light appeared. This time, it was different from the one in the Dessous world. This time, the ray of light was accurate, and it sliced through the throats of the Greek soldiers. As soon as it cut through their weak trachea and blood vessels, a thick mist of blood sprayed out from their bodies. More than 10 Greek soldiers had yet to die. They fell to the ground, their hands clutching their throats as they let out indescribably tragic and indistinct wails. This was far beyond anyone's imagination. Even the Greek soldiers, who were used to seeing death, could not help but feel a deep sense of fear. More importantly, the spears had no effect on Paisian at all. That was the most despairing thing for the Greek soldiers. Everyone subconsciously retreated. Some of them even fell to the ground. Seeing this, Paisian knew that the time had come. He then shouted out, "Kneel down, and you will not die. If you disarm, you will not be killed." Puff, puff, puff. Bang, bang, bang. Dang, dang, dang. Those who were still hesitating were immediately killed. Suddenly, there was a series of kneeling sounds and the clanking sounds of weapons being thrown on the ground. The hundreds of Greek soldiers who came to Mount Ida all threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. "All of you, keep these weapons and keep the captives in custody." Paisian kept a spear and ordered his soldiers to capture all the Greek soldiers. The divide between gods and humans, the heroes who ruled the world for thousands of years, allowed me to kill the Greek heroes. Then I killed so many of them before they surrendered in an instant. Paisian thought to himself. Without hesitation, he said, "All of you, take care of this place. I still have to chase after the enemy." As he said this, he ignored them and chased after Austin. Helen saw that the Greek soldiers had surrendered and followed him down. From afar, she could see Menelaus's corpse lying on the ground. His eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that he had not died in peace. Menelaus! Helen looked at the corpse for a while and could not help but tear up. She had mixed feelings. No matter what, they had lived together for such a long time, and they still had some feelings for each other. Seeing him die like this, Helen could not help but feel a sense of pity. When the other women saw Paisian's prowess, killing so many Greek heroes and capturing the Greek soldiers, they were very happy. They cheered for Paisian's strength and victory. And Roma hugged her child and cried nonstop. She was happy, sad, and disappointed. She thought of Hector. Once upon a time, her husband was so invincible. Now everything was gone, but at least the child's life was saved. He would not be killed by the Greek soldiers. Paris has won, Cassandra murmured as she looked at all this. As a prophet, she immediately felt the change in fate. In the heavy darkness, a ray of light tore through the darkness. After great sorrow came great joy. She could not help but shout, "Father, look, Paris will definitely rebuild Troy." Paisian's silhouette had already disappeared from Mount Ida. His speed was very fast, and he was rushing towards Troy City. Troy City. Thick smoke billowed, and the screams were endless, but much less than in the night. "Quick, move all the slaves and treasures onto the ships." At the city gate, someone shouted. A large group of people rushed out. The Greeks had looted countless treasures in Troy. Not only had the treasures in the Troy palace been looted by the Greeks several times, but even the houses and cellars of the commoners and merchants had not been spared. "Kill all the men. The women and children are our slaves." Agamemnon looked at all this with relief. He saw hundreds of women and children being chased away. They were still wearing the clothes they used to wear. They were all noble ladies. Queen, princess, noble ladies, and those with qualifications or skills. Even Queen Helper had become a captive. She walked with difficulty on the road. Many women of Troy followed behind, crying and trembling with fear. Their faces were pale. Many ordinary women had already been consumed last night. Their snow-white corpses were strewn across the streets, and there were bloodstains everywhere from the ravaging. Also, the craftsmen hurried to the ships. These women and children of Troy rushed to the ships. They were the survivors and also the spoils of war. These slaves would be brought back to Greece and distributed to the princes and heroes of the various cities according to their contributions. Some would be brought to the slave market to be traded. As for the men, the Greeks chose to kill them all, except for the craftsmen. Thus, almost all the men's corpses were left in Troy. Only the Troy elder Antenor had shown goodwill to the Greeks many times, protecting Menelaus and Odysseus. Thus, the Greeks did not kill his family and allowed him to keep all the property. Agamemnon brought these slaves back, making the heroes happy. Because other than the visible treasures, these women and children were also very valuable. The war had gone on for so long, and many people did not have many goals. In the end, it was nothing more than breaking through Troy and obtaining large amounts of spoils of war. We will offer sacrifices to the gods and celebrate. Gods above, we have won, Agamemnon commanded loudly, immediately winning the cheers of everyone. The warship held a grand banquet for breaking through Troy and finally ending the 7 years of war. Soon, the heroes gathered around the dining table and drank to their heart's content. The table was piled with all kinds of delicious roasted meat, and the wine jugs were also filled with fine wine, giving off a strong fragrance. There were also skilled singers sitting in the middle of the banquet, adapting all the achievements of the Greek heroes in this war into songs, especially the achievements of Achilles. As they played the harp, they sang about Achilles' achievements. Thank the gods for allowing us to win this war. Without the help of the gods, it is hard to imagine that we could have won this war. Now all of us should thank the god for their love for us. Carcass stood up and praised the gods, calling on all the Greek heroes to stand up and drink together. He first poured the wine in his cup on the ground to worship the gods, and the heroes also stood up and did the same. However, Agamemnon was a little unhappy. He felt that this despicable prophet had stolen his limelight again. This speech was obviously more suitable for him, the commander who had led the Greeks to victory. We should also thank our commander, Agamemnon. Without his leadership, it would have been difficult for us to win this war. A Greek hero saw that Agamemnon's expression was not right, and quickly took the opportunity to say something to please Agamemnon. At this time, everyone raised their cups and toasted Agamemnon. Agamemnon's mood improved a little, and he returned the toast and drank the wine in his hand. We also have to thank all the heroes in this war, as well as the heroes who unfortunately left us. Without your sacrifice, there would be no victory for us. Let us drink together, Agamemnon said. Cheers! Everyone drained the wine in their cups in one gulp. The sound of gulping resounded throughout the entire place, causing the atmosphere to become lively. This war is over. This time, I must go back and rest for a few years. Someone said, and everyone nodded. In these 7 years, how many powerful heroes and princes had died? Everyone was under great pressure, and no one could guarantee that they would survive. At this time, everyone toasted and drank, releasing the pressure of many years. Just as everyone was drinking happily, there was a commotion at the door. Agamemnon looked over unhappily and saw a person rush in, his face pale and green. Honorable friend, King Odysseus of Ithaca, what happened to you? Come, drink a cup of wine to quench your thirst. Odysseus, however, was not in the mood to drink. He shouted, Bad news, Paris killed Ajax Jr., Menelaus, Sthenelus, and Nestor, and he is rushing towards us. At this time, he is even stronger than Achilles. The news that Odysseus brought was too shocking, and everyone's first reaction was disbelief. This news was too outrageous. Odysseus, did you come up with this ridiculous lie because the attack on Mount Ida was not successful? Paris is indeed powerful, but to say that he is stronger than Achilles, who would believe it? Diomedes could not believe it either. No, almost none of the Greek heroes present believed that Paris could become so powerful in such a short period of time. It was not like they had not seen Paris in action before, and at most, he was at the same level as Ajax Jr. All right, Austin, even though you failed to take down Mount Ida, I don't blame you. We'll just rest and regroup, then we'll attack again. I don't believe that we can't conquer a small Mount Ida. Agamemnon laughed as he finished speaking. Seeing that everyone did not believe him, Odysseus felt helpless. However, if he did not see this news with his own eyes, he would not have believed it either. Seeing that everyone did not believe him, Odysseus gritted his teeth and did not explain further. He turned around and shouted at the people who rushed over after hearing the news. "Quick, my messenger! Go and get our warriors onto the ships. Move all the slaves and wealth onto the ships. Raise the sails. If anyone dares to delay, I will punish them according to military law." Hearing Odysseus' shout, all the heroes looked at each other. Was Odysseus for real? Just then, the prophet Calchas stood up and said with a trembling voice, "God has given me a revelation. Fate has changed. The Grim Reaper has abandoned Troy and is chasing us. Only by raising the sails and leaving the coast can we be spared." Many princes and heroes heard the prophet Calchas' words, and their expressions changed. Calchas' prophecies were very accurate, and this was a publicly acknowledged fact. Otherwise, he would not have been allowed to follow the army after fighting for so many years. The princes and heroes' expressions changed. At the same time, Agamemnon's heart sank, but he still did not want to admit the truth. Paris is stronger than Achilles? No, impossible. Just as he said that, there was a boom, and the door in the distance collapsed. Chapter 655. Boom! Paezion rushed over from Mount Ida. One look at Troy, and he knew that Troy had become a ghost town. He turned around and ran all the way to the Greek camp, smashing through the door and killing his way in. The Greeks were as drunk as the Trojans the day before. However, they did not have the protection of the gods. There were still some soldiers on duty. Hundreds of Greek soldiers blocked Paezion's path. "Shoot!" At this point, a hoarse voice rang out. The archers fired in unison. With a wong sound, a sharp whistling sound could be heard. A rain of arrows pierced through the air, carrying with them the aura of death. Ding ding dang. Paezion did not even bother to dodge. The arrows hit Paezion's body, causing sparks to fly. Most of them were blocked by the godly armor. A few pierced through the armor and hit his skin, causing the same ding-dang sound. Dying. Paezion raised his spear and rushed into the ranks of the Greeks. His spear pierced towards the chest of the Greek soldier in front of him. Poo-pee-you. The shield was useless. The spear pierced through the shield and into the Greek soldier's chest. The tip of the spear came out from his back, and the powerful force pushed the corpse back. The sharp tip of the spear once again pierced through the body of another Greek soldier behind. After killing 2 Greek soldiers, Paezion pulled out his spear and swept it horizontally, drawing a semicircle in the air. Wind and thunder slash. Now that he had recovered to the 10th level, he could not use his Tao arts. However, he could use his godly powers to achieve the same effect. Poo-pee-you-pee-you-pee-you-pee-you. The arc of light sliced through the necks of 7 Greek soldiers. The weak trachea and blood vessels were severed, and a thick mist of blood sprayed out. The Greek soldiers could not even scream. With a series of pong-pong sounds, they fell to the ground. It seemed like they would not survive. Paezion had only been attacking the Greek camp for a few breaths' time. He had already killed more than 10 Greek soldiers. The Greek soldiers were terrified. "All of you die." Although these people were retreating, Paezion raised his spear and charged forward. His spear was covered in blood as he waved it around, causing death after death among the Greek soldiers. It was not that the Greeks did not retaliate, but most of their attacks could not even penetrate the godly armor, let alone the steel-like body. "Paris, why are you still alive?" In the panic of the camp, Diomedes was the first to wake up. He had just put on his armor and picked up his weapon. Paezion looked over and saw that it was Diomedes. He then thought to himself, "Austin has escaped, but here comes Diomedes." In terms of strength, Diomedes is probably the strongest after Achilles. In terms of pure strength, he is far stronger than Odysseus, so killing him is more worthwhile. Although Diomedes was also Athena's favorite, he was easier to kill than Odysseus. Of course, Paezian understood that Athena doted on Austin a lot. After all, Austin was old and had been killed by his own son. But Odysseus had a long life ahead of him. Diomedes, on the other hand, had no such destiny. Paezian laughed coldly. How could I die? My fate has been decided. I shall exact my vengeance. And you, a mortal who has committed the great sin of stabbing a god, your time has come. Mount Olympus within the red mist. The scene of Paezian and the Greeks fighting appeared once again. The conversation between Paezian and Diomedes could be heard in the hall. Hearing Paezian's words, Aphrodite and Ares, who had been stabbed before, nodded their heads in agreement. In the original script, Diomedes had stabbed a god, but no mortal could ascend to godhood. Coupled with Athena's protection, he could have safely returned to the city. But now that a mortal had ascended to godhood, the foundation of the gods was shaken. This made the gods less tolerant. Paezian wanted to kill him on behalf of the gods. Other than a few, no gods would sympathize with Diomedes. Hera did not speak, and there was even a hint of fear in her eyes. Everyone now knew that Paris was the new god of destiny, and his power had reached the level of Hercules, making her feel that everything was out of her control. Zeus sat on his throne made of gold and ivory. His face was gloomy, and he did not speak. He also felt that this situation was out of his control. Hephaestus stood up angrily. He was a god who supported the Greeks. Now that he saw Paezian slaughtering the Greeks, he wanted to go down to the mortal world and kill Paezian. What are you trying to do? Stop destiny? You will have to pay a heavy price. Hera saw Hephaestus stand up and said coldly. Although she also hoped that someone could kill Paezian, Hephaestus was her son and an important member of Mount Olympus. She could not watch him stop destiny and pay an unbearable price. Hearing Hera's words, Hephaestus stopped his impulse. He was reminded by Hera, if he directly interfered with destiny, he would have to pay a heavy price. Hercules, who was not on Mount Olympus, did not hear Hera's words. He roared angrily and rushed down. The gods saw this and looked at each other. Should we stop him? Athena said, let him go. Forget about Dionysus. He's barely a natural-born god. Hercules, on the other hand, has set a very bad precedent for a mortal to ascend to godhood. That's why Paris is here, Hera said coldly. Hera said coldly. If she did not stop Heracles, she would not be satisfied. She would let Heracles test the waters. Seeing that Zeus did not stop her, she said, Athena, you can help Diomedes, but you cannot interfere personally. At this time, the sensitive gods decided that Diomedes had to die. At this time, Diomedes prayed to Athena, asking for strength. Athena heard Diomedes' prayer and sighed. She waved her hand and gave him strength. Diomedes raised his hands and prayed. Suddenly, starlight entered his body, and he felt his body filled with power. This was the power he had felt when he stabbed the goddess of love. Diomedes was filled with confidence. He looked at Paezian and said loudly, Paris, I will let you know the difference between you and me. Paezian smiled and shook his head. Of course, he could feel Athena's power pouring into Diomedes' body. However, he did not care about this divine power at all. This power did not belong to Diomedes at all. Even if he had this power, so what? Diomedes cut the crap. I shall send you to Hades' domain now. As Paezian finished speaking, he threw his spear towards Diomedes. Whoosh! The spear turned into a meteor and appeared in front of Diomedes, piercing his body. Diomedes raised a shield in his hand, and at the same time, his body flashed. Bang! The shield could not withstand the spear and was immediately pierced. The spear did not seem to weaken and continued to pierce forward. Diomedes used the shield to block the spear and dodged it. The spear pierced through the shield, but missed. Odysseus was right. The current Paris is at least at the level of Achilles. Hateful, hateful. Diomedes' heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. His face darkened as he threw the shield in his hand and rushed towards Paezian with his spear. Pei Ziyin saw that the spear he had thrown had no effect on Diomedes. He picked up a spear from the ground and rushed towards Diomedes. Pei Ziyun's spear pierced towards Diomedes' chest from 2 meters away. The distance between the two of them closed rapidly. The spear made use of the increased speed and pierced towards Diomedes. Diomedes dodged and dodged the spear. The spear in his hand followed the body of Pei Ziyun's spear and pierced towards Pei Ziyun's neck. Pei Ziyun's body moved slightly to the side and avoided the attack. He raised his spear and clashed with Diomedes' spear. A loud pung sound was heard, and both of them took a step back. Diomedes, who has the power bestowed upon him by Athena, is only at the level of Achilles and me. But my martial arts are not something you can compare to. Kill. The two of them exchanged blows and fought fiercely. However, since the difference in strength was not too great, martial arts played an important role in this battle. Pei Ziyun's martial arts had long since reached the level of a grandmaster. Over the years, his martial arts had returned to its natural state. His moves were simple and concise, and he was gradually surpassing the level of a grandmaster. At the beginning, Diomedes was able to fight evenly with Pei Ziyun. However, as time passed, his body continued to shine with starlight, and he was forced to retreat. Pum! The long spear in Pei Ziyun's hand pierced through Diomedes' armor, but just as it was about to pierce through, Diomedes' body flashed with starlight, and his armor strengthened. Pei Ziyun's spear emitted sparks, but was unable to pierce through. Diomedes saw that Pei Ziyun's spear was aimed at his chest, and that he was powerless to block it. He had already given up all hope. However, when he saw that the power bestowed upon him by God was able to block Pei Ziyun's spear, he was overjoyed. Paris, you are indeed strong, but I have the protection of God. You cannot kill me. Victory will belong to me. Diomedes' confidence was boosted, since the power bestowed upon him by God was able to block Pei Ziyun's attack. He would fight to the death. Idiot! Pei Ziyun was surprised at first. However, he soon noticed that the spot where he had pierced the armor was shaking. He knew that there was a limit to this protection. Once it was used up, it would be the end of Diomedes. Kill! Pei Ziyun's spear pierced forward. Diomedes wanted to dodge, but was unable to resist. The spear pierced his body, causing sparks to fly. Diomedes roared angrily and continuously pierced his opponent's body with his spear, looking for a weak point. However, as Pei Ziyun's spear pierced Diomedes' body, the starlight shook and became dimmer and dimmer. Diomedes fought with his life on the line. His spear also pierced Pei Ziyun's body, making a ding-dang sound. However, Pei Ziyun's body was not harmed in the slightest. Furthermore, it seemed that there was no limit to his attacks. This caused Diomedes to feel despair. The two of them fought faster and faster. After Diomedes had been pierced by Pei Ziyun's spear a few times, the starlight had already dimmed to the point where it was almost invisible. Pei Ziyun knew that the next attack would definitely kill Diomedes. His eyes turned cold, and his spear once again turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing towards Diomedes' chest. Just as the last spear was about to pierce Diomedes, a thunderous voice rang out. "Mortal, stop!" With a loud sound, Hercules descended from the sky. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was about to kill Diomedes, he was too far away and could not save him in time. He shouted loudly, hoping to stop Pei Ziyun from killing Diomedes. Chapter 656. Ridiculous! Pei Ziyun heard the voice of Hercules stopping him, but he did not stop. The spear continued to stab down, and the speed increased. Poof! The spear pierced through Diomedes' heart, and the tip of the spear came out of his back. He pulled the spear out, and blood spurted out like an arrow. Diomedes' entire body fell to the ground. A plum blossom quickly appeared in front of him, and it quickly enlarged. Then, it became a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: Troy is destroyed. The Greeks are victorious, and the light of divine revenge has also appeared. Kill the Greek hero who is stained with blood, 5/5. The revenge mission is completed. Pei Ziyun did not hesitate to press the mission button, and received 3 fate points. A new mission quickly popped up. Mission: defeat Hercules. Incomplete. Oh no, Paris killed Diomedes. At this time, the Greek came to his senses and shouted, "Don't worry, look, God has descended. It's Hercules. He will stand on our side and kill this abominable Paris." Hearing the voice, Paisian stood up and saw that the blue sky was pitch black. He also saw a man standing on top of the clouds and descending slowly. His face was full of anger. He thought for a moment and knew why Hercules was angry, but he didn't care. "Hercules, you have become a god. Why are you still descending?" Paisian said, looked at Hercules' expression, and said, "Are you jealous because you see me approaching or even surpassing you? When you led people to attack the city of Troy, your friend Termon rushed into the city first. You were angry and anxious, and your jealousy burned. You pulled out your sword from behind and wanted to kill Termon. If Termon was not smart enough to immediately kneel down and beg for mercy, saying that he would build a sacred altar for you, the victor, he would have been killed by you. All friends are like this, not to mention me. You are such a jealous person." Hercules was enraged that Paisian had seen through his thoughts. This man had dominated the world, and nobody dared to point out his jealousy and narrow-mindedness. Now that he had been exposed, he wanted nothing more than to kill Paisian. He shouted, "You despicable Trojan, you shall be punished by the gods." As he finished speaking, he tossed the long spear out. In a flash, the long spear appeared right in front of Paisian. However, Paisian did not panic. In a flash, he dodged the attack of the long spear. From the very beginning, he had been guarding against Hercules' surprise attack. After all, this was the great hero's specialty. Although Hercules was valiant, he was especially good at sneak attacks. He could not afford to fail miserably in such an easy task. Seeing that Paisian had dodged the spear, Hercules was even more enraged. Another spear appeared in his hand, and with a roar, his body turned into a gust of wind as he charged towards Paisian. Whoosh! The long spear whistled through the air as it pierced towards Paisian's chest. Paisian was surprised. The attacks of the gods were indeed different from those of mortals. Their speed was more than twice as fast. However, with the power of the wind, Paisian dodged the spear as well. The long spear flashed and pierced toward Hercules. Its speed was much faster than when it was used against mortals. At that time, he only needed to use his strength to crush the enemy. Now that he was facing Hercules, he naturally needed to be stronger in terms of speed and technique. Hercules was easily enraged, but he was certain of one thing. He had been through hundreds of battles and had seen countless heroes and monsters. Facing Paisian's long spear, he did not even frown. He moved half an inch, and the long spear missed. Hercules did not retract his spear, but swept it towards Paisian. Paisian faced the long spear that was sweeping towards him at high speed. Dang! The two spears collided, and Paisian took a step back. He felt his hands go numb. Hercules' strength is above mine. However, since I have reached the 10th level, I can use this power that is close to that of a god to use Dao techniques. Let's try and see if it works. Paisian's face darkened as he thought of this. He raised his long spear and pierced it towards Hercules' abdomen. Hercules moved his feet lightly, and the long spear stabbed downwards. Dang! The spear was blocked. Hercules' martial arts had actually returned to its original state. It was simple yet terrifying. Paisian sighed to himself. Indeed, no matter what martial arts it is the same in the end. But at the moment of contact, a force seeped through the spear and shot upwards. Pooh! Hercules had never seen such a force before. He felt his hands go numb, and then he was fine. Inner force and hidden force are ineffective. Paralysis technique. Paisian spat out a word. Hercules trembled slightly, but it did not have much effect. Flash technique. Quagmire technique. Every single Dao technique was useless. Paisian could feel that within Hercules' body there was a strong force. This force did not require any technique to defend against the Dao techniques. So that's how it is. Just like my cast iron and cast copper When a wooden blade slashes an iron pillar, the iron pillar is unharmed. The power of a god, compared to the power of a Tao technique, is like a wooden blade against an iron pillar. Naturally, there is not much effect. Pei Ziyun suddenly understood. Hercules had been attacked repeatedly and had not been able to take down Pei Ziyun after such a long time. He was extremely anxious and shouted, "Paris, you are indeed very strong. If I was a mortal, I might not have been able to kill you. But now that I am a god, you shall die." As Hercules finished speaking, his body emitted a dark red light, and his strength increased once again. Pei Ziyun knew that things were not going well, but it was too late. Hercules' long spear had already pierced towards him, and there was even a whizzing sound in the air that sounded like thunder. How fast does it have to be to have such an ear-piercing sound? This thought flashed through Pei Ziyun's mind, but he had no time to think about it. Faced with the long spear that was coming at him like lightning, there was no way to avoid it. He could only block it and try his best to move his body sideways to avoid being hit in the vital areas. Pooh! The long spear pierced through his left arm, and a piece of flesh was cut off. Fresh blood flowed out from Pei Ziyun's arm. The cast iron bronze slash is still effective, but I am not immune to it. Pei Ziyun did not have time to care about it, because he heard a boom. Hercules' second heavy strike had arrived. This time, the power of the long spear had increased again. He did not have a good way to block it, and could only raise his long spear in front of him. Pong! Pei Ziyun's body was knocked back by the huge force. Dong, dong, dong. He took a few steps back before he could stabilize his footing. At this time, Hercules charged towards him. "Paris, if you die, you should be proud of yourself, because you actually forced a god to use his true strength." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun's heart trembled, and he felt his strength draining. "I'm not a god, so there are limits," Pei Ziyun thought to himself, and shouted, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of him and quickly enlarged. Then, it became a transparent information interface with a faint sense of light. He then quickly looked through it. Found it. Extraordinary divine power. Assistance from a different world. You have spent fate points to summon your power from a distant different world. 0/60 seconds. Although it costs 5 fate points, and it only lasts for 1 minute, I have spent it. Pei Ziyun did not hesitate to press on, and spent all the fate points he had just obtained. Boom! In the space, the small hall of the Desu dynasty suddenly lit up, and the fate points entered his body. Pei Ziyun felt his strength quickly break through a membrane, and quickly transformed into a strange and terrifying power. 1 minute is more than enough. At this moment, Pei Ziyun was already a god. He watched as Hercules' long spear once again pierced towards him with a loud whistling sound. Pei Ziyun snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he advanced. At this moment, Hercules' movements were not as fast as before, but much slower. It was much easier for him to block Hercules' attack. Pei Ziyun rushed towards the incoming spear, and at the moment when the spear was about to pierce him, his body very nimbly moved along the body of the spear, and the spear in his hand stabbed forward. In Hercules' eyes, Pei Ziyun's movements had become extremely fast, even accompanied by a trace of afterimages. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he dodged at top speed. Pooh! Hercules did not completely dodge, only slightly avoiding the vital parts. The long spear pierced Hercules' shoulder, and sparks could be seen flying. It was as if it had pierced through steel, but it still could not stop the spear. Moreover, the extremely strong force of the long spear directly stabbed Hercules, and his heavy body directly fell to the ground with a bang. Blood flowed down Hercules' shoulder, staining his armor red. "No, impossible. You can actually stab a god." Hercules shouted, but Pei Ziyun showed no mercy. His body once again left afterimages, and he rushed towards Hercules, swearing to kill Hercules with his spear. "Hercules, by killing you, I can fill all the gaps and still have more to spare." But at this moment, there was a loud boom, and a bolt of lightning fell, striking between him and Hercules, causing Pei-Ziyun's body to be unable to move forward. It's the power of Zeus. In history, Zeus used this lightning to stop the battle between the gods and the two sons of Zeus. I never thought that I would be able to receive this treatment. Feeling the terrifying power in the sky, Pei-Ziyun knew that he could not kill Hercules now and could only give up. At the first instant, he thought to himself, stop. In the space, the infusion of power from the Dessous realm stopped. One could see that the small hall of the Dessous realm lit up for a moment and then slowly darkened. But compared to before, the entire hall seemed older and darker. I can feel that ever since I completely killed the old Tao Lord and became a Tao Lord, the Dessous realm has given me some power, but not much has been transmitted across realms. This little bit of power is all that I have accumulated during this period of time. And just now, it took 27 seconds, so there are 33 seconds left. These 33 seconds are actually more than enough to kill Hercules, but Zeus has already acted to stop me. Unless my strength can directly crush the gods of Mount Olympus, I can only stop fighting. Chapter 657. Zeus used lightning to stop Pei-Ziyun from chasing Hercules, causing him to miss the opportunity to kill Hercules. In the face of Zeus' power, Pei-Ziyun could only stop the chase and withdraw his power from the dimension. Hercules fell to the ground, his face twisted with resentment. When he was alive, he was invincible and had even confronted the gods head-on. He had developed an arrogant temperament, but now he had been defeated by Paris. In an instant, his hatred for Paris had even exceeded the level of killing his parents, wife, and children. Hercules crawled up from the ground and looked deeply at Pei-Ziyun. He suppressed the hatred in his heart, but did not continue to provoke him. After all, he was a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles and understood the nature of power. He knew that he was no match for Pei-Ziyun, so he did not continue to fight. He turned into a gust of wind and rushed up Mount Olympus. Mount Olympus, at the entrance of Mount Olympus, Hermes had been waiting for a long time. Looking at the injured Hercules, he shook his head in his heart. Hercules, Zeus has been waiting for a long time. Come with me. Hermes said. Hercules' face was gloomy as he followed Hermes up Mount Olympus. Hermes led Hercules to the great hall at the top of the mountain, where Zeus sat on a high throne of ivory and gold. Looking at Hercules, he frowned and said, Hercules, you are jealous, violent, and belligerent. But though you have been banished by Hera to live in the depths of the earth, I cannot bear to see you suffer. Paeon will heal you. Great Father, great God, thank you for your timely help. At the same time, thank you for healing me, said Hercules. When he was a mortal, he had been fearless. Now he knew how to be respectful. This attitude satisfied Zeus. His tone and expression softened. You were defeated by Paris this time. Don't take it to heart. Rather than being defeated by Paris, it is better to say that you were defeated by fate, because you interfered with fate. Do you understand? Zeus' words made Hercules feel better. He had always been brooding over being defeated by a mortal. Now that he heard that it was because of fate, he relaxed a lot. After all, no god would laugh at this. Paeon stood up from his seat and slowly walked towards Hercules. He took out a golden ointment from his bosom and unscrewed the cap. In an instant, a pleasant fragrance was emitted. This golden ointment was brewed with a variety of magical herbs and could be said to be exceptionally precious. However, Paeon was not stingy. He gently applied the pain-relieving ointment on Hercules and slowly dripped a few drops of the ointment onto the wound. As Hercules was already a god, the blood that flowed out was light red, unlike the blood of mortals. When the ointment was dripped onto the wound, it quickly thickened and congealed into a lump, and the wound healed. Hercules felt a cooling sensation on his burning wound, and his face changed from pain to relief. Although he had become a god, he still felt pain when he was injured. When the gods of Olympus saw Hercules' injured expression, they had a strange feeling. They had not seen a god injured for many years. The last time Aphrodite and Ares were injured, They had secretly returned to Mount Olympus to deal with it without alerting the gods. Hercules' wound was quickly healed with Paeon's magical ointment. When the surrounding gods saw the effects of Paeon's ointment, they were all amazed. They discussed among themselves that if they were injured in the future, they could seek Paeon's help. Seeing that Hercules' wound had healed, Hera said, "Hercules, since your wound has healed, you can leave Mount Olympus and return to the surface. That is where you will live." Hera expelled Hercules. None of the gods present spoke up to help. Hercules did not argue with Hera either. He nodded silently and turned to leave Mount Olympus. Hercules did not have a divine title, so it was not appropriate for him to continue staying on Mount Olympus. The gods silently watched Hercules leave, deep in thought. For a long time, Zeus did not speak, and the entire hall fell silent. Many of the gods recalled the battle between Hercules and Paeon. Hercules was quite strong. The gods did not expect Hercules to be defeated by Paris. Although this was the effect of fate, Paris was not yet a god. It was unbelievable for a mortal to defeat a god. After a long time, Zeus glanced at the gods present. Seeing that no one spoke, he said, "Dear immortal gods, look, Paris was no match for Hercules. But when Hercules tried to interfere with fate, fate immediately showed its power, and Paris' strength increased. If I hadn't stopped him, Hercules would have been in danger of dying today. If any of you had gone, fate would have retaliated against you. Fate can be cruel at times, to you and to me." The gods nodded, agreeing with Zeus. If fate had not increased Paris' strength, he would not have been a match for Hercules. And once fate was corrected, Hercules would immediately be in danger of perishing. If they sent an even more powerful god to fight against Paris, perhaps Paris would become even more powerful under the influence of fate. The god who went would also have the risk of dying. When the gods thought of this, they all sighed at the fickleness and terror of fate. This is the highest level of fate power. Zeus sighed. He was very envious of this power. Zeus was the king of the gods, but he had never been able to fully control the power of fate. This was not the case for the three goddesses of fate, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. Their power was not enough to affect Zeus. But the power of fate that surpassed all of them could make Zeus pay a heavy price. This was something Zeus could not accept. In the future, if any of you want to interfere with fate, you must think about what happened today. This is a warning to all of us. The gods felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that Zeus' words made sense. Fate was not unchangeable. The gods themselves were a part of fate, and they interfered with fate at all times. However, some fate could not be easily changed. Otherwise, fate would retaliate and there would be the risk of death. The gods had allowed the Battle of Troy to continue for so long. In fact, it was not that they did not follow the trajectory of fate. Although there were some minor adjustments, it was still completed under the guidance of fate. O great and fearsome king of the gods, we all know this. Is it inevitable that Paris will become a god? A god asked. When the gods heard this question, they all paid close attention. Among the gods, there was almost no one who truly wished for Paeon to become a god. Even Apollo had reservations. If Paeon had not received the oracle from the goddess of fate, many gods of Mount Olympus would have stopped him from becoming a god. Whether or not Paris becoming a god can be avoided depends on what level of fate it is. Actually, this question is more appropriate to ask the three goddesses. As Zeus spoke, he looked at the three goddesses of fate who were sitting at their seats and drinking by themselves, asking for their opinions. Ever since the three goddesses of fate had attended this banquet, they had been drinking by themselves and did not participate in the discussions of the gods. Seeing Zeus's questioning gaze, they knew that he wanted to obtain an answer from them. As such, Lachesis put down her wine cup and said, "After we found out that the new god was Paris, we asked Fate. Fate revealed that for Paris to become a god, there must be a ceremony. It starts with the golden apple and ends with the golden apple." When the gods heard the three goddesses of Fate's words, they all had different expressions. This was especially so for the three goddesses who had gone to Mount Ida to ask Pei Yun for a share of the golden apple. Back then, they had gone to Mount Ida to randomly choose a shepherd. How could they have known that this shepherd would become a god from a mortal? Hera was feeling uneasy at this moment. She was the god who was most afraid of this matter. Because Paris's performance was too unexpected, she had a sense of fear that was beyond her control. On the other hand, Athena was much calmer towards Pei Yun. Even though she had been quite angry that she had not received a share of the golden apple, after Pei Yun's hard work, her anger had lessened. Moreover, she had even protected Pei Yun. Out of the three goddesses, the happiest was Aphrodite. Back when Pei Yun had given her the golden apple, she had promised to protect Paris. As the Battle of Troy continued, Pei Yun had become more and more outstanding, and he had become more and more in line with Aphrodite's standards of beauty. Now that Paris had become a god, Aphrodite had gained a natural ally. Among immortal gods, this kind of relationship was very strong. Hearing the three goddesses of fate's words, Zeus nodded. So it's like that. Tell Paris that if he wants to become a god, he must go and steal Gaia's golden apple tree. Zeus said. Hera immediately understood and smiled as she said, "That's a good idea. Let Paris steal the golden apple tree and offend Gaia. Even if he becomes a god, he will have to rely on us." Hearing Hera's words, the gods all nodded, evidently agreeing with this idea. "Now, let's save the Greeks," Hera continued. With that, Hera waved the clouds away. After Heracles had left, Pei Yun was even more fearless as he chased after the Greeks. Austin was the most vigilant. At this time, most of the people and goods had boarded the ship and could leave the sea at any time. The rest of the heroes did not wait. Agamemnon was the largest and the slowest to react. He was shouting orders, "Quick, quick, move the captives and goods up." Then he changed his face and shouted, "Soldiers, for the glory of the Greeks, stop them." Some of the soldiers actually rushed up and were killed by Pei Yun. The camp was filled with smoke and corpses were everywhere. It was a mess. Seeing the Greeks being killed, even though she knew that Pei Yun was about to become a god, she could not just watch as Pei Yun massacred the Greeks. "Athena, you go," Hera said to Athena. Athena nodded, turned around, and walked out of the hall, heading down Mount Olympus. Note 1. In Homer's epic, Zeus once said to the injured Ares, "Of all the gods, you are the one I hate the most." Quarrels, wars, and killing have always been your hobby. If you were the son of another god, and you were so cruel and violent, I would have thrown you down to a lower level than Heracles. This implied that Heracles lived in the lower levels, not Mount Olympus. Chapter 658. All of you shall die. Pei Yun waved his spear and instantly pierced through the heart of one of the Greeks. Blood sprayed out from the back of the Greek soldier. Before the Greek soldier could react, Pei Yun had already turned into a gust of wind and pounced towards him. The tip of his spear pierced through the Greek soldier's body, causing him to stumble and fall. One of the Greek centurions saw that his brother had been killed and roared in anger. He brought 3 other soldiers with him and charged towards Pei Yun. Pei Yun laughed coldly. "Idiots!" Pei Yun did not even bother to dodge. Instead, he stuck his spear out. Every time he did so, blood would splatter out and a life would be lost. Wherever the spear passed, the shield would be pierced through and the spear would be broken. Even if an attack landed on his body, it would cause sparks to fly. Even the long gash on Hercules' shoulder, which had been inflicted by him, was rapidly healing, and in the space of a moment, it had become a scar. This is the body of a god. Although Pei Yun was injured, his injuries were not serious. He continued to chase after the Greek soldier. A spear swept past him, and the centurion raised his spear to block it. With a pung sound, his opponent's spear broke into 2. The end of the spear then landed on his body, causing his internal organs to rupture as he fell. The Greeks finally could not hold on any longer. Initially, when they saw Pei Yun's godly might, killing Diomedes and defeating Hercules, The Greeks were already on the verge of collapsing. What happened just now was just the final radiance of the setting sun. Now that they had completely collapsed, they turned around and fled. Even the cries of the heroes and princes could not stop them. In the eyes of the Greeks, Pei-zi-yun, who was able to defeat Hercules, was not someone they could defeat. Immediately, they fled to their ships and quickly raised the sails. One by one, the warships rushed to leave the port, leaving behind their friends and relatives who were slightly slower behind. "Don't abandon me. I'm your brother," someone shouted out in despair, while others knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. "Spare my life, Prince of Troy, son of Priam. We've met in Athens before, we've drunk wine together. Spare me. My family will give you a large amount of gold as ransom." Pei-zi-yun furrowed his brows and replied, "I remember you. Indeed, you are a noble of Athens. We had a toast together and had a good chat. But don't mention ransom to me now, let alone the name of Troy and Priam. Before Troy falls, I am willing to forgive anyone. But now my father, Priam, has been beheaded. Almost none of the Trojan men can escape death. Even the babies in their mother's arms fell to their deaths. Then why should I pity the Greeks?" As he spoke, Pei-zi-yun's long spear pierced forward, killing the Athenian nobleman. He then rushed into the crowd of Greeks who had yet to escape. No matter how these slower Greeks resisted, cried, or begged for mercy, they were all slaughtered by Pei-zi-yun. Not a single one was spared. When everything had calmed down, a strong smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. Hundreds of Greek corpses were strewn all over the place. Weapons and armors were strewn all over the place, as well as broken limbs and limbs. This is not enough. Facing the Greeks who had just committed a massacre in Troy, Pei-zi-yun would not be merciful. If possible, he planned to kill every single one of them. Pei-zi-yun stood on the shore and watched as the ships left the port in a panic, heading towards the depths of the sea. He did not immediately chase after them, but instead looked at the ships carefully, searching for his target. All the Greeks who had boarded the ships to escape looked at the shore and Pei-zi-yun getting further and further away. They all heaved a sigh of relief. To them, no matter how strong Prince Paris was, even if he had a warship, he would not be able to catch up to him. Found him, but in the next moment, the Greeks were dumbfounded. They saw Pei-zi-yun take a step onto the surface of the water. Just as some of them were about to gloat over his misfortune, they saw him running on the surface of the water as if he was running on land. Paris ran with all his might towards a warship in the distance. This scene filled the Greek soldiers with fear. How could a mortal run on the surface of the sea? This completely defied common sense. This was a miracle. Oh my God, how did this powerful Trojan do it? Has he become a god? Are we fighting against a god? Please forgive us, God. Let's hurry up and escape, or we will be buried in the vast sea. Some of the Greek soldiers on the ships knelt down and prayed, giving up all resistance. They thought that they were facing a god and had completely lost their will to fight. However, some of them tried their best to speed up their ships and escape. Most of the ships increased their speed once again, hoping to escape from the pursuit. Pei-zi-yun stared at one of the ships. This ship was Agamemnon's warship. Queen Herbo and Princess Polyxena of Troy were on board. He wanted to rescue the queen and Princess Polyxena from their clutches. Along the way, the warships that met Pei-zi-yun all turned around, trying to avoid him as much as possible. Pei-zi-yun saw that Agamemnon's warship had increased its speed. How could he allow Agamemnon to escape with his people? A strong gust of wind blew, and the speed of the warship was twice as fast as before. When the sailors on Agamemnon's warship saw Pei-zi-yun running on the surface of the water, they were so frightened that their bodies trembled. Some of them even fell to the deck. This is a god. How can we resist a god? Pei-zi-yun's speed on the surface of the water made him seem like a god to these people. He was undefeatable. Agamemnon's face was pale. Although he raised his spear, he did not have the will to resist. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Just as Pei-zi-yun was about to attack the warship, a golden light flashed in front of him. A valiant yet charming deity appeared. It's Athena. When the Greeks on the warship saw the deity appear, they all fell to their knees and prayed for the protection of the deity. Paris, stop. Although fate has made you a new god, you are not one yet. Fate has also allowed the Greeks to return with their slaves. You have already killed so many people, you cannot jeopardize this. Athena said, her voice as loud as thunder. After listening to Athena's warning, Paisian knew that he couldn't use force. If he did, he would undoubtedly offend Athena. Furthermore, he couldn't guarantee that Athena wouldn't retaliate. He wasn't her opponent now. Hence, Paisian stopped his actions and fell into deep thought. Athena and the Greeks on the warship waited silently for Paisian's decision. Every minute and second was torture for the Greeks, because they did not know what their fate would be. After a while, Paisian said, "As you said, Venerable Athena, it is true that I cannot continue to pursue the Greeks in order to defy fate. However, Queen Herbo and Princess Polyxena must stay." When Paisian said that he wanted Queen Herbo and Princess Polyxena to stay, his tone was resolute. Athena did not try to haggle, but nodded without hesitation and said, "That is reasonable." Athena was here to ensure that a portion of the Greeks could return home safely. She did not care about the loss of a few people. She looked at Agamemnon, who immediately understood. "Terrible Paris," he said, "it is fate that has pitted us against each other. It was not my intention. I will immediately hand over Queen Herbo and Princess Polyxena, and I will compensate you. In order to repay your kindness, once I return to Mackenzie, I swear to God that my family will build a temple for you." Hearing this, both Paisian and Athena frowned. Agamemnon did not notice this. He ordered his soldiers to prepare a small boat and placed Queen Herbo and Princess Polyxena on it. The boat was small, but it was more than enough to carry the queen and princess, as well as a large amount of gold. Due to its weight, the boat swayed on the sea, as if it could capsize at any time. However, Paisian used his hands to hold on to the boat, preventing it from swaying further. Queen Herbo watched as the two of them escaped the control of the Greeks. She was happy and sad at the same time. Ever since the fall of Troy, she had been a captive and had suffered great humiliation. Most horrifying of all, she heard the Greeks discussing the possibility of killing her beloved daughter Polyxena as a sacrifice when they left the coast. This was to pray for God's protection and help them return to Greece safely. As a mother, her heart was about to burst, but there was nothing she could do about it. At the most critical moment, her abandoned son, Paris, had returned and destroyed the Greeks. She even heard Athena admit that her son could join the ranks of immortals. Herbo wept softly, tears rolling down her cheeks. Polyxena was strong enough to not cry, and continued to comfort her. "You should go," Paris said as he looked at the boat. Agamemnon's boat did not dare to stay any longer. Hearing this, it sailed off into the depths of the sea. Paisian had no intention of chasing after it. He fixed the boat and stood there quietly. Seeing Agamemnon's boat leave, Athena sighed. "Poor Agamemnon, you are fleeing so quickly, yet you are heading towards the realm of Hades." Respectable Athena, the bright-eyed goddess, fate is so unpredictable. How can a mortal be able to understand it all? Paisian bowed to Athena. "You're right, Paris. Not to mention mortals. Even gods are unable to understand fate. Only gods are immortal and can withstand the trials of fate." The blue-eyed goddess said, "Paris, I have received orders from Zeus to tell you that you started with the golden apple and will also end with the golden apple. If you want to ascend Mount Olympus, you have to take the golden apple tree from Gaia." Paisian nodded, indicating that he understood. Although it was not easy to take the golden apple tree from Gaia, his mission in the Greek world was to obtain the golden apple. No matter how difficult it was, he had to take the golden apple tree. Seeing Paisian nod, Athena said, "Furthermore, Troy has been destroyed and cannot be rebuilt. You have to choose a new location to build your city." Paisian had already expected to choose a new location and could totally accept this condition. He bowed to Athena to show his respect and said, "Thank you for your prophecy. As Athena finished speaking, she turned around and disappeared into thin air. Paisian looked in the direction where Athena had disappeared, deep in thought. After a while, Queen Herba interrupted Paisian's thoughts. Paris, should we go back to the city first? The waves on the sea were too strong. Although the boat was stabilized by Paisian, the waves still hit the boat from time to time. The clothes of the queen and Princess Polyxena were wet from the waves. Paisian heard the queen's reminder and said, Mother, you and Polyxena should hold on tight. I will send you back to the city now. As he finished speaking, he pushed the boat back. Along the way, the waves hit the boat from time to time, hitting Paisian's body. However, this did not affect him at all. Under the full push of the boat, the queen and Princess Polyxena soon reached the shore. The shore was a mess. There were corpses everywhere, as well as tents. There were even many people. Most of them were young girls and women carrying their children. Queen, Princess, Prince Paris. Paisian looked at the people on the shore. There were about a few hundred of them. Because he had attacked too quickly, the Greeks had only brought their friends, relatives, and important prisoners onto the boat. Those who could not get on the boat in time had been abandoned. Without Paisian's help, these few hundred people would have been taken to Greece by the Greeks. At this moment, they were looking at the sea in anticipation of Paisian's return. When they saw that Paisian had rescued the queen and princess, they let out enthusiastic cheers and shouts. Prince Paris, you have saved us from the fire and water. Oh God, Prince Paris is the messenger you sent? His radiance is dazzling. Prince Paris, thank you so much for saving us all. Everyone expressed their gratitude towards Paisian. They used all the best words in the world to praise Paisian for what he had done. Seeing this, Queen Herba was both sad and happy. She cried and said, Priam, do you see this? Your son Paris has become a god, just like Hercules. He will rebuild a stronger city. When Athena spoke, she did not hide anything from them. Instead, she said it out loud in front of them. The news of Paisian ascending to godly ascension was known to Queen Herba as well. Hence, she said it out loud in front of everyone to give them confidence. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They looked at the sky. If a mortal said this, he would definitely be severely punished. But after a while, there was no change. The sky was still blue. Everyone cheered. Herba has indeed been the queen for decades. She calmed the hearts of the people. Paisian smiled and said to everyone, Let's go back to the city and bury the dead. As for the ships that have not left, as well as the supplies in the camp, believe me, no one will touch them. Just leave a few people to guard them. In fact, most of the people around them were dead. Everyone agreed. After all, many of their relatives had died in this war. Hundreds of women and children headed back to Troy. Chapter 659. Paisian led the group into the city of Troy. The city was filled with flames that had yet to be extinguished. Green smoke filled the air, and the originally neat streets had been reduced to ashes. Corpses were charred by the fire. Looking at the tragic scene, everyone shed tears. After the massacre and fire, all that was left of Troy was a pile of rubble. It was no longer as lively and glorious as it was before. However, as soon as they entered the city, a plum blossom appeared in front of them. It quickly enlarged and turned into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: Protect Andromeda and Astyanax. Completed. Mission: Defeat Hercules. Completed. Mission: The last mission of the Prince of Troy. Bury the dead and let Troy rest in peace. Incomplete. Paisian looked at the mission and clicked on it. Protecting Andromeda and Astyanax. Completed. Earned him 1 fate point. Defeating Hercules earned him 3 fate points. Originally, he had used up all his fate points, but now he had 4 more. Bury the dead and let Troy rest in peace. I will complete this mission. I cannot let the dead wander in front of the river Styx, unable to rest in peace. In this world where true gods existed, the law of hell wasn't something that could be ignored. Only by cremating a corpse and burying it with a layer of soil would the gods of hell believe that this person had been buried. Only then would the gods of hell believe that this person had been buried. Only then would hell accept them. The group walked along the streets and stopped occasionally. Along the way, there were corpses everywhere. Even a road was blocked. Some people saw their loved ones among the corpses and cried loudly. Their cries were heart-wrenching. When the people around them heard it, they were also sad. Everyone carried the corpses to the side of the road and covered them with clothes. They slowly walked forward and finally arrived at the largest square in Troy. Here, a group of soldiers stood neatly. There were about 100 of them. These were the soldiers and slaves that Pei Zi-yun had brought to Mount Ida. At this moment, they were lined up and waiting for Pei Zi-yun's arrival. Actually, these people had already rushed into the city and were cleaning up the corpses in the city. They were doing an inventory of the city and dealing with the aftermath. However, someone had informed Prince Paris that he had arrived and was waiting for Pei Zi-yun's instructions. This way, things would be much more efficient, unlike earlier, where things were very rough. Pei Zi-yun's right-hand men, Kusailia and Jess, had also followed the group down from Mount Ida. Pei Zi-yun nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with their proactive attitude. It's a pity that there are only so few people left in Troy. Pei Zi-yun looked at the remaining Trojan warriors and slaves and said, "Trojans, the Greeks destroyed our home, Troy. They slaughtered our families and stole our wealth, as well as our women and children. Although I have saved a group of people, the scars of this war will forever be left on the Trojans. Now, let us bury our loved ones so that they can enter Hades' territory without any obstacles. Kusailia, bring some men to check on all the women and children in the city. They must have been frightened and haven't eaten any food. Bring them all to the palace. Although the palace has been looted, most of the loot was from money and goods. Most of the storerooms are still intact, with food and water." Pei Zi-yun looked up into the sky and sighed. Counting the number of women and children was also to make a clear plan for the future work and direction. "Yes, Prince." Kusailia immediately obeyed. In such a situation, Prince Paris was naturally the leader. Jess, bring the soldiers to search for the male survivors in the city. Even after the massacre, there must still be some men who survived. The injured, women and children, go to the palace to rest. As for the rest, count them and organize them to bury the corpses of our respectable citizens. In the original script, after a few massacres, Troy had turned into ruins. There were survivors and Antenor who helped to bury the dead. Now that Pei Zi-yun had rushed over, there were naturally more. "Yes, Prince Paris." Jess bowed and said, "These male survivors were the remaining precious wealth of Troy. They were the manpower to rebuild the city in the future." Pei Zi-yun gave out orders for the aftermath. The tasks were done in an orderly manner and there were no omissions. Everyone quietly accepted their respective tasks. The soldiers in the square once again threw themselves into the work that Pei Zi-yun had arranged. Among these tasks, the most important one was to collect the large number of corpses in Troy. Pei Zi-yun looked at the hundreds of people who had followed him back. Although they were all women and children, they were all manpower. They should not just stand by and do nothing in the aftermath of Troy City's disaster. They should do their part instead. As for you guys, gather at the palace like the women and children. When you are full, go and help to bury the dead. Pei Zi-yun instructed. Everyone obeyed without question. The group followed Pei Zi-yun all the way into the palace. The palace still had thick walls, huge doors, and pillars. The interior of the palace was relatively intact. Since the Greeks needed to search and loot the treasures of the palace, there was no fire. When it was time to burn the Troy palace down, Pei Zi-yun had already killed his way to the Greeks' camp. The Greeks had no chance to go to Troy. There were corpses everywhere in the palace. Not long after, a noble young man lay on the ground. An arrow had pierced through his eye, and the tip of the arrow could be seen. He was still holding onto his spear tightly, as if he wanted to fight. Further away, there was a maid who had died. She looked very pretty, but there was a bloody hole in her chest. Her eyes were wide open, as if she could not believe what had happened. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. After walking for a while, they did not see a single survivor. Their expressions were not good. This was because many of these people were familiar with each other. Now they had become cold corpses. Just as the troops walked through the corridors of the palace, a few survivors came out from a hidden place. Pei Ziyin had some impression of these people. When he entered the palace in the past, he would often see them. They were the palace guards. Now that they saw the queen, the prince, and the princess, their faces were filled with emotion. They could not help but cry. "God, I have finally seen all of you. We thought we would never see you again." As they spoke, the nobles started sobbing again. As long as the royal family was still around, this city, this country, could be rebuilt. "Do not be sad. Everything will be fine. The Greeks have escaped." Although she knew that these people had escaped death, Queen Herba still consoled them. When she saw these familiar faces, her heart was filled with emotions. These were the palace guards, the sons of the elders and citizens of the city. When she and Priam traveled, she would often see them. When she saw them again, the queen was even more confident in rebuilding the city. The queen wiped her tears and said, "Paris, we will definitely rebuild the city. Now, you're the king of Troy." She did not give up. Troy was the result of her and her husband's hard work. But it was impossible to rebuild Troy. "No, Troy cannot be rebuilt, and I cannot be the king of Troy." Pei Ziyin shook his head. He looked around and said, "But we can build the city elsewhere." Athena had clearly told him not to rebuild Troy in its original location. Pei Ziyin had also agreed and would not violate this rule. This was the bottom line of the Olympian gods. He could not violate it. Cassandra was a prophet. She naturally understood the meaning of Pei Ziyin's words. She said, "Mother, Paris is right. We must leave." Everyone was sad. If they had a choice, who would want to leave their homeland? There were too many memories here. Many of them were unwilling to leave the current Troy city and build a new city somewhere else. But this was not something they could change. The group continued walking. When they reached a shady path, they saw a few relatively intact palaces. A few maids who were hiding heard some noise and peeked. They hurriedly came out and cried bitterly. Pei Ziyin stopped in front of a pillar that was covered with grapevines. There was a fountain that kept the water warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It was a suitable location. "Go, take out the food and distribute it to everyone. There's a medicine storehouse not far away. There are miraculous medicines there. Use them to treat the injured. Also, see if there are any blankets in the storehouse. If there are, use them to cover the people. Everyone deserves to be cherished." The guards and maids in the palace were all educated people. They quickly obeyed the order. "Go, let's go see our father," Pei Ziyin said sadly. The closer he was to becoming a god, the more magical powers he had. Now, he could feel his father's corpse. Helper, Cassandra and Polyxena listened and continued deeper into the palace. Soon, they arrived at the temple of Zeus. The temple looked like it had been ransacked. There were corpses scattered outside the temple. These were the last warriors of the king and the guards of the temple. They were killed by the Greeks. The main door of the temple was nowhere to be seen. The walls were filled with traces of battle. Upon entering the celestial temple, the first thing he saw was blood splattered all over the ground. Leaning against the door was a female corpse. Her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and there was a wound on her chest. Her hands were outstretched, as if she was still trying to stop the intruders. In front of the altar, a headless corpse was still sitting stiffly. Blood was dripping everywhere. Not far away, a head was rolling on the ground. There was no fear or anger in the eyes of the head. Its lips were slightly parted, as if it was still talking before its death. It was Priam. Although Queen Helper was prepared for this, she couldn't hold back her tears when she saw this. Cassandra and Polyxena also started crying. Pei Ziyin walked forward and bowed to Priam's corpse to show his respect. He then said to the soldiers, "Tell the girls to sew the head and the body together. After that, we can start the funeral. There's no need to tell the girls outside. We could do it ourselves." As Cassandra spoke, Pei Ziyin paused. He stopped in his tracks and said, "That works too." At this moment, someone rushed in and reported, "Elder Antenna requests an audience with the prince and queen." Hearing this, Pei Ziyin's expression turned cold. He didn't speak for a moment. After a long time, he said, "Let Antenor in." After a while, Antenor brought her son into the temple of Zeus. The moment she entered, she hugged Paesion's leg and begged loudly, "Prince Paris, please forgive me. I did not betray Troy." Antenor's behavior made Paesion feel even more disgusted. However, he didn't kick him away immediately. Instead, he said coldly, "Antenor, you were once a respectable elder. I know you didn't betray Troy, and your son fought for Troy. If you betrayed Troy, I wouldn't have allowed you to live until now. But you repeatedly showed goodwill to the Greeks. You protected Menelaus and Odysseus. The Greeks attacked Troy. Not only did they not kill you and your family, they even allowed you to keep all your property. You wanted to protect your family. But when you did all this, Troy was still very safe. You flirted with the enemy at that time. This kind of behavior counts as collaboration. Chapter 660. When Ardenor heard that Paesion had colluded with the enemy, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He was afraid that he would be killed by Paesion. He knew that this prince's methods were vicious. Although he was usually gentle and polite, he would not hesitate to kill. But seeing that you have been diligent all your life and have contributed to the city of Troy, this grudge shall be written off." Paesion said. This was not a lie. When Ardenor was young, he had followed Priam to rebuild Troy and had indeed made many contributions. When Ardenor heard this, he could not help but feel relieved. This way, he would be able to protect his life and the safety of his family. "However, I will never accept you again. Everything that Troy has given you has to be taken back." Paesion said coldly, "Take your family and scram immediately. You can take some money, but not a single Trojan." Paesion's words were like a thunderclap, causing Ardenor to fall into a trance. Ardenor had always lived in Troy. When Priam rebuilt Troy, he was also one of the people who followed him. Troy was his home. If he were to leave now, where could he go? Ardenor's face turned pale. He did not think that Prince Paris would be so heartless and directly banish his entire family from Troy. He could not help but beg, "Prince Paris, please have pity on me. Back then, I spoke up for you, and my son also served you. Please give us a way out." The city of Troy had already been conquered. Without servants and followers, how could a simple family survive? Paesion had already made up his mind and said, "Ardenor, your son has been educated. He is good at driving chariots and shooting arrows. He will not have a problem surviving." When Ardenor heard this, he could only leave. Everyone present looked at him and his family coldly. His actions had hurt everyone, and no one sympathized or helped them. When Ardenor left, it was as if all his strength had been sucked out. His body was much hunched. He was also one of the people who had rebuilt Troy with Priam. Seeing Troy destroyed, he felt terrible. Now, not only was Troy destroyed, he was also banished from the Trojan army. To Ardenor, this was extremely difficult to bear. Antenor's back was bleak and lonely, but no one sympathized with him. "Prince Paris, can't you give me another chance?" She turned around at the door and begged loudly. "I can't." Paesion shook his head resolutely. "Now, please don't make any more unreasonable requests. Don't make me frustrated." Hearing this, Antenor knew that there was no turning back. He staggered out of the temple with the help of his son. Paesion waited for Antenor to leave before turning to Cassandra. "Cassandra, you're the priestess. Let's conduct the last ritual. There's no need to slaughter the cows or sheep. Just a jar of water and a jar of olive oil will do." Seeing the confusion in Cassandra's eyes, Paesion said, "I believe the gods will understand this. After all, Troy has been destroyed." What Paesion was implying was that Troy had been destroyed and everything had been taken away by the Greeks. To be able to gather all these offerings was already a miracle. "And to the great Zeus, we will offer double." Hearing Paesion say this, Cassandra was relieved. She nodded and said, "Let's follow this." Mount Olympus in the central hall of the mountain. the gods sat quietly around Zeus. Zeus sat on his throne and looked at the red clouds. As the war progressed, the white clouds turned blood red. But as the war ended, the blood-red clouds gradually thinned. After all, the War of Troy had ended. There weren't many deaths, which meant that the blood-red clouds would become thinner and thinner as time passed, especially when funerals were being held. The gods could see the situation in Troy through the clouds. The survivors of Troy were quietly collecting the corpses in the city, and the corpses were gathered in the square. Many of the survivors would see the corpses of their family or friends when they were collecting the corpses. They cried bitterly, but no one stopped what they were doing. In the square, the warriors of Troy had built more than 10 huge cremation mounds. These cremation mounds weren't made by cutting down trees, but by chopping down wooden doors, tables, chairs, and other furniture. After all, they wouldn't be used in the future. The soldiers kept placing the corpses on top of the mounds, using torches to light up the cremation mounds. They then used boxes to collect the ashes and bones and buried them together. Then, they covered the ashes with soil and carried out simple prayers and blessings. Every time this was done, the blood-red clouds would become thinner. All of you, follow me to the temples to offer sacrifices. Pazian watched as the corpses continued to be cremated. He had completed his mission well. He then led the members of the royal family to the various celestial temples to perform their rituals. These celestial temple priests had either died in the battle or had escaped. Along the way, Pei Ziyun did not see a single celestial temple priest. At every temple, a group of people silently offered a jar of water and a jar of olive oil as sacrifices. Other than moving and inspecting the corpses, the Trojans also inspected the goods and wealth. These goods and wealth were all left behind by the Greeks. These goods and wealth were the key to ensuring that everyone could reach their destination and rebuild the city. But when the Trojans were inspecting the goods and wealth, no one would enter the temples. Pei Ziyun had also specially instructed that no one was allowed to enter the temples to take anything. The wealth and goods in the temples belonged to the gods. If anyone entered the temples to inspect, they would be considered disrespectful and would be punished. When the Greeks were looting, some people entered the temples to loot them. Once the war ended, it would be time for the reckoning. The Greeks were eager to return home. Although I intervened and caused many people to die prematurely, the reckoning of fate will continue. Among other things, the storm was the first, and the Greeks, who had stoned Palamedes, must now suffer the vengeance of Nauplius, king of the island of Euboea, the father of Palamedes. According to the script, this hero's father, seeing the Greeks struggling in the wind and waves, would never forget to avenge his son Palamedes. He would order his followers to light torches at the most dangerous reef area along the coast of Kfar. And the Greeks thought that the people on the island would send them a rescue signal out of sympathy. Hence, they sailed towards the reef area. Many ships hit the reef and sank there. However, this has nothing to do with me. Pei Ziyun led the members of the royal family to the temple of Zeus in the palace. The offerings were twice as much as the offerings for the other gods. There were 2 jars of water and a jar of olive oil. These offerings disappeared as soon as they were placed on the altar. Pei Ziyun brought the royal family around Troy. Seeing that the corpses in the city had been cleaned up, he looked at them and said, "Let's go." Everyone silently followed Pei Ziyun out of the city. In the end, there were about 1,000 survivors. Most of them were women and children. They would be the seeds of the rise of the new city. Among the men, more than half were Trojan soldiers and slaves brought to Mount Ida. Very few Trojan men survived. The huge group slowly exited the city. Every Trojan who left the city would look back, taking one last look at the city they had lived in for so many years. At this moment, there were still wisps of smoke rising from the city. Looking at this, many people began to cry. Everyone was reluctant to leave. They did not know when they would be able to return after leaving Troy. "Mother, when can we come back?" a little girl asked a woman. "We might never be able to return." As she said this, tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. "Where are we going to rebuild our city?" Someone asked, "Don't worry. Our Prince Paris must have chosen a place. We just have to follow him. He is the hero who defeated the Greeks." Someone replied, "The Greeks destroyed our home and killed so many of us. I don't know when we will be able to take revenge." A man said, "Don't worry. We have Prince Paris. He will definitely avenge us." The group slowly moved towards the coast. The group was very long, and the carriages were pulling all sorts of goods. It was majestic like an army. On the coast in the distance, many ships were anchored. Some of the ships belonged to Troy. The Greeks did not have time to burn them down. Some were even abandoned by the Greeks in their haste to escape. The group of 1,000 people did not even need all the ships. Hence, they were loaded with goods. This fleet was waiting for the survivors of Troy. They would carry them to a faraway place to rebuild a new city. Perhaps many years later, this city would be as strong as Troy now. It might even surpass the glory of Troy. When everyone was out of the city, a plum blossom appeared in front of them. It quickly enlarged and turned into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Mission: the last mission of the Prince of Troy. Bury the dead and let Troy rest in peace, completed. Pei Ziyin pressed on it heavily and sighed. Another fate point has been obtained. Troy can rest in peace. It's over. The meaning of these 5 fate points is that I can once again use the power of the great Su dynasty and complete the temporary divinization. I can feel that if I don't complete this step, the power of the great Su dynasty will be discovered by the gods, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Pei Ziyin thought to himself as he boarded a chariot that was parked outside the city gates. The chariot was pulled by 2 horses. The moment he boarded, he saw a figure standing quietly on top of the chariot. Pei Ziyin was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the lady to appear on the chariot. However, he quickly hid his astonished expression. Pei Ziyin slowly stood on the chariot and held onto the handle. He looked at the lady and said, "Lady, you're here. You are the guardian of fate. Do you see this fate?" Pei Ziyin's question was a little sudden, but the lady understood his question. Chapter 661. Who are you? Where did you get your powers? Lady Phantom's voice was filled with suspicion and wariness. She had never expected Pei Ziyin to level up so quickly. In her mind, Pei Ziyin was still far from level 10. Yet he had managed to reach this level in such a short time. Where did his strength come from? This was something that the Phantom Lady was extremely curious about. More importantly, the oracle had been completely unexpected. However, Pei Ziyin was still smiling. He wasn't nervous at all. He had expected this question from the Lady Phantom. "Honorable Lady, wasn't it you who helped me gain the favor of fate?" Pei Ziyin asked in confusion. It seemed like he too did not know how he could improve so quickly. He now realized that whenever he was uncertain about something, blaming it on fate was the best excuse. Fate was unpredictable, and even the Phantom Lady could not fathom it. Lady Phantom heard Pei Ziyun's words and raised an eyebrow. She did not reply immediately, but continued to listen to Pei Ziyun's answer. "Based on what I feel, it was you who helped me experience the journey of fate. You killed Kratos and Typhon and replaced their fates. That's why I have such achievements." Hearing this, the lady fell silent. Paris was right. If not for Typhon and Kratos, he would not have had such an opportunity. In the 2 lines of fate that she had sent Pei Ziyun to, although the 2 enemies were not strong, their positions were solid. If they had been killed by Pei Ziyun, it was possible that part of their positions had been transferred to Pei Ziyin. Without this, Pei Ziyin would not have been able to improve so quickly. Now that Paris's strength had increased so much, and he had even defeated Hercules in battle, the lady was very confused, but could not find a better explanation. She could only accept that with her help, Pei Ziyin had obtained part of Kratos and Typhon's positions. At the same time, he had received the blessing of fate, which allowed him to improve so quickly. I've learned my lesson. Looks like I'm the same as Hercules. Too many achievements can easily lead to uncontrollable results. It's enough for a hero to complete one merit, she thought to herself as Pei Ziyun smiled at her. Actually, To Pei Ziyin, although these things were important, the most important thing was still the system, or rather, the plum blossom. Without the plum blossom system, he wouldn't even be able to come to this world, much less raise his cultivation level. Of course, he wouldn't tell the lady about this. You're right, Paris. Only with the blessing of fate can you improve so quickly. But why did you defeat Hercules? You should know that he is a god. How could a mortal defeat a god? As for this, I'm not very clear. I only know that when I was about to be defeated by Hercules, my body was suddenly filled with power, and then I defeated Hercules. With regards to Pei Ziyun's situation, Lady Phantom couldn't think of a good explanation. She could only think to herself, is this the backlash of interfering with fate? Since she could not find an accurate answer, she could only try her best to give herself a reasonable explanation, and the backlash of fate was a very good one. The Phantom Lady was silent for a long time before she finally looked at Pei Ziyun. This person was going to join the profession of deities in the future. Although there were many deities in the profession, she knew better than anyone else how difficult it was to become a deity. Paris, Typhon has not been replaced by you, at least not completely. He is still living well. Because you have become the new god's oracle, you need to obtain the golden apple tree. But Hercules has already killed the giant dragon Ladon, who was guarding the golden apple tree. Gaia has decided to let Typhon guard the golden apple tree. Now, Typhon has escaped from the volcano on Sicily and rushed to the golden apple tree. This is the final trial for you to become a god, and also a ritual. Typhon is not to be trifled with. When Pei Ziyun replaced Typhon, he didn't obtain his power, but he already had this guess. At this time, he pretended to be enlightened, as if he just knew what was going on. Oh, is Typhon guarding the golden apple tree? He didn't replace me? You only killed Typhon in the branch of fate. That was only a possibility. The real Typhon wasn't hurt. I see. This time, Typhon is guarding the golden apple tree. I could defeat him directly. I hope that with your help, I can kill Typhon. Pei Ziyun's condition to become a god was to obtain Gaia's golden apple tree. Lady Phantom said that Typhon was guarding the golden apple tree. To him, this was timely information. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he wasn't surprised. In fact, he was secretly happy. He still lacked 1/3 of the power to become a god. Originally, he had been worried about where to find this power. Killing ordinary heroes wouldn't give him much power, but if he killed Typhon, it would be more than enough. Lady Phantom shook her head and said, Paris, I can't help you defeat Typhon. You can only think of a way yourself. Lady Phantom's words were exactly what Pei Ziyun wanted. To kill Typhon, he didn't need anyone's help. He could do it with his own power. The reason why he said this was because he wanted to test Lady Phantom and see if she would help him. If Lady Phantom wanted to help him defeat Typhon, her hands might be tied. But when Pei Ziyun heard this, he seemed troubled. After a long time, he said, Lady, you might have misunderstood. I'm not expecting you to help me kill Typhon, but I do hope that you can help me with something else. For example, you can tell me the location of Teratoni Bay and remove some other distractions. I can remove the other distractions for you. I can even cause the gods of Olympus some trouble. Lady Phantom said, Dear Madam, I am relieved to hear your words. Also, during this period, please protect my fleet. I hope that they can find a suitable base outside of Greece to build a city. I can promise you that as well. Lady Phantom nodded and said, Lady, is there anything I need to take note of when I go there? Pei Ziyun didn't ask for more. This was more or less a reward. If he asked for more, not only would she not agree, but she would also hate him. Teratoni Bay is a very dangerous place. Unless you're a god, even the strongest mortal wouldn't be able to reach there easily. When Hercules reached there, he had to cross oceans, rivers, mountains, swamps, and deserts. The terrain was very complicated, and he almost lost his life in the desert. If not for this mountain, he might not have been able to walk out of the desert. And the monsters there are not difficult for you to deal with. You just need to be careful, and you'll be fine. Lady Phantom said. Pei Ziyun didn't expect Teratoni Bay to be so dangerous. If he went there, he wouldn't be familiar with the terrain, and it would be very troublesome. Trouble wasn't important. What he was afraid of was that if he dragged it out for too long, it might cause problems. Strictly speaking, his oracle to become a god was a fake oracle. If he didn't fulfill it quickly, the gods might find out. I must become a god as soon as possible. Paizian thought about it and said, Lady, I don't know anything about Teratoni Bay. Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? Is there any way for me to avoid these dangers? Or perhaps you could just give me a map. Paizian said sincerely, This request of yours was a little troublesome in the past. But after Hercules and Argonaut's heroic exploration, I've already prepared a map for you to get to Teratoni Bay. When Paizian heard that Lady Phantom had prepared a map for him to get to Teratoni Bay, he was elated. This way, he would be able to reach there much faster. Besides, I can feel that she has no intention of revealing this secret. It's as though fate has already passed, and she knows. Just as he was thinking about this, he saw a spark appear in the Lady Phantom's hand. The spark shone brightly and floated above her palm, spinning slowly. The Phantom Lady looked at Paizian as her veiled face revealed a slight smile. She then waved her right hand, and the spinning sparks flew towards Paizian. Paizian didn't move. As the spark neared his body, it slowed down and floated quietly in front of him. Lady Phantom tossed the spark to Paizian and paused before saying, Paris, goodbye. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. Even with Paizian's current strength, he still couldn't figure out where she had come and gone. There was no trace of her at all, as though she had never appeared before. It wasn't hard to explain why the Lady Phantom had appeared on Mount Olympus a few times, and yet the gods hadn't sensed her presence. Furthermore, she had helped Paizian in his journey of fate and had shielded him from the sight of the gods. With these abilities, Lady Phantom's ability to come and go without a trace was no longer as ridiculous. Paizian looked at her disappearing figure and laughed softly. A trick. This Lady Phantom had been making use of Paizian all along to achieve her own secret. Many of the things she said to Paizian might not have been the truth. In fact, many of the things she said were meant to guide Paizian's thinking and to guide him in the right direction. If not for Paizian's own strength and the help of the plum blossom, he might have been deceived by Lady Phantom. While Lady Phantom was using Paizian, Paizian was also using Lady Phantom to get rid of any obstacles in his way, so as to increase his own strength. At the very least, after his second journey of fate, Paizian was able to attain a higher status, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If not for Lady Phantom's help, he would not have been able to achieve this so quickly. He stretched out his hand and caught the spark. As soon as it touched his hand, it disappeared. The spark floated in the air, bobbing up and down as it shone brightly. Slowly, it unfurled a map of the location of Teratoni's Cove. The map was extremely detailed. There were mountains, swamps, creeks, rivers, and even deserts. Paizian looked at the floating map and immediately knew the location of Teratoni's Cove. From afar, when the spark entered the space, Lady Phantom paused and frowned. I've hidden my strength within it. If I were to unleash it, I would be able to spy on Paris. But now, it suddenly disappeared. Where did it go? I can't feel it. Could it be that I'm protected by fate? Chapter 662. Get on the ship. Just as Paizian and the Phantom Lady were talking, everyone boarded the ship. Everything was ready. With the command to set sail, the fleet slowly left the coast of Troy and headed towards the depths of the sea. The waves on the sea were not strong. The waves slapped against the bottom of the ship. Paizian stood on the deck and looked out into the distance. The deep blue sea and the clear blue sky reflected off each other, stretching all the way to the horizon. Many seagulls flew near the fleet and occasionally flew above them. The fleet sailed on the sea for a long time. Just as Paizian was starting to get tired of the monotony of the sea, a black dot appeared on the horizon. As the ships got closer, the black dot became bigger and bigger. Only when they got closer did they realize that it was a fleet. Paizian immediately ordered the fleet to catch up. When they got closer, he realized that the people on the fleet were familiar. If he was not wrong, they should be Aeneas's men. In other words, this fleet belonged to Aeneas. On the vast sea, Paeson and Aeneas's fleet met. This was not an easy thing to do. The people on both ships cheered loudly. Troy, Troy. Paris, I know of a small island nearby. Why don't we stop there? Cassandra was a prophet and immediately suggested. Sure. Paeson nodded in agreement. The commander sent a signal to the other ship. Before long, both ships sailed towards the small island. After a period of sailing, the two fleets found a nearby island. They slowly docked their ships, and the people on the ships disembarked. I didn't think we would meet again. The moment they disembarked, Aeneas came over to greet the queen and the princess. He then gave Paeson a hug. It is indeed a pleasant surprise. Paeson said. Aeneas's fleet had left a long time ago. He did not expect to meet them again. This made him wonder if it was fate or the gods' arrangement. Let the people below go hunt on the island. We'll have a bonfire feast. That's a good idea. Aeneas agreed immediately. At first, the two fleets were a little awkward, but soon the soldiers picked up their weapons and went ashore to hunt. They also cut down wood. The women and children were busy gathering firewood and setting up stoves for cooking. There were even people who went to the sea to fish and tried their best to prepare food. After such a long time, many people were no longer as sad as before. Everyone chatted with each other and looked forward to the future. Soon, a rich fragrance wafted out from the 20 or so huge stoves. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After everyone returned, the food was distributed. Everyone drank and ate to their heart's content. This was the first hot meal they had since the disaster that befell Troy. At the best spot, the bonfire crackled, and the meat that was being cooked in a pot on the rack emitted a mouth-watering aroma. Paeson looked out into the night and listened to the wind. He then ordered, "Bring some wine over." He sighed and said, "I brought this from the wine cellar of the Troy Palace. You will definitely taste a familiar taste." Several soldiers immediately brought out all kinds of food and wine. Aeneas drank the wine, ate the roasted meat, and all kinds of delicious food. His mouth was greasy, and he was very satisfied. He had not eaten delicious food for a few days. The destruction of Troy had a huge impact on him. The food that he usually did not even bother to look at was now much better than the food he had in the palace. However, Aeneas had his own thoughts. He seemed to be eating roughly, but in fact, he was secretly sizing up Paeson, who was sitting in front of him. He sighed in his heart. He had escaped with the protection of the goddess, and Paris had turned the tide and defeated the arrogant Greeks with his own strength. Aeneas ate a few mouthfuls and gulped down the wine. He said, "Respected prince, future king of Troy, I have heard of your news. You have defeated the Greeks and obtained victory. What are your plans for the future?" When Aeneas asked this, he felt uneasy. He did not have many troops under his command, and most importantly, many of them were Trojans. Paris was the legitimate prince of Troy, and he was even more powerful. If Paris was on a whim and swallowed his men, he would be completely powerless to resist. Of course, if that was the case, he could accept it. After all, he had only been away for a few days. Paeson could see the uneasiness in Aeneas's heart and could roughly guess what he was thinking, but he did not have such thoughts. He was a person who wanted to ascend to godhood. He had never heard of a god ruling a country, and he was not destined to stay in this world for long. Therefore, Aeneas's thoughts were not attractive to him. Paeson then said, "Although I have defeated the Greeks, Troy has also been destroyed. I am no longer the prince of Troy. You're my brother-in-law. Please call me Paris. However, I believe that you and I can both build a new city. I hope that we can sign a long-term alliance to fight against our enemies together, or at least not kill each other." Aeneas was a little disappointed. In fact, although the cause of the Battle of Troy was Paris, everyone knew that it was the will of the gods. In addition, Paris's performance in the battle was very commendable. He still hoped that Paeson could become the king of Troy. At least his wisdom and strength were there, and many people would not dare to act rashly. But at the same time, He was also relieved that he did not have to worry about Pei Ziyun swallowing his troops. He said, "Of course, we will both build a great city, and in the future, we will be long-term allies. Servants, bring a pen and parchment," Aeneas said. Immediately, a servant went out to bring the parchment. Pei Ziyun and Aeneas each wrote 2 copies of the alliance on these 2 parchments, one for each side. The signing of these 2 letters of alliance meant that the city they built, as long as it was not destroyed, would abide by the contents of this letter for generations to come and maintain the relationship of alliance. After the 2 signed the letter of alliance, they drank some good wine, ate some delicious food, and chatted about building a city. "Paris, in the future, will you rebuild Troy or build a city somewhere else?" Aeneas asked. "We will not rebuild Troy. We will find a new place, build a new city, and start our new life." Pei Ziyun said, "I will also build my city in a very beautiful place and rebuild my strength. I will definitely start my revenge against the Greeks." Aeneas said firmly. Pei Ziyun smiled. Actually, there were many different theories about the origins of the Roman Empire. It was said that the descendants of Aeneas founded the Roman Empire, and that Greece was destroyed by Aeneas's descendants. Perhaps it was because of Aeneas's determination to destroy Greece that his descendants were able to build such a great empire. Now that there was a real God in the world, perhaps things would develop according to this. "I heard that you're already stronger than Achilles. In the future, like Hercules, you will join the ranks of the immortals?" Aeneas finally couldn't help but ask. It's not that simple. When Hercules became a god, he directly abandoned his physical body. After so many years, only Hercules succeeded. Pei Ziyun said, not wanting to talk about this. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Have you chosen the location of your city? I have a preliminary idea. When I finish building the city, you must come." Aeneas said with a smile, "I will come." Pei Ziyun said with a smile. The 2 continued to discuss for a while, then stood up and left. Pei Ziyun slowly walked out. The others had already eaten and drunk their fill, and some servants were already packing up their belongings. If they were useful, they would bring them back to the ship, and if they were not, they would burn them. The sky gradually darkened, and everyone finished their work and returned to their respective warships to rest. Pei Ziyun slowly walked back to the warship and arrived at the meeting room on the ship. At this moment, the meeting room was already filled with people. When everyone saw Pei Ziyun walk in, they all looked over. Pei Ziyun nodded slightly to everyone present and took out the contract of alliance he had just signed. He passed it around for everyone to read. Everyone looked at it very carefully, and it took a long time for them to finish reading it. "Paris, why didn't you merge with Aeneas's fleet?" After Queen Herba read the contract, she frowned and said, "You absolutely had the chance." In Queen Herba's eyes, Paris was the rightful heir to Troy. He had strength, status, and people. Everything was legal, and he could totally swallow up Aeneas's fleet. After all, Aeneas was the son-in-law. But Paris did not choose this path, and this made the queen anxious. After all, if Aeneas's fleet was merged, the remnants of Troy's fleet would be much stronger. Furthermore, the queen had a selfish motive. She hoped that Pei Ziyun could become the king of Troy. Faced with the queen's question, Pei Ziyun did not want to explain too much and only said, "This is fate." When the queen heard Pei Ziyun say this, she could only keep her mouth shut. Fate was the most unpredictable thing. Other than the gods, no one could predict it. "Paris, what do you plan to do next?" Cassandra asked. "I've already chosen a destination," Pei Ziyun said as he spread out a map. The map was made of parchment, and on the map, there was a red line along the coast, first to the west, then to the north. "We'll go here." Pei Ziyun pointed at the red line on the map and led it upwards. Everyone's eyes followed the line of sight and saw the destination of this trip. "This is a faraway island. Are we going to build a city there?" Herba asked. "Yes, on that island, we will obtain land, and there we will establish a kingdom. But which island is suitable for us to build a city? Will it be too small, and we won't have much potential to develop?" Herba asked again. You don't have to worry about this. This island may look small, but it's actually very big. There's a lot of room for development. When we build a city, we might even surpass Troy. Pei Ziyun said confidently. Everyone was infected by Pei Ziyun's words and was suddenly filled with hope for the future. Thinking about a kingdom that would surpass Troy, they couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 663. The red line on Pei Ziyun's map was actually the British Isles, which was very far from Troy. They had to cross the entire Mediterranean Sea and sail into the Atlantic Ocean before they could reach it. Although there was news of this, the British Isles were a barren land. No one would have thought that Prince Paris would choose to rebuild his city here. Everyone looked at the mark on the map and felt their hearts sink. From Troy to the British Isles, they had to pass through mountains and rivers and experience all sorts of hardships. Whether they could reach there in the end was still unknown. Furthermore, everyone was not familiar with the British Isles. They only knew that it was a very remote island. It was a place where the kingdom and the city banished their prisoners. One could imagine how bad the environment was. It's very far. We might not be able to reach there. Queen Herba was a little doubtful. Actually, it's not that far. The key is that we can follow the coastline. There won't be too much danger along the way. Pei Ziyan said, but isn't this place too remote? It's not good for our city's development? A young noble mustered up his courage and asked. He was a survivor of the palace. Everyone, do you still not understand? Troy suffered a devastating blow for the second time because it was too close to Greece and also because it had more potential for development than Greece. Do you want to be destroyed a third time? Pei Ziyun's gaze swept across them. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. And don't worry, the situation in the British Isles is very suitable for our development now. It'll be beneficial for our future development. Prince Paris, even if that's the case, can we change to another place to build our city? It's too far and too remote. It's too difficult to survive. Someone wanted to retreat. Going to the British Isles was my plan. I won't force you to go. If you don't think it's suitable, you can stay. I'll give you a fortune and keep you safe. We're too weak now. It's not suitable for us to participate in wars. Going to the British Isles will allow us to avoid these conflicts. Pei Ziyun pointed to the map as he spoke. With the map provided by the Phantom Lady, Pei Ziyun was able to point out the path to the British Isles in a concise manner. However, some of them remained silent. It was obvious that they had doubts, but they couldn't openly object. Cassandra was a prophet. She glanced at her brother and suddenly stood up. She said, "Everyone, I can see it. Paris, we will build a city-state at the place you pointed out. Our descendants will be able to avoid the wars on the continent again and again. This will provide a good opportunity for our descendants to revitalize the royal power." Hearing Cassandra's prophecy, Pei Ziyun's eyes flashed and he smiled. Cassandra's prophecy could not possibly be that far. She was just to comfort everyone and support. However, what she said was indeed what would happen in the future. In history, England had also been invaded, but it did not pose a threat, especially when a unified kingdom was formed. Paris. Cassandra's prophecy made everyone heave a sigh of relief. The prophecy of the priest represented the gods to a certain extent, and it was very convincing. After all, they were not confident about going to such a faraway place. Cassandra's words made them more confident. All right, as long as everyone works together, we should be able to reach our destination easily. If you retreat the moment you set sail, no matter how close you are, you will never be able to reach your destination. Pei Ziyun said, "Prince Paris, will we be leaving with Aeneas and the others?" Someone asked. "No, we are going in different directions. We will be separated," Pei Ziyun said. "I believe that with Prince Paris's protection, we will be able to reach our destination." These people were filled with confidence in Pei Ziyun's abilities. After all, he was the one who had defeated the Greeks and saved them from their clutches. Pei Ziyun nodded and said, "We will reach the British Isles. But before that, I will have to leave for a while. Fate has decreed that I must reach the golden apple tree in the Holy Garden and obtain the golden apples. Although everyone had heard that Prince Paris had defeated Hephaestus, most of them had not seen it with their own eyes. They had only heard rumors. When they heard that Pei Zi-yun was going to achieve the same feat as Hephaestus, they were all shocked. Queen Herba had heard of Athena's prophecy and knew that Pei Zi-yun was telling the truth. She said, "Go. When you officially join the ranks of the immortals and ascend Mount Olympus, our family will be stable. Only then will we be able to pass on our legacy." When Pei Zi-yun heard the queen's words, he nodded his head and said, "Mother, all of you just have to follow the route on the map. I will be back soon." "Prince Paris, will it be dangerous for you to go? Do you want us to send someone to follow you?" "No need. There are too few people now. You need them more," Pei Zi-yun said. At dawn, all the sailors in Pei Zi-yun's fleet were at their posts. Everything was ready. The command to set sail was given. The fleet slowly left the island and separated from Aeneas's fleet. Aeneas's fleet was still asleep. Their journey was relatively short, so there was no need to rush. They could wait until dawn before setting sail. "Prince Paris, God will protect you. I hope you return in triumph." On the deck, everyone was giving their blessings. Pei Zi-yun waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I will succeed this time. You guys head to the British Isles first. I will catch up soon." Then, a small boat was released from the warship. Pei Zi-yun leaped and landed lightly on the small boat. The small boat floated steadily on the water, rocking left and right as the waves crashed against it. Pei Zi-yun stood on the small boat and looked at the warship. Seeing the nervous expressions on their faces, he knew that they were worried about him. He laughed and said loudly, "These waves are no problem for me." The small boat separated from the fleet, and Pei Zi-yun watched quietly as his own fleet left. When the entire fleet disappeared into the horizon, Pei Zi-yun's feet stomped on the ground. There was a whoosh, and the wind started blowing. The small boat's sail was blown by the wind, and it sped off into the distance. In a short while it was out of the sea. "I feel that the ideal speed is 12 knots. Pei Zi-yun thought to himself, "With God's power to control the wind, it is indeed very fast." The speed of the small boat was like an arrow released from a bow. It sped forward, breaking through the waves. It was almost as if it was moving along the surface of the sea. Pei Zi-yun's mastery of the agility of the wind was very good. At this moment, on the narrow deck, the Phantom Lady appeared. She appeared without any warning. She stood there quietly, but if one looked closely, one could see that there was a gap between her feet and the deck. This meant that her feet were not touching the deck, but were floating on it. She smiled at Pei Zi-yun. "Paris, you have made a wise choice." Her eyes were filled with praise. "I was worried that you would choose an unsuitable place to build your city. It seems like there is no need to worry anymore." Pei Zi-yun laughed and said, "Respected lady, you should know that Asia Minor is not suitable for living, and Greece is not suitable for living. There are not many suitable places left. Other places seem to be more suitable than the one you chose. Lady, those are only suitable on the surface. In fact, the continent has been in constant war for many years. Many cities and kingdoms are involved in the war. The Battle of Troy is a very typical example. Troy was destroyed in the war this time, and its population is less than 10%. If I let everyone continue to develop on the continent, I believe that after a few years, the Trojans will become history. And this time, I have chosen to build my city in the British Isles. This will effectively avoid the war on the continent, and we can accumulate our strength. I believe that after many years, I will be able to regain my previous strength. Even surpassing my previous strength is not impossible." The Phantom Lady heard Pei Zi-yun's analysis and nodded in agreement. She then said, "But you can choose to travel with Aeneas. This way, we can take care of each other, and it will be easier. That will only be taken over by Aeneas or his descendants, right?" Pei Zi-yun said, "Even if I directly take over Aeneas's fleet, unless I kill Aeneas and his son immediately, after many years, Aeneas's descendants will have the last laugh. And killing Aeneas and his son is obviously impossible. This is not in line with my interests. If I become allies with him, it will be easier for the Trojans to survive. Pei Ziyin knew that after the second destruction of Troy, it was impossible for them to become the ruler of the world. Even if he became a god, he would not be a direct descendant of Mount Olympus, and it would be impossible for him to become a god supported by the ruler of the world. At least not in the next few hundred years, or even 1,000 years. Since that was the case, he had chosen to develop in a remote place. When the time was right, he could return to the stage and continue to write glory. The Phantom Lady did not say much. She nodded again and said, "That is why I said that you have made a wise choice. You can choose any place on the continent, and it will not be as good as the place you have chosen now. Now, let me tell you another piece of good news. Typhon is already in place." "Very good. Then I shall go on stage." Pei Ziyin smiled and said, "The next step is for you to find Typhon. Although Typhon's strength has been severely weakened, he is still very strong. With your current strength, you may not be able to win." "Madam, how strong is Typhon? What method should I use to kill him?" Pei Ziyin thought for a while and asked, "With your strength, I am not sure what method you will use to kill Typhon. You will have to figure it out yourself. Let me emphasize again, I will not help you kill Typhon, even if it is a plan." "Madam, I understand." After a long time, Pei Ziyin nodded and said, "Do you have anything else to remind me?" "Respected madam, if you lose this battle, there will be no need to mention anything else." The Phantom Lady looked at the person in front of her and said, "But if you succeed, there will be a test, or rather, a choice." "Oh, what choice?" Pei Ziyin asked. "Even if you obtain the golden apple and become a god according to fate, becoming a god and climbing Mount Olympus are not the same thing." When Pei Ziyin heard this, he thought of something and frowned. He paced back and forth on the deck. Seeing Pei Ziyin's expression, the Phantom Lady smiled and said, "There are actually many branches of gods, but the main one is Mount Olympus. Becoming a god means that you have joined the ranks of the immortals. But in order to climb Mount Olympus, there is a test, or rather, a choice." "You said to choose a side?" Pei Ziyin asked. "Choose a side? That's an interesting word. That's about it. This is different from what I imagined, but it is understandable." Pei Ziyin looked at the Phantom Lady and said, "What is the test?" Chapter 664. There are many tests, but if you really want to talk about it, it's actually very simple. You just have to stand on the side of Mount Olympus and make some great contributions. For example, thwarting one of Gaia's operations or killing an exiled titan. So that's how it is. Pei Ziyin immediately understood. "What if I fail? After you become a god, you will not be killed. But if you fail, you will be banished to the borders." The Phantom Lady said, "So what's your choice?" Pei Ziyin asked, "Is the British Isles the borders?" "Of course." The Phantom Lady relaxed her brows and smiled. "Then I shall be a self-banished person. I don't want to commit the crime of killing a titan. Although they have lost their godhood, they can only be considered giants. I respect your choice." The Phantom Lady smiled. "All right, I've told you everything I need to. See you next time." As soon as she finished speaking, the Phantom Lady disappeared once again. She is basically neutral, but to a certain extent, she is still on Gaia's side. Pei Ziyin retracted his smile. He could feel the shadow and heaviness that had been hanging over him earlier slowly dissipating as he thought to himself. "Furthermore, I'm speaking the truth. Even if I am accepted by Mount Olympus, I will still be considered an anomaly. There is little room for me to advance. In other words, there is not much to gain from currying favor with Mount Olympus. Most importantly, I won't be able to stay in this world for long. Why should I get involved in their internal strife? Now, the most important thing is to hurry to the Holy Garden and obtain the golden apple tree." Pei Ziyin continued to steer the boat towards the sea. On the surface of the sea, the waves continued to churn. White waves splashed onto the deck of the boat that Pei Ziyin was standing on. The boat floated in the waves, moving up and down at an incredible speed. It sliced through the waves as it sped towards its destination. Pei Ziyin seemed to be nailed to the deck. No matter how the boat swayed, it did not affect him at all. Even when the waves subsided, his clothes and shoes were still dry. If he was hungry, there was water, wine, and dried meat in the cabin. Although it was not much, it was more than enough for one person. After an unknown period of time, the small boat finally appeared in front of a stretch of coastline, following which it sped towards the shore at an incredible speed. Pei Ziyin jumped down from the small boat and stepped onto a clean, white beach. We've arrived at Cerdas Bay. This is the place where Hercules and the Argonauts once arrived. Pei Ziyun's feet landed on the soft sand. The sand was pure white and reflected the sunlight. The beach was surrounded by several rock walls, and he couldn't see into the distance. He stepped on the white sand and slowly walked out the rock wall. As he walked deeper into the bay, he suddenly found himself in a desert. The yellow sand stretched as far as the eye could see, with no end in sight. Facing the boundless desert, Pei Ziyun felt helpless. There was no better route to take. This was the only way to get to his destination. He could only walk into the desert. The hero of the Argonauts crossed the desert in 12 days. But I can use it for 3 or 4 days. This was because there was a gust of wind supporting him at all times, causing his feet to only leave shallow footprints on the sand and not sink into the sand. After walking for a while, Pei Ziyun realized that the desert was really barren. There were no wild beasts, nor were there any birds. He had no choice but to continue walking. After walking for a long time, he still couldn't see the end of the desert. He was also running out of water. All of a sudden, Pei Ziyun saw a beautiful color in front of him. Looking up, he realized that in this dry and desolate desert, there were a few fairies playing around. Is this a mirage? No, it's not that. I can clearly feel that these are real fairies. However, with Pei Ziyun's current strength, he didn't care much about it and continued walking. These fairies were all very beautiful and were dressed very intricately. They were dressed in chiffon garments, and their hair was adorned with exquisite jewelry. As he continued walking, he got closer to these fairies and frowned. This kind of power, are they the star gods? They seem to be the descendants of Hesperus. Hesperus was described as the deity who controlled the rising of Venus at dusk. However, in Greek mythology, the star gods were secondary deities and were not important. So these fairies are the descendants of Hesperus. But why would they appear in this desert? Pei Ziyun thought to himself. He didn't think too much about these reasons and continued walking. His goal was very clear, and that was to kill Typhon and steal the golden apple tree. The fairies watched as Pei Ziyun walked past them. They didn't stop, and neither did they speak up. They just pretended that they didn't exist, and their faces revealed strange expressions. They were all very beautiful, so why was this person able to ignore their existence? Seeing that Pei Ziyun was about to walk past them, the fairies gestured to each other. Out of all the fairies, Egler was the prettiest, and was chosen by the fairies to be in charge of communicating with Pei Ziyun. Egler looked at Pei Ziyun, who had been walking for a long time, and looked a little haggard. She said, "Poor outsider, you must be thirsty after such a long journey." The fairy's sudden words caused Pei Ziyun to feel a little strange. He didn't think that he had the charm to make these fairies wait for him here. But he didn't dwell on it and replied, "Beautiful fairies, I've been walking in the desert for a long time. Other than sand, I haven't seen anything else, and there's no water source either. I'm indeed thirsty. Do you know where there's sweet spring water? If you bring me there, I'll pay you." Fairy Egler didn't answer Pei Ziyun directly, but continued to speak. "I once saw a brave bandit. He killed the dragon that was guarding the golden apple tree and stole the golden apple. He also came out of the desert, and because he was thirsty and couldn't find any water, he kicked a rock wall." Pei Ziyun knew that she was talking about Hercules' experience when he stole the golden apple. He knew this too, but he didn't interrupt her. It's strange, but when he kicked the rock wall, a cool spring water flowed out. The spring water that flowed out was so sweet, and it saved the bandit's life. Ever since the bandit left, the spring water didn't dry up. It even formed an oasis. I know where it is. Seeing how difficult it is for you to walk in the desert, I can bring you to the spring. Thank you very much, beautiful fairy." Pei Ziyun didn't expect these fairies to be so generous. He thanked them and followed them to the source of the spring water. Pei Ziyun followed the fairy for a while and saw a patch of green in the distance. That was the boundary between the desert and the oasis. He saw the oasis, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickened his steps and continued forward. Before long, a large oasis appeared in front of him. This is the holy garden. Pei Ziyun didn't need any proof. Just by stepping into it, he could feel that this was the holy garden. Pei Ziyun had traveled through mountains and rivers and crossed the desert. He had searched for so long just to find the holy garden. The golden apple tree was in this holy garden. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun stopped in his tracks. Typhon is guarding the golden apple tree. Since this is the holy garden where the golden apple tree is, Typhon shouldn't be far from here. However, he didn't see anyone. Pei Ziyun activated the priestess's senses and searched his surroundings. Very quickly, he found something strange, but he didn't say anything. He continued following the fairy until he saw the spring water. The gurgling spring water was a temptation that thirsty travelers in the desert couldn't resist. Egler led Pei Ziyun all the way here. She saw the spring water and said to Pei Ziyun, "Poor man, you've endured hunger and thirst in the desert for so long. Now you can drink the sweet spring water to your heart's content." Pei Ziyun looked at the spring water, and his eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and gulped down the spring water. Fairy Egler watched as Pei Ziyun drank without any signs of alertness and sighed to herself. Pei Ziyun drank for a while and felt tired. His head tilted to one side, and he fell asleep. He even started snoring. The fairies looked at this as if they had expected this. Ha ha! At this moment, a burst of laughter rang out. A giant suddenly appeared. This giant's body was covered with snakes that kept flicking their tongues. It was Typhon. Typhon laughed. "You despicable man. I've heard that you're resourceful and even defeated the Greeks. Aren't you very smart? Now you've drunk the spring water that I've carefully prepared for you. I've sprinkled some medicine in it, and it can make you unconscious. Ha! You're just a mortal, and you want to become a god?" Typhon laughed proudly and stepped forward. He was about to kill the unconscious Pei Ziyun, while the fairies ran away in panic. At this moment, 3 arrows were shot out, and the sharp whistling sound carried the aura of death as they flew towards the unprepared Typhon. Typhon was not prepared. When he saw the arrows, they were already in front of him. He roared and raised his hands and snake heads to resist. But there were only 3 pu-pu-pu sounds, and the 3 arrows hit Typhon's hands and face almost at the same time. The arrows only broke the skin of Typhon's palms and face, and a little blood flowed out, but they could not advance any further. But Typhon roared again and again. He had not been injured for a long time, and at this time, he was injured by Pei Ziyun's arrows. More importantly, he felt that his dignity had been insulted. Originally, he had planned to deal with Pei Ziyun, but in the end, Pei Ziyun beat him at his own game. "Damned thief, you will pay a heavy price for your actions," Typhon roared angrily. Just as Typhon roared, Pei Ziyun jumped out and laughed at Typhon. "Typhon, you're really too smart. If you attacked me in the desert, you might have had the advantage. But now you're trying to force the fairies to lure me into drinking the spring water, and you've fallen in my trap." As he said this, he tore off his outer cover, revealing his fully armed body, and even took out his double-sided axe. When Typhon saw this, his face was gloomy, and his snake head kept swaying, showing that he was not calm. He stared angrily at Pei Ziyun and said, "Even without a plan, I can still kill you. Your arrows are so weak." As he said this, Typhon roared and pounced towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun shook his head and said, "Typhon, today I will send you to the domain of Hades." Chapter 665. Pei Ziyun retreated, the double-sided axe in his hand glowing with a bloody light. As Pei Ziyun's strength increased, so did the power of the double-sided axe. He rushed towards Typhon. "Pooh, He was still some distance away from Typhon when the dozens of snake heads that were wriggling on Typhon's body shot towards Pei Zi-yun like arrows. Pei Zi-yun had fought with Typhon in the void before, so he knew how powerful these snakeheads were. They were extremely fast and extremely tough. Seeing that the snakehead was about to reach him, Pei Zi-yun dodged to the side, and the snakehead's attack missed. However, these snakeheads were extremely agile. A few of them quickly changed direction and rushed towards Pei Zi-yun again. They opened their mouths to bite him. Dang! Pei Zi-yun held the double-sided axe in front of his chest. Coincidentally, the snakehead's attack hit the double-sided axe and made a crisp sound. Pei Zi-yun's eyes turned cold, and he snorted. The double-sided axe flashed, and he took advantage of the situation. Poo-pee-you. A cold light flashed, and the double-sided axe flashed. Two of the snakeheads were immediately cut off like tofu. Thick blood spurted out from where the snakeheads were cut off. Ayo! Typhon let out a loud roar, and the rest of the snakeheads retracted to prevent Pei Zi-yun from cutting them off again. In reality, Typhon was much smaller than Pei Zi-yun had expected. He was only about 6 meters long and was holding something like a mace. Furthermore, if the snakeheads were cut off, they would not be able to grow back. This was different from the space and the line of fate. Typhon held the mace and rushed forward. The weapon in his hand carried a loud whistling sound as it smashed towards Pei Zi-yun. Pei Zi-yun's figure flashed, and he dodged the incoming mace. However, this was not a direct attack. The dozens of snakeheads on Typhon's body followed closely. Like arrows, they quickly shot towards Pei Zi-yun's body and opened their mouths to bite him. Pei Zi-yun's body flashed again and avoided the snakehead's attack. He quickly retreated and held the double-sided axe in front of his chest. A few snakeheads chased after him. Dang, dang, dang. 3 consecutive clashing sounds could be heard. The moment the snake's head collided with the axe, it immediately retracted itself, not giving Pei Zi-yun any chance to strike. At this time, Typhon was close to Pei Zi-yun, who, accompanied by a loud whistling sound, the mace smashed towards Pei Zi-yun's head at an extremely fast speed. Clang! Pei Zi-yun waved his axe, blocking the attack of the spiked mace. However, his entire body was pushed back 3 steps by the force of the blow. Following that, the head of the snake charged towards Pei Zi-yun once again, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. Damn it, this is a combination of a frontal attack and a side attack. If it weren't for the fact that my nimble wind technique has already reached the maximum level, allowing me to summon a gust of wind at any moment, and that I'm a grandmaster in martial arts, it would have been difficult for me to dodge this attack. Pei Zi-yun thought to himself as he dodged the attack. Wind lightning chop. Even though it was only a double-sided axe, it still shot out an arc of moonlight. Even with the blessing of the divine blade, the arc of the blade was stained with a thin layer of blood. Only a series of tearing sounds could be heard, and a thick mist of blood sprayed in front of Pei Zi-yun. Although Typhon was huge, his whole body dodged with unimaginable agility. Unfortunately, it was too late. 7 or 8 snakeheads fell silently. Yushun did not slow down and penetrated through Pei Zi-yun's body, leaving a mist of blood behind. But this time, the snakehead was in midair and did not fall to the ground. Similarly, a storm appeared. Several broken snakeheads took advantage of the wind and pounced forward, biting fiercely. When the snakehead attacked, Typhon did not care about the wound, and the mace smashed down heavily. Boom! This time, Pei Zi-yun, who could not avoid it, retreated under this powerful force. He only heard a muffled sound, and a snake's mouth bit him. It bit on the armor, and sparks flew. Mount Olympus the gods sat around Zeus, watching the battle between Typhon and Pei Zi-yun in the center of the red mist. They saw Pei Zi-yun constantly dodging Typhon's attacks. Occasionally, when Typhon's snakehead did not retract in time, he would swing the double-sided axe in his hand and chop off the snakehead. And there were some snakeheads that slipped through Pei Zi-yun's defense and attacked Pei Zi-yun's body. The sound of metal hitting metal could be heard. These snakeheads were dead, but not dead. They bit at Pei Zi-yun's armor, and refused to let go. And what the gods paid the most attention to was Typhon's mace. As long as it hit Pei Zi Yun's double-sided axe, Pei Zi Yun will be forced to retreat. The gods looked at this scene and sighed. Typhon's strength is very advantageous. Yes, if this goes on, Paris may not be Typhon's opponent. A god said, although Typhon is strong, his technique is inferior to Paris. When the snake heads on his body are cut off, I think he may not be able to defeat Paris. As the god spoke, the scene in the red mist suddenly changed in an unexpected way. But it was not clear. Athena frowned slightly and gently waved her hand to clear the clouds, so that the battle could be seen more clearly. Only then did the gods see what was happening in the battle. At this moment, Typhon's face was green and slightly purple. There was even pus and blood flowing out. The pus and blood dripped onto the ground, causing the soil to be corroded, making a sizzling sound. The gods were very puzzled. Typhon was just doing well. How did he suddenly become so miserable? Looking at the situation, it was obvious that he was poisoned. Within the red mist, Typhon's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth. Paris, how despicable are you? You actually poisoned me. Typhon, don't forget, when I first came here, you also wanted to use poison to deal with me. It's just that I wasn't as stupid as you and avoided your tricks. When Typhon heard Pei Ziyan say this, he was puzzled. What kind of poison was this? Even he was poisoned. He was furious. You will pay for this. His doubts were quickly answered. He heard Pei Ziyan say, Haha, Typhon, I was once poisoned by the arrows of Hercules, and these arrows were soaked in the poisonous blood of the Hydra. I also soaked my poisonous blood in these 3 arrows. Impossible. The poison on these arrows has weakened over time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to survive. Moreover, the poison of the Hydra has little effect on me. Pei Ziyan dodged the attacks of a few snake heads and said, Yes, it's not just the poisonous blood of the Hydra. I added other ingredients. Although it can't kill you, it can still weaken you. Pei Ziyan was right. The other ingredients he added could indeed weaken Typhon. Typhon's eyes were already swollen, and only one of them could be seen. Typhon was furious and rushed towards Pei Ziyan. Both sides rushed towards each other again, and a fierce battle began. What a cunning fellow, but this little trick still can't kill Typhon. Athena said. The gods looked up again and saw that Typhon's strength had indeed weakened. When a mace in his hand struck Pei Ziyun's double-sided axe, it could no longer push Pei Ziyun back. The strength of both sides was evenly matched. Pei Ziyun saw that he had blocked Typhon's weapon and knew that Typhon's strength had been weakened under the influence of the poison. Pei Ziyun immediately launched a counterattack. The giant axe in his hand flashed with a cold light and bypassed Typhon's mace, slashing towards Typhon's body. Typhon did not dodge, and the snake heads on his body continued to hit Pei Ziyun's double-sided axe. When the double-sided axe was about to hit Typhon's chest, the strength of the axe was almost negated by the snake heads. Typhon's other snake heads attacked Pei Ziyun again, and the mace swept towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun faced these attacks, snorted coldly, and quickly retreated. Dang, dang, dang. A series of metal clashing sounds could be heard. There was the sound of the double-sided axe colliding with the mace, and there were also the sound of many snake heads hitting Pei Ziyun's godly armor. Some of the snake heads even bit Pei Ziyun's body. Pei Ziyun retreated to a distance and cut off a few snake heads that chased after him. He stabilized his body, and his face was a little gloomy. He really did not expect that Typhon would be so difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the snake heads that were cut off could not be regenerated, otherwise it would be even more difficult to deal with him. How is it, despicable person? Although I am poisoned, I am completely unaffected by you. You want to use poison to defeat me? This idea is really ridiculous. Typhon, don't be too happy too early. Let's fight again, Pei Ziyun said, and rushed towards Typhon with his double-sided axe. The snakeheads on Typhon's body attacked again. This time, the snakeheads were split into 3 directions and shot towards Pei Ziyun. The double-sided axe in Pei Ziyun's hand turned into a tight defense, constantly swinging in front of him, blocking the attacks of these snakeheads. Dang, dang, dang. Puff, puff, puff. With continuous swings, most of the snakeheads were blocked by the double-sided axe. At the same time, Pei Ziyun's axe blade occasionally hit the snakehead, and the snakehead was cut off. Although Pei Ziyun's double-sided axe was dancing in front of him, his footsteps did not stop, and he continued to rush towards Typhon. Soon, he was less than 2 meters away from Typhon. With a huge forward force, the double-sided axe slashed towards Typhon's head. Bang! Typhon's mace was in front of him, blocking Pei Ziyun's double-sided axe. The double-sided axe and the mace collided, making a loud sound. Dang, dang, dang. Typhon's strength was weakened, and he was constantly pushed back by Pei Ziyun's double-sided axe. There was a trace of anger on his face, and his swollen face flashed a trace of blood red. Typhon had always been known for his strength, but now he was being crushed by Pei Ziyun in terms of strength. This was a very shameful thing for him. Damn, guy, I have to admit that you are very powerful, better than any hero I have ever seen. Unfortunately, I'm standing on the earth. I'm a son of Gaia. When I stand on the earth, I can gain strength. I've already felt that although the power can't detoxify me, it is replenishing my strength. Well, I am recovering, and you, a mortal, how much strength can you have to fight with me for a long time? Not to mention, the snakehead that was cut off did not die for a while. Even if it was blocked by the divine armor, as long as a few bites, it can let a mortal like you taste the taste of poisonous fangs. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was about to cut off the head of the snake, Typhon roared in anger and pounced towards Pei Ziyun. The mace in his hand whistled through the air as it smashed towards Pei Ziyun. Don't even think about it. Go to hell. Chapter 666. Mount Olympus looked over and saw that Pei Ziyun and Typhon were fighting. But because she could not see the details clearly, she waved the clouds away so that the whole battle scene was much clearer. Seeing that Pei Ziyun had only temporarily gained the upper hand with his strategy, Hera secretly breathed a sigh of relief and commented, "Indeed, if that's all, Paris can't defeat Typhon. Compared to Paris, Typhon is more powerful. The most important thing is that he is stepping on the earth, and Gaia is providing him with strength. Although he was weakened by Paris, this will not last long. I believe that Typhon will soon defeat Paris." Hera's words were agreed by many gods. The gods felt that with Pei Ziyun's current strength, it was impossible to defeat Typhon, unless he was once again protected by fate like the last time he defeated Heracles. Let's see if he has the protection of fate. Zeus sat on the throne and said in a low voice, "Since the last time, Pei Ziyun's strength increased greatly and relied on fate to defeat Heracles. Zeus has been like a fishbone in his throat. This time, he still had to confirm whether Pei Ziyun was really protected by fate. When Hera heard this, she immediately understood that Zeus still had some doubts about Paris becoming a god. The other gods were almost the same, and their hearts were also full of doubts. This oracle came a little suddenly. There was no warning at all. The gods had never encountered such a situation before. The explanation of the three goddesses of fate was also unclear and could not fully convince the gods. It was just that the gods also had scruples about the matter of fate and did not want to interfere too much. I hope Gaia can directly intervene in fate. I think it's difficult. With Gaia's current situation, she will not consume too much power in this regard. The gods enjoyed the god's elixir, watched the red battle, and discussed. The battle between Pei Ziyun and Typhon was still fierce. Although Typhon's strength had been weakened a lot, it was still difficult to win. Xiao xiao xiao. Another series of snakeheads attacked quickly, and the mace in Typhon's hand was not idle. With a hoo sound, it smashed towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun faced the attack, and with a light tap of his foot, a gust of wind rushed back. His footsteps were light, and there was no delay at all. Humph, the poison is penetrating. But Typhon's power is great. If I fight him head-on, I will be at a disadvantage, and there is even the danger of death. I have to make full use of my advantages and use agility to injure Typhon. I have to chop off at least 100 of its heads before fighting it. While I'm at it, I can feel that I'm getting closer and closer to the apple tree. Although it's shrouded by some sort of power, I can't see it. This is the power of Gaia. Indeed, it can shield me, but the system can see it. Pei Ziyin circled around Typhon, using guerrilla tactics. From time to time, he would retreat in a certain direction. Typhon tried to hit Pei Ziyin a few times, but failed to hit him. In a fit of rage, all the snake heads rushed towards Pei Ziyin, while he himself continued to rush towards Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin was waiting for Typhon's snakehead to attack. He kept dodging the snakehead's attacks. Once he was faced with a situation where he couldn't dodge, he would use his double-edged axe to block. At the same time, Pei Ziyin's double-edged axe would occasionally strike at Typhon's snakeheads. Every time he swung it, at least one of Typhon's snakeheads would fall. Despicable person, do you dare to fight me head-on? Do you only know how to run like a coward? Typhon roared when he saw that he couldn't catch up to Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin didn't fall for his trick. He said coldly, "Typhon, it's good that I can win. Besides, aren't I fighting you head-on?" He found that facing the attacks of Typhon's body and the snakeheads at the same time was a very disadvantageous thing. This wasn't a space, and he couldn't teleport. Fortunately, the snakeheads on Typhon's body weren't as many as they used to fight in the space. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. Pei Ziyin was now adopting a strategy of fighting and retreating at the same time. When Typhon's snakeheads attacked, he only needed to defend against them. He didn't need to face Typhon's attacks. And it was this strategy that caused Typhon's snakeheads to be chopped off by the double-edged axe. Damn it. After a period of intense fighting, Typhon wasn't a fool. He could see through Pei Ziyin's strategy and tried not to use the snakeheads to attack alone. He roared and raised his mace to catch up with Pei Ziyin. He shouted, "Paris, I have seen through your tricks. Mother Gaia, use your divine powers to suppress this despicable person. Let me bring this person to Hades' domain." Boom! Pei Ziyin felt his body sink. He was shocked. What is this? This seems to be gravity? Whether it was gravity or not, Pei Ziyin immediately felt his body become much heavier. The wind was still there, but it was as if he was carrying a stone. His movements immediately slowed down. Following that, he saw the mace in Typhon's hands rushing towards Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin took a step forward and immediately felt that he was dodging like before. Even if it's like this, I can still defeat you. Pei Ziyin's eyes turned cold, and he changed his strategy again. He used his own martial arts to consume Typhon's energy. He quickly dodged a few snakeheads and shouted, "Wind and thunder cut." The double-edged axe shot out an arc of moonlight. There was a series of ripping sounds, and a thick mist of blood sprayed in front of him. Another 7 or 8 snakeheads fell silently. Yushun did not slow down, but pierced through Typhon's body, bringing with him a mist of blood. This time, Typhon groaned. He did not retreat, but instead advanced. With a loud bang, a volcano erupted behind him, and a storm swept through the area. This was the manifestation of a natural disaster. This kind of image, even if it was just a 1 in a million, was the so-called innate stage. But at this time, it did not affect anything. It only meant that Typhon was attacking with all his might. Block! Pei Ziyin's body was bound, and he could not retreat. However, he did not panic. In an instant, he had already thought of a strategy. In fact, the lowest level of martial arts is the most fundamental. Boom! The mace and the double-edged hatchet collided. Pei Ziyin grunted in pain as he retreated several steps. Although each step he took did not seem heavy, the ground trembled as a deep depression appeared where he had been standing. Even the sturdy rocks around him were shattered into pieces. This is deflecting the force. Although the legends say that using softness to overcome strength is only a dream of the weak, It can indeed divert 30% of the force. With this 30%, I can still defend myself. Typhon's strength was immense, but his techniques were not even comparable to human heroes. Thinking about it, it was understandable. How many times had he gone through life and death battles? He simply relied on his strength to bully the weak. As soon as he took the mace, he revealed a flaw. A cold light flashed, and the double-edged axe left a cut on Typhon's body. Typhon was injured and roared. The snakeheads on his body once again chased after Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun used the double-edged axe to block. There was a flash of cold light, and some of the snakeheads were blocked, and some were even cut off. However, there were still snakeheads that did not care about the price and broke through his defense and hit his body. Dang, dang, dang. When these snakeheads hit Pei Ziyun's body, they all made the sound of metal colliding, and a cold light flashed, and a few snakeheads were cut off. However, Typhon did not seem to care at all, and the snakeheads continued to attack one after another. Damn, Typhon is crazy. Puff. Pei Ziyun once again flashed to Typhon's side, and a cold light flashed with the double-edged axe, leaving a deep wound on Typhon's body. At this moment, there was a sudden groan, and a snakehead broke through the armor and bit down fiercely. The grace of Gaia that Typhon obtained, after binding Paris, can no longer replenish itself. The battle between the two was getting more and more intense, but the gods of Mount Olympus could see that Pei Ziyun and Typhon had reached the point of exhaustion. But at this moment, Typhon suddenly laughed and said, "You have been bitten by my snakes many times. Although my poison is not as poisonous as the Hydra, it is still not something a demigod like you can bear. The golden apple is behind you, but you can't get it. Are you very angry? Ha. Typhon laughed heartily, very proud, as if victory was at hand. However, what Typhon said was indeed true. Pei Ziyun's body had been cut off by the snakeheads. Although he had a body of steel, the fangs were still biting into his flesh. Although it was only a small bite, it was enough for the poison to enter Pei Ziyun's body and blood. Looking at Pei Ziyun's body swaying, as if he would fall at any time, Typhon knew that he would not be able to hold on for long under his own snake poison. Now go to hell. Typhon was waiting for this opportunity. Both sides were exhausted, but Pei Ziyun's physique was not comparable to that of a demigod. At this moment, with a shout, all the grace of Gaia was pressed down, and then the mace hit heavily. System. Pei Ziyun grinned. This battle was beyond his expectations. Typhon's power, Gaia's grace, and a simple but effective strategy forced him to his limit. After all, he was the son of Gaia, and his physique and life were far beyond his. If he did not have a trump card, he would lose. But he had a trump card. A plum blossom quickly appeared in front of him and quickly enlarged, turning into an information interface with a faint sense of light. Then, without hesitation, he pressed it and used the last 5 fate points. Boom! The power of the great Su surged out from the space and instantly filled his body. 33 seconds, enough time. Why didn't I use it at the beginning? Because you had a lot of trump cards at the beginning, and you might have been able to resolve it. But now, you and I are both exhausted, and I have used all my trump cards. I still have a trump card. Go to hell. Facing Typhon, who was rushing towards him, Pei Ziyun raised his godly axe high and concentrated all his strength. With incredible power, he slashed towards Typhon. The whistling sound of the axe was like thunder, annihilating everything. Typhon was already exhausted. At this time, he realized that things were not good. He screamed loudly, and all the remaining snakeheads on his body desperately resisted. But when the axe came down, the snakeheads were as brittle as paper. They were all immediately cut off, and the axe continued to slash towards Typhon's head. Puff! The double-sided axe hit Typhon's head, and the axe went straight into Typhon's head, causing Typhon's entire body to stiffen. Die! Pei Ziyun did not stop after splitting Typhon's head. He pulled out his axe and slashed horizontally. With a puff sound, Typhon's head flew out. Pale red and white blood splattered everywhere. It was almost God's blood. Even Pei Ziyun's body was splattered with some of it. However, the first thing he did was not to examine the corpse. Instead, he turned around and pounced on an empty space. Chapter 667. Stop. As Pei Ziyun leaped into the void, a deity could no longer sit still and shouted. His voice was like rolling thunder coming from afar. But Pei Ziyun had already come this far, so how could he care less? He let the deity shout, but he did not stop. His hand pressed down heavily. Boom! The originally empty space suddenly shone with golden light, and the silhouette of a tree appeared. This tree was more than 20 meters tall, with lush foliage. Its branches were like umbrellas, and on the branches there were golden apples, shining and emitting golden light. Each apple was twice the size of a fist. Boom! Just as Pei Ziyun's hand touched the golden apple tree, there was a loud sound of thunder. The entire golden apple tree shook and suddenly disappeared. A large pit was left where it had been, as if it had never been there. Seeing this, the deities on Mount Olympus looked at each other. The golden apple tree disappeared. Can everyone feel where it disappeared to? I can't feel it. It seems like its aura has completely disappeared from the entire world. Could it be a sacrifice of fate? Just as the deities were full of doubts, Pei Ziyun's body stiffened, and his spirit was brought into the space. In the dark void, a floating space, a golden apple tree suddenly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it kept struggling, trying to escape from the space, causing ripples to appear in the space. Almost at the same time, or perhaps even earlier, a volcano appeared, causing ripples to appear in the space. This volcano only stayed for a moment, then gradually transformed into a figure. This was Typhon. As soon as he appeared, he was a little unsteady and stumbled. After Typhon stood firm, he carefully looked around the space and found that he had never been to this space before. He only saw two temples floating quietly. One was in the style of an ordinary temple, and the other had an architectural style that he couldn't recognize. Typhon turned his head again and saw Pei Ziyun, who was wearing a Taoist robe of the Sioux, standing in the void, smiling at him. Typhon recognized Pei Ziyun at a glance, but he saw the Taoist robe on him, and at the same time felt an aura different from the Greek world. Typhon roared angrily, "Despicable man, I have been deceived. It turns out that you are a god from another world. I will go out and report this situation to Zeus and Gaia." No matter how bad Typhon's relationship with Zeus and the gods of Mount Olympus was, at least they were gods of the Greek world. Once faced with the gods of the other world, they would naturally stand together to fight against the gods of the other world. Therefore, once Typhon escaped, he would definitely tell Zeus and Gaia the news immediately. Go out? Typhon, can you get out? Besides, you are not Typhon's soul at all. Typhon's soul has already sunk into the world. Maybe after a few years, it will wake up again. Right now, you are merely a part of its power that has been harvested. Divine power is indeed mysterious. You can almost instantly transform, and you even have intelligence. But do you still think you can escape? In your dreams, Pei Ziyun laughed out loud, his laughter reverberating throughout the entire space, causing the entire space to tremble. God from another world, my power is not something you can fathom. Typhon roared. With a boom, the entire space shook violently. The terrifying power was descending, directly penetrating into the space from the outside. All sorts of natural disasters arrived, vowing to break the seal of this space. It's the power of natural disasters. It's a pity that most of them are concentrated in volcanic eruptions and landslides. Storms, hailstones, tsunamis, etc. are not complete. That's right. If it was complete, it would be the god of natural disasters. Pei Ziyun stood high up in the sky and was about to make his move. But at this moment, the plum blossom flashed and silently appeared on the golden apple tree. Its power instantly enveloped the golden apple tree and rapidly absorbed its power. The golden apple tree struggled with all its might. Its branches and leaves kept shaking, but to no avail. How could it resist the plum blossom? Its branches and leaves quickly turned into green light and were absorbed by the plum blossom. And the trunk of the plum blossom, from illusory to solid, quickly took shape. In just an instant, the golden apple tree gradually shrank and dried up. Its leaves and branches all withered and finally turned into a pile of ash. When the wind blew, it all dissipated. At this point, the natural disasters that Typhon had summoned had already spread throughout the entire space. It was constantly wreaking havoc in the space, causing the entire space to tremble. Volcanoes erupted, and red lava flowed freely. It was on the verge of collapse at any time. Typhon did not see the plum blossom. Seeing the space trembling, he was elated. He felt that it was only a matter of time before he broke through this space. He proudly said, "God from another world, I can feel it. When I break through this space, I will truly become a god." But just as he finished speaking, the plum blossom that had formed the trunk suddenly landed on his body. Its power enveloped Typhon. The terrifying power caused Typhon's heart to tremble. In an instant, he was bound and unable to move. "What is this? What is this?" The trunk shook, and Typhon's body immediately became illusory. He turned into a shadow, and his power was completely absorbed. He did not even have time to scream before he turned into nothing. The plum blossom, or rather, the system's power has increased again. Pei Ziyan looked at this scene and knew that the plum blossom had absorbed the entire golden apple tree. Its power had increased once again. To him, this was a good thing. It meant that his ability to protect himself had increased by quite a bit. The plum blossom gently shook and disappeared from the space. A new plum blossom quickly appeared in front of him, growing larger and larger. The trunk of the plum blossom had already formed and was no longer illusory. The entire plum blossom quickly turned into a transparent information interface, and words appeared on it. "All conditions have been met. Do you wish to ascend to godhood? I can finally become a god." Pei Ziyan was very excited. This time, his purpose in coming to the Greek world was not only to help the plum blossom find the golden apple, but also to increase his own power and become a true immortal as soon as possible. "When I became the Isu true lord, I felt the immortality. But the Isu true lord did not succeed. Or rather, even if it succeeded, it would be bound. This was not because the Isu true lord was too weak. No matter how weak it was still able to cultivate immortals. It was because the Isu true lord did not allow it. To the Greek world, the gods were the majority of the world. As for the Isu true lord, most of the people were mortals. These were two completely different directions of development. Now, I can finally join the ranks of the immortals. The plum blossom had successfully absorbed the golden apple tree and was now able to become a god. This meant that the Greek world was a success. Without any hesitation, Pei Ziyan pressed the button on the system. Kaboom! All of a sudden, Pei Ziyan's eyes lost focus. It was as if he could see through the void. A deep and majestic chant rang out around Pei Ziyan. An unimaginable power appeared in the air. It no longer required Pei Ziyan to control it. It was like the tides of the sea, a storm in the sky, filling up the entire space. It was even pulling Pei Ziyan's soul along, as if it was moving towards the Greek temple. Boom! The palace of the Isu true lord shone with a dark red light, preventing it from moving forward. This power was enraged. It roared, and all sorts of images appeared. Lava, storms, tsunamis, glaciers, meteorites, and all sorts of slaughter. The two powers clashed, and the entire space shook, as if it was about to be torn in half. At this point, the plum blossom descended again. With a sweep of its leaves, a loud boom was heard, and all the powers were suppressed. Everything was calm. Following this, as if they had come to an agreement, a statue of a god appeared in the Greek palace. This statue had a perfect body and was clad in a set of divine armor. It exuded an aura of elegance and dignity, causing one's spine to tremble. At this moment, in the saint's garden in the real world, a loud boom could be heard as a gigantic hand flew towards Pei Ziyun. Because the speed of the hand was too fast, a sonic boom could be heard as it slammed down heavily, bringing with it the will of destruction. Mount Olympus, all the gods saw this battle, and also saw the golden apple tree vanish in an instant. At the same time, they saw the huge hand descending from the sky. The huge hand carried with it the power to destroy the heavens and the earth as it headed towards Pei Ziyun. All the gods were waiting for the result. However, the power of the huge hand still caused many of the gods' expressions to change. Many of them might not be able to defend themselves against this huge hand. At this point, Pei Ziyun's body suddenly turned gold. The golden light was even more blinding than the gold itself, but it quickly faded. Following this, Pei Ziyun's body turned red, like copper, and quickly disappeared. On the third time, Pei Ziyun's entire body turned red, like burning charcoal, shining brightly. Paris is transforming into a god. Hera stared at him, her expression dark. This was especially so when the gold color appeared. She was shocked. This was the power of a main god, and it surpassed most of the gods, including herself. However, she heaved a sigh of relief, and even relaxed her hand. She glanced at Zeus, and indeed, Zeus also heaved a sigh of relief. This is the fate of supporting Paris. Although he is very strong, he is not invincible. Just as Hera was thinking this, she saw that the huge hand had already reached the top of Pei Ziyun's head. The wind caused his clothes to flutter and his hair to dance. She was not the only one. Seeing the huge hand smashing down on his head, even the gods of Mount Olympus were watching this scene nervously. Gia is interfering. How dare she increase her interference? She can. If Paris had only plucked one golden apple tree, she might not have been able to do so. However, there is reason to believe that the entire tree has disappeared. Let's see if Paris can complete his transformation before the hand smashes down. Before she could finish speaking, Pei Ziyun's eyes opened, and a beam of light shot out. His body flickered and disappeared, and then reappeared in the distance without a sound. The huge hand fell, but it hit nothing but air. The ground caved in heavily. Following this, the entire world shook, and all the gods felt a slight change. The vanishing god has appeared. Chapter 668. The God of Disappearance. What a strange divine title. Apollo murmured. Apollo murmured. In the original history of fate, there had never been such a priesthood. But it is indeed a divine title, Artemis said. Artemis added, not only her, but the goddess of destiny and the other gods also clearly felt the birth of this new god. That's different from Hercules, Ares said in the end. Because of the obvious divine title, Pei Ziyun was different from Hercules. Hercules was a god without a divine title, and he had not been recognized by the gods of Mount Olympus. Hercules was expelled from Mount Olympus by Hera, but no god spoke. But a god like Pei Ziyun, who had a divine title, was a little different. But in terms of strength, Paris is similar to Hercules, Hera said, looking at the world below. She had never liked Pei Ziyun. Even when Pei Ziyun became a god, she still had to be picky. But now that Pei Ziyun had become a god with a divine title, she had to face this situation. Although his strength is similar to Hercules, Paris' speed is probably comparable to the god of wind. Even his ability to move and disappear in a short period of time is faster than the god of wind, Athena said. Hera nodded, agreeing with this statement. In terms of strength, Paris was comparable to Hercules, but in terms of fighting, he seemed to be better. Especially the ability to suddenly disappear and teleport. There were not many gods in the whole of Mount Olympus. Thinking of this, Hera could not help but feel a trace of panic. Hera asked Zeus, "Fearsome god, what do you think?" Zeus was not happy, but Pei Ziyun becoming a god was an oracle issued by fate. He pondered for a moment and said, "Even if fate made him a god, in order for us to accept him, he has to go through a test." All the gods nodded. No mortal had ever climbed Mount Olympus. Even if Hercules did, he was quickly banished from Olympus. Although Pei was powerful, when the gods accepted a new member, not only did they have to test his strength, but they also had to test his alignment before he could enter Mount Olympus. Seeing that the gods were in agreement, Zeus said to Athena, "Go and announce to him that this is an order from me and the gods." Athena nodded and was about to leave. But in the blink of an eye, Zeus smiled and said, "Athena, it seems that you don't have to go. A very suitable test for Paris is just around the corner." The gods looked over, and when they saw the scene in the holy garden, they couldn't help but reveal strange expressions. Space, Greek temple torches lit up the exquisite pillars beneath the statue, illuminating the entire temple. Suddenly, the statue moved. It lowered its head to look at the altar and murmured, "This is God." So that's what gods are like. They have indeed surpassed mortals by too much. Pei thought to himself. All along, there have been people who did not understand why the immortals were so high and mighty and treated mortals like ants. To them, the immortals were just people who were relatively strong. But when he became a god, he understood the uniqueness of gods. He couldn't tell anyone about this. He couldn't tell anyone. First of all, they were immortal. Unless they were killed, they wouldn't die at all. In fact, even if they were killed, they couldn't be killed. Gods could be revived periodically. Perhaps this was the reason why gods could only be sent deep into the underworld and not killed directly. Secondly, the immortals had a very wide field of vision. If it was a powerful main god, he should be able to see the entire Greek world. Other than a few places that he couldn't see, the rest would not be able to escape his eyes. To mortals, this was almost omnipotent, and this was just one of the many insignificant aspects of becoming a god. But at this point, the statue's enlightenment was interrupted, and a cold look appeared in its eyes. "Damn it, Gaia, I've already become a god. What more do you want?" Soon after, Pei, who was standing in the holy garden, awoke. He heard a boom, and a huge crater in the ground was filled with dust. When the dust settled, a giant appeared. The giant was over 10 meters tall, and it stared coldly at Pei. The giant hand has transformed into a giant. Pei frowned. The senses of a god meant that unless one had a special domain or power, the moment two gods met, they would know each other's name and background. "Archaeneas, didn't you die?" Pei asked. "How could I die? Even if I sink into the depths of hell, I will still wake up." Pei wasn't surprised by this, but his face darkened. He actually didn't want to fight Gaia. In fact, when he was discussing with Lady Phantom, he had clearly promised that he wouldn't fight Gaia or kill her family just to ascend Mount Olympus. But Gaia didn't stop. This made Pei surprised and angry. However, Pei looked at the giant in front of him and laughed coldly. "So it's just a temporary body. Archaeneas, do you think you can defeat me with this temporary body?" Pei mocked. "Whether I can defeat you or not, we'll know after we try." As soon as he finished speaking, Archaeneas' body began to glow with lightning. He took huge steps forward, and with every step he took, a huge dent appeared in the ground. With a pong-pong-pong sound, he flew towards Pei. Pei held his double-edged axe in his hands, his expression cold. He waited quietly for the giant to reach him. As the giant got closer and closer, it suddenly raised its fist. The fist was covered in lightning as it smashed towards Pei. The might of the Titan. Pei figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind the giant. Wind and thunder chop. Following the direction of the double-edged axe, a crescent moon shot out. With a pu sound, the crescent moon cut a deep wound on the giant's leg. Roar. The giant roared in anger as it spun around and used its arms to clamp down on Pei. However, it missed once again, as Pei figure was nowhere to be seen. The giant hurriedly turned around to guard against Pei sneak attack. But when it turned around again, Pei was nowhere to be seen. The giant fell into a state of panic. It kept turning around, afraid that Pei would suddenly appear behind it and attack it. Pei Zi-yun stood far away, watching the giant, unable to find him. He laughed coldly in his heart. Archaeneas was indeed powerful. If this was its original body, Pei Zi-yun would have turned around and left. But this was just a temporary body. What use was it? Could it be that Gaia was just venting her anger? If that was the case, he would have to change his opinion of her. He no longer played around. In a flash, he appeared behind the giant and chopped down on the giant's back. Pooh! A deep scar appeared on the giant's back, as blood splattered everywhere. Roar! The giant felt the pain and let out another loud roar. But it was clear that it was helpless against Pei Zi-yun, who could teleport. Archaeneas, I've already said that you want to use this temporary body to defeat me. You're simply delusional. Despicable new deity. Do you really think that you could defeat me so easily? As it finished speaking, its body shrunk to half its original size. But Pei Zi-yun could feel that Archaeneas was more than twice as scary as before. Go and die. The giant roared in anger. With a clench of his hand, a bolt of lightning appeared in his hand. With a wave boom, in an instant, it pierced through the air and landed heavily on Pei Zi-yun's body. But his figure was empty, as though it was an illusion. Pei Zi-yun's figure silently appeared beside Archaeneas. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. In that instant, when the bolt of lightning had struck, he had almost been hit. This wasn't because he could teleport faster than the bolt of lightning. Rather, it was because he had predicted it. Before the bolt of lightning struck, he had already moved. If he was hit, even if he had a godly body, he would still be severely injured. Go and die. But at this moment, Archaeneas seemed to be able to sense where he had appeared. The moment he appeared, the charging Archaeneas suddenly turned around and clasped his hands together. Pei Zi-yun didn't expect Archaeneas to be so powerful. He could instantly sense where he had appeared. Facing the rapidly approaching Archaeneas, Pei Zi-yun didn't dodge. The double-sided axe in his hand hummed as he slashed horizontally towards the giant's hands. At the instant he slashed horizontally, the double-sided axe let out a joyful cry. Around it, a calamity appeared. Volcanoes erupted, mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. Dark clouds and hail appeared. Hurricanes and tornadoes, tsunamis and floods appeared. Countless people fought each other. Calamity and massacre. No wonder the double-sided axe of the goddess of discord could be used so perfectly. But why does the god of discord have such power? The gods looked at each other in dismay. Facing this attack, Archaeneas didn't dare to block it directly. His body nimbly dodged the double-sided axe's attack, and his huge hands once again slapped towards Pei Zi-yun. As long as you have some misgivings. Pei Zi-yun's body flashed, disappearing from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of Archaeneas. The double-sided axe flashed with a cold light as it slashed horizontally towards Archaeneas' neck. Archaeneas' body shrank, dodging Pei Zi-yun's attack. Pei Zi-yun coldly snorted. He didn't give Archaeneas any time to react. His body once again appeared at the side of Gaia. With a cold flash, he slashed down once again. Pooh! Archaeneas knew that he couldn't dodge this time. In a moment of desperation, he used both his hands to block the double-sided axe's blade. The sharp axe's blade cut his palms, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Roar! An angry roar rang out once again. Archaeneas ignored the injury on his hands and clenched his fists tightly. A bolt of lightning formed in his hands, but he didn't immediately release it. Pei Zi-yun's body flashed and disappeared. Following that, a figure appeared beside him. Go to hell. Archaeneas didn't even have time to react. With a flick of his hand, the bolt of lightning flew out and struck down heavily. Pei Zi-yun didn't even have time to react before the bolt of lightning landed heavily on him. With a loud boom, a huge hole appeared in his chest, and smoke and fire were emitted. You're finally dead. Archaeneas was wild with joy. But at this moment he heard a shout, wind and thunder, natural calamity slash. A double-sided axe suddenly appeared behind him and was swung towards Archaeneus' neck. With a pu sound, the axe chopped off the giant's head. A pillar of blood shot up into the sky, about 2 meters high, while the head rolled onto the ground. No, impossible. The head was not dead yet, and was even roaring in anger. At this moment, Pei Ziyun, who had a huge hole in his chest and smoke emitting from it, fell heavily to the ground. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. It was Ares' armor. Cicada shedding. Although Greek didn't have such a term, all the gods immediately understood this point. Ares' armor was camouflaged in an instant, attracting the firepower and delivering a fatal blow from behind. Understanding this point, the giant's corpse that refused to fall smashed into the ground with a punk, producing a loud sound. Chapter 669. When Alcyoneus's temporary body fell, it turned into stone. Next, a huge body appeared in the empty space. The strange thing was that it seemed to be missing about a quarter of its body. The moment it appeared, it shook angrily, but then a faint light appeared on its body. This light split into 3 parts. One entered the great Su palace, one entered the Greek temple, and one entered the empty space. I can sense that a quarter of the power was given to the Greek world. The remaining 3 parts have their own places to go. As for Alcyoneus, a portion of his power has disappeared. Just as he was thinking about this, a huge figure stood up from the depths of the abyss and roared angrily. Pei Ziyun heard the roar, but his face darkened and he did not speak. Mount Olympus, the gods carefully watched the battle between Pei Ziyun and Alcyoneus. When they realized that Pei Ziyun had used continuous teleportation to kill Alcyoneus, their expressions turned serious. Throughout the entire battle, it could be said that Pei Ziyun had the upper hand over Alcyoneus. He had relied on teleportation. Although this teleportation ability was limited by distance and time, in this area, it was not easy to deal with him. This is the true nature of the god of disappearance. It is indeed a very terrifying ability. When the ordinary gods thought that this was all, Zeus's expression changed slightly. But in the blink of an eye, he relaxed slightly. When Paris killed Alcyoneus, I felt that a portion of his power had disappeared and a portion had spread into this world, the goddess of destiny said. When the gods heard this, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This ability to directly steal the power of others was very terrifying. Instantly, many of the gods' faces turned ashen. However, it can only absorb the power of the body. It does not pose much of a threat to the true nature of the gods. The goddess of destiny continued, calming the gods down. Unlike mortals, the gods were formed from the true nature of the gods, not bodies. Otherwise, even if it was fate, the gods would join forces to destroy it, or at least suppress it. The prerequisite for not killing a god was that it did not threaten the safety of the gods. If the gods were all facing destruction, any rules would be meaningless. Athena frowned. Now that I think about it, it seems that the people he killed at the beginning also lost their power. We just didn't notice it at the time. The gods thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. Along the way, no matter if it was a hero or a monster, Paris's power disappeared into thin air after they died. However, the gods did not notice this ability of Pei Ziyun's. He did not know if they had overlooked it or if it was because of the interference from the fate system. Sacrifice of fate? The gods looked at Zeus, who frowned. After a long moment, he nodded. In that case, let's go greet him. We'll have another deathless. Dionysus, go and welcome Paris. For the gods, there was a strict hierarchy. With Paris's current level, only Dionysus could greet him according to official etiquette. Yes, the great king of the gods, Zeus. Dionysus understood this and immediately left. Although Pei Ziyun had taken away some of Archaeneus's power, Archaeneus's soul was not greatly affected. Although the gods were worried, they still accepted him. Pei Ziyun did not have the ability to steal souls. To them, it was not the worst situation. they could still bear the loss. A moment later, a golden light descended and a stairway appeared in front of Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun immediately understood. He followed the golden light and saw that Mount Olympus was right in front of him. Pei Ziyun saw Dionysus coming down from Mount Olympus to welcome him. Paris, welcome to the new Deathless. The gods of Mount Olympus have been waiting for your arrival. Respectable Dionysus, thank you for your welcome. Pei Ziyun could feel its power with just one look. He was surprised. Dionysus' divine power was vigorous and wild. However, he was surprised not because it was strong, but because it was much weaker than he had imagined. One of the 12 main gods only has this much power. However, Dionysus followed the golden light towards Mount Olympus. Pei Ziyun followed it into the golden light. This golden light seemed to have the effect of relieving fatigue and calming one's mind. Pei Ziyun, who had just fought 2 battles in a row, gradually calmed down under the golden light. The speed of the golden light was very fast. In a short while, Mount Olympus appeared in front of him. From afar, Mount Olympus was shrouded in a majestic aura. At the end of the golden light was the foot of Mount Olympus. There were 2 golden doors, one leading to the top of the mountain and the other leading to the bottom. Pei Ziyun knew that this door led to the bottom of the mountain. It should be the residence of those who had not become a god and were not qualified to climb Mount Olympus. A golden door blocked the way up the mountain. Dionysus gently pressed on the door, and it slowly opened. The aura of Mount Olympus rushed out. This aura contains all kinds of divine power. No, it is also the foundation of Mount Olympus in the Greek world. So the whole of Mount Olympus is a mountain built by the gods using their divine power and authority. That is why it does not exist in reality. Dionysus entered the golden door, and Pei Ziyun followed. As soon as he entered, the golden door slowly closed. The 2 gods landed silently on the colonnade of the mountain path. Pei Ziyun looked up and saw that the path was made of marble stairs. The colonnade was made up of white marble pillars that were carved with the deeds of the gods. Pei Ziyun followed Dionysus up the stairs. Almost every time they passed a section of the path, there would be a small path that led to another place on the mountain. This path leads to the palaces of the gods. If you are accepted, you will also have a palace for yourself. There is no need for Dionysus to explain. Just by sensing the divinity, Pei Ziyun knew that the hierarchy of Mount Olympus was very strict. The higher the divine power, the closer to the peak. Conversely, the closer to the foot of the mountain. Of course, there are some gods who do not live on Mount Olympus. For example, Hades lives in the underworld. The colonnade was exquisite and was entwined with evergreen vines. It went deep into the sea of clouds and was surrounded by many strange flowers and trees. They were verdant and lush. When footsteps sounded in the colonnade, all the flowers and leaves would try their best to show their best colors and postures to entertain the gods. The 2 of them walked slowly. Along the way, Dionysus explained the situation of Mount Olympus to Pei Ziyun. This was to prevent Pei Ziyun from being clueless. Paris, all the gods usually live in their palaces. Only when something big happens will they gather in the palace at the top of the mountain. For small matters, the gods will discuss them in the garden. Of course, if it is between 2 gods, they can discuss it in the palace. These palaces were luxurious and comfortable. Pei Ziyun nodded and understood some of the rules of Mount Olympus. Only when you have just become immortal will the door be opened. From there, the gods will be waiting to welcome you. After Dionysus finished speaking, he quickened his pace. Pei Ziyun followed closely and soon saw the end of the stairs. It was the top of Mount Olympus. There are some things that Dionysus did not say, but I can feel it. If it is Zeus on the stairs, he would not even need to fly to the top. As for the gods of the lower ranks, they can fly to a suitable position and continue to climb. Of course, if they have the authority, they can go in and out directly. Dionysus is not of a high rank. According to the rules, he has to climb the stairs. Of course, he is one of the 12 main gods. I wonder if he has any special privileges. After a while, Pei Zi-yun successfully reached the peak of Mount Olympus. His eyes widened as he saw a huge palace in the middle of the clearing. This palace was huge and was at least 100 times grander than any temple he had ever seen in the mortal realm. At the entrance of the palace, a red carpet stretched from the top of the stairs to the entrance. Under the guidance of Dionysus, Pei Zi-yun walked along the red carpet towards the main hall. As soon as he entered, he saw a huge throne in the middle of the hall. There was a man sitting in front of it. This must be the king of the gods, Zeus. Around Zeus stood Hera, Athena, Poseidon, Hermes, Hephaestus, Apollo, Ares, Artemis, and Aphrodite. Behind these gods of Mount Olympus stood other gods, and there were also fairies surrounding them. "Welcome to us, great new immortal, Paris, my descendant." "Welcome," Zeus said loudly. "Thank you very much, king of the gods, Zeus. Without your support, I would not have become immortal. Thank you for your help and love." Pei Zi-yun bowed to Zeus. Pei Zi-yun greeted the gods of Mount Olympus one by one. We greeted the gods of Greece. His attitude was very calm. When he greeted the gods of Apollo and Ares, his attitude was much warmer. When he saw Hera, Pei Zi-yun bowed and said, "Respectable mother of the gods, I pay my respects to you. If I have offended you in any way, I beg for your forgiveness. Paris, you are the descendant of my husband. Today, you have come to this hall of glory. If you are unhappy, let the wind blow it away," Hera replied. "Very well. Let us drink to our heart's content." Zeus sat on his throne, and the gods followed suit. They surrounded him like a family surrounding their father. A slender and graceful goddess personally poured Pei Zi-yun a cup of godly wine. It was called nectar, and it was milky white in color. Pei Zi-yun stood up and returned the gesture. "This is Hebe, who is of a higher rank than me. It's only because this is my first time here that she is pouring wine for me." Pei Zi-yun understood this very well. He drank the godly wine in one gulp and suddenly frowned. The moment the godly wine entered his body, it transformed into a comfortable feeling. This feeling exceeded the love between a man and a woman, and it quickly transformed into strength. It's nonsense to make the gods immortal and young, but it's possible for mortals to maintain their youth. Even gods will gain some strength. It's a pity that it can't be consumed at will. There's a limit. Pei Zi-yun understood these details that mortals did not understand. The godly wine is only available when Zeus holds a meeting. The density varies according to the level of the gods, but it's generally milky white in color. At this point, a painful prayer entered Pei Zi-yun's ears. This was the first time Pei Zi-yun had heard such a prayer, and he was stunned. He did not have time to react. A plum blossom appeared in front of him, and it grew larger and larger. It became a transparent information interface, and words appeared on it. Mission: save Orestes, obtain the first temple in Greece, incomplete. Chapter 670. Mount Olympus. Great Hall Apollo played the harp. The beautiful goddess Charites danced. The muse sang softly, and the gods were intoxicated. The goddess of youth, Hebe, directed the fairies to fill the golden cups with nectar and pour wine for the gods. Pei Zi-yun had just finished greeting all the gods when he heard a painful prayer. This prayer reached his ears, startling him. He looked down. Mycenaean kingdom, royal palace in a bathroom. Agamemnon was naked, trapped in a net. This kind of net was specially made to catch large prey. It was very tough and difficult to break free. Even a large beast might not be able to break free, let alone a human. Agamemnon struggled in the net, but to no avail. The net tightened until he could no longer move. Agamemnon's face showed that he was in pain. This showed how much strength he was using. The plot has begun. A woman who has a change of heart is indeed very vicious. With just one look and the plot, Pei Zi-yun immediately understood. Agamemnon was confident that after so many years, his wife would not hate him anymore. He returned to the port of Mycenaean in a happy mood. The people were led by his nephew, Aegis, to welcome him. Queen Clytemnestra did not hug him. Instead, she gave him all her blessings and praises. Agamemnon did not suspect anything and returned home excitedly. Because he was tired from the journey, he asked to take a bath. Clytemnestra tenderly told him that warm water had been prepared for him, and Agamemnon entered the bath without hesitation. All at once the trap which Aegisthus and Clytemnestra had laid in advance was activated, and a great net was thrown round him. No matter how strong Agamemnon was, he was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the net. Clytemnestra and Aegisthus knew how powerful Agamemnon was. Seeing Agamemnon struggling violently, they were afraid that Agamemnon would break the net and escape. So they immediately rushed in, their faces a little pale. Aegis, lead our warriors and kill all the soldiers that Agamemnon brought back. Clytemnestra said, As for you, do not kill Agamemnon yourself. The goddess of vengeance is not to be trifled with. I still have to rely on you to rule the kingdom. Aegis listened to Clytemnestra, nodded, and went out. Clytemnestra turned around, her expression indifferent, without a trace of sympathy. Agamemnon painfully asked his wife, Clytemnestra, why did you betray me? A mocking smile appeared on Clytemnestra's face, and she said, Agamemnon, in order to summon the winds of Thrace, you sacrificed your own daughter as if she were an animal. Do you still have the right to live when you're this cruel? Do you think you are qualified to rule this country? Why can't I? I summoned the wind of Thrace for the benefit of all Greeks. I did it so that the warship could leave the port smoothly. Agamemnon roared. Agamemnon, use your words to deceive the citizens. Do you think I don't know you? You didn't care about your daughter's life because you wanted to realize your ambition. She was just a tool to realize your ambition. Today, I will avenge her. What a cruel person you are. You even killed your own daughter. Clytemnestra spoke in pain. Her face was covered in tears, and her heart ached at the thought of her missing daughter. But our daughter is not dead, is she? Why are you so cruel? Agamemnon said angrily. Although she is not dead, after she was taken away by the gods, her whereabouts are unknown. In my heart, she is already dead, and all the fault is on you. Don't you think about our many years of relationship as husband and wife? Agamemnon asked. Relationship? When you kidnapped my daughter and sacrificed her, there was no longer any feelings between us. Don't worry, your warriors and even your son will die with you, Clytemnestra said. How cruel of you. He is also your son, but he speaks for you and only listens to you. I have to do this, Clytemnestra said. Clytemnestra did not give Agamemnon a chance to speak. She took out a knife and stabbed Agamemnon. Ah! Agamemnon screamed. Bright red blood dripped down the blade, and when Clytemnestra pulled it out, blood spurted out, staining Agamemnon and her clothes red. Agamemnon had never suffered such great pain even on the battlefield of Troy. He roared and struggled, but the more he struggled, the more blood he lost. Gradually, he felt weak all over. God, please save me. Agamemnon prayed to God in pain. At this time, only God could save him, but to his despair, there was no God to save him. Clytemnestra stabbed again with a knife in her hand. Look, there is no God to save you. This is the second stab. For my husband, Tantaros. He was the son of Thyestes, but you killed him. Puff! Blood splashed all over the ground. Clytemnestra's body and face were also splashed with blood, but she did not care. She continued to pull out the knife and stabbed Agamemnon. The third stab. This is for my young son. Back then, you snatched my child from my arms and cruelly threw him to his death. Now, Agamemnon, you vicious king, go to the realm of Hades and never come back. Inside the city, Aegis had led the soldiers to seal off the entire city, brutally suppressing all those who supported Agamemnon. Kill all the soldiers that Agamemnon brought back, Aegis said in a loud voice. Don't let a single one of them go. Kill their families. Kill the men and turn the women and children into slaves. Yes, The soldiers took the order and broke into the homes of every soldier that Agamemnon brought back. Men's screams and women's cries for help could be heard. People were constantly being killed, but no one could save them. "Please let him go. He has put down his weapons and armor." A woman cried and begged the soldiers who broke in. Puff! But what greeted her was the stab of a cold spear. Blood flowed out of her mouth, and her eyes revealed despair. "Agnes Nos, run." Puff! Another spear pierced through her chest, and her eyes dimmed. "Ilcia!" A man rushed out of the house with a stick in his hand, but his resistance was futile in the face of the vicious soldiers. Puff! Another spear pierced through the man's body and was quickly pulled out. Blood spurted out like a fountain, staining the ground below him red. "Ilcia!" The man's eyes dimmed, and with a thud, his heavy body fell to the ground. Only a few of Agamemnon's soldiers had survived the Battle of Troy. After they returned, they had already taken off their armor and weapons and were scattered around the city. Now, facing the soldiers led by Aegis, none of them could resist and were killed one by one. From time to time, the sounds of battle could be heard in the bathroom. Agamemnon's heart kept twitching. He had not brought back many soldiers, and after returning, they had taken off their armor and weapons. Now, it was difficult for them to survive. "Did you hear that? Agamemnon, you will receive the grand funeral of the king. Look, hundreds and thousands of soldiers will be buried with you," Clytemnestra screamed. "Clytemnestra, you will regret this." "Don't be too proud," Agamemnon said. "You are not far from death." "Is that so?" "Unfortunately, you cannot see it, because you are going to die," Clytemnestra said. Clytemnestra said, "Besides, this is God supporting me in my revenge. Otherwise, how could you have been killed by me like this?" To the world where gods existed, to the descendants of gods, and to the king who had a prophet in his heart, this kind of assassination would not succeed as long as there was a god's reminder, even if it was through the mouth of a prophet. This situation could only mean that this was the will of the gods. Agamemnon screamed in pain. Now that he was in this situation, there was no better way to get out. Seeing that all his strength was draining away, he knew that he did not have much time. Agamemnon prayed to the gods of Mount Olympus, but none of them were willing to help. Not even one of them responded. Agamemnon slowly lost hope. His body was getting colder and colder, and his vision was getting darker and darker. Suddenly, he spat out a name from his bloody lips. "Paris, I once promised to build a temple for you. If you can save me, I will fulfill my promise." The new god Paris. Although he and Paris were enemies, there was no other way out. He could only cling to the last bit of hope. Agamemnon's voice was soft, but it was clearly heard by Paezion. Paezion saw all of this. Paezion looked at the desperate Agamemnon, who had given up all his pride and was praying to him. Then, the dying Agamemnon suddenly heard a voice. "Agamemnon, you brought troops to destroy my city. Why would I protect you? However, since we are both descendants of Zeus, I can protect your son." Agamemnon's spirit was lifted, and he saw a glimmer of hope in his despair. "As long as you protect my son, I will promise that my family will build a temple for you. We will slaughter cows and sheep for you, and we will worship you forever." Agamemnon lay on the ground, and blood flowed all over the ground. He was barely breathing as he spoke. "Very well. Remember your promise. I will help your son, Orestes, escape." The promise of a king was still very valuable. Paezion was very satisfied. When Agamemnon heard Paezion's promise, he closed his eyes, and a speck of spirit flew out. He took one last look at his queen, Clytemnestra, and left a curse. "Clytemnestra, you will receive retribution." Then it sank into the underworld. A great Greek hero, who led the Greek army to conquer Troy and conquered the city of Troy, was killed by his own wife, Clytemnestra, in a bathroom. Mount Olympus, Hall Apollo played the harp. When he finished playing, all the gods raised their cups to Apollo, thanking him for his music. None of the gods were moved by Agamemnon's death. The fate of Agamemnon's death had long been determined by many events. Chapter 671. Mycenae Palace. The princess's room was warm and comfortable. It was covered with a thick layer of white wool, which made the entire room clean. In the middle of the room was a large bed. The bed was made of wood, and there were several layers of it. Princess Electra was lying on the bed. The wind seemed to have picked up outside, and the branches of the tree rattled in the wind. She struggled uneasily and had a strange dream. In the dream, there were fires everywhere, and the sounds of killing could be heard. Everyone was panicking and covered in blood, but she could not see who it was. Electra was very afraid. She unknowingly hid between the pillars. She was very familiar with the pillars, but at this moment, she felt that the patterns were very strange. She had only taken a few steps when she suddenly saw a terrifying scene. In front of her was a bathroom, and a familiar woman was stabbing a man with a knife. The man screamed and reached out for help, but the knife continued to stab him. She covered her mouth, suppressing her screams. The woman seemed to sense something and turned around, but saw nothing. Princess Electra's entire body trembled. In front of her was an almost perfect man. No, she understood, this was not a mortal, this was a god. He blocked her view. "Who are you?" Electra asked. "I am Paris, the former prince of Troy, and now the god of disappearance. Your father, Agamemnon, promised to build a temple for me and to sacrifice cows and sheep for me. That is why I have shown mercy. Look, your mother has already killed your father. At this moment, there's an intense battle outside, and your father's loyal soldiers have all sunk to the underworld. Hurry, the massacre is already underway. You must quickly bring your brother Orestes out of the palace and seek refuge with King Strophius of Phanote. He is the brother-in-law of your father, Agamemnon, and will take care of your brother until he comes of age." Princess Electra pressed her lips together as tears flowed down her cheeks. She found it hard to believe that this was true, but her royal upbringing and the blood of a god told her that this was all true. Paizian said, "Hurry, if you are too late, your cruel mother will kill her son as well." Princess Electra finally couldn't hold it in any longer and screamed, waking up with a start. She panted and slowly got off the bed. Stepping on the soft white wool blanket, she walked to the door and window. She leaned against the crack of the door and listened. There were indeed battle cries outside, and from time to time, screams could be heard. Queen, why did you kill us? We are loyal soldiers of the royal family. How can there be such a cruel mother in this world?" Princess Electra came to her senses and covered her face in tears. As a princess, she had been educated to know that what had just happened was a dream sign and a reminder from God, the god of disappearance. She did not doubt that there was a true God in this world. A soul that was not a true God, even if it deceived and obtained the temple, would only welcome destruction. Princess Electra's heart was filled with sorrow, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She knew that the god of vanishing's words were true, because she had indeed seen what had happened. Screams rang through the night sky, and the princess' hair stood on end. How many years had it been since such a tragedy had happened in Mycenae, and she had never experienced such a situation. She knew that she could not wait any longer. She hurriedly opened the door and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she immediately ran out. Her brother Orestes' room was not far. She passed through the corridor and quickly entered her brother's room. Seeing that her brother was still asleep, she quickly woke him up. "Listen, Orestes, we don't have much time. God has told me that Mother has killed our father, Agamemnon, and will come to kill you as well. I have to get you out of here as soon as possible." "Sister, do you want to leave with me?" Orestes woke up. Although he was only 11 or 12 years old, he immediately grabbed the dagger. "No, I can't leave for now. Just follow the servant." She then called over another servant and entrusted Orestes to this loyal servant. "Bring the prince to the kingdom of Phanote and find King Strophius. Tell him what has happened, and he will know how to deal with it." Seeing that the servant seemed to want to ask more questions, Princess Electra said, Go. Time is of the essence." The servant did not dare to delay and rushed out with Orestes. Princess Electra was very worried. There were many enemies outside, and if they were caught, the consequences would be unthinkable. At this moment, a phantom appeared in front of her. It was Pei Ziyun. He said to Princess Electra, "Don't worry, your brother will be under my protection. He will definitely grow up safely." As he said this, the phantom that Pei Ziyun had transformed into followed and disappeared in an instant. Princess Electra immediately knelt down and silently prayed to Pei Ziyun. "O great God of disappearance, I hope that you will protect my brother Orestes. I will definitely carry on my father's promise and build a temple for you, as well as sacrifice cows and sheep for you." In this world, in this era, the cost of making a sacrifice to a deity was not high. It was reasonable, but agreeing to build a temple was not so simple. In this era, building a temple was very expensive. The kings would only build temples for a few deities, and they would become the protectors of the city. When Pei Ziyun heard Princess Electra's words, a smile surfaced on his face. With Princess Electra's promise, the matter of the heavenly temple would be relatively stable. The servant brought Prince Orestes along the way, stopping from time to time and trying to avoid the patrolling soldiers. Along the way, they were almost discovered by the soldiers a few times. Originally, based on the route and their abilities, it was impossible to avoid these soldiers, but Pei Ziyun helped. A thin layer of fog followed them all the way, making it impossible for people outside the fog to see what was inside. Even if someone wanted to go deep into the fog to explore, they would soon get lost in the fog. Because it was nighttime, with Pei Ziyun's help, the servant successfully brought Prince Orestes out of the city. "Quick, quick!" The servant brought Orestes to the harbor. No one knew what he said, but very quickly, a ship received the prince and set sail immediately, heading towards Phanode. Not long after Orestes left, Egisto rushed to the entrance of the room. He took a look and ordered, "Open the door and kill Orestes." Yes, the soldiers immediately carried out the order. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open, and the soldiers rushed in with their weapons gleaming. But no one screamed, "King, we did not find Orestes. There's no one inside." "What?" Egisto went in with a sullen face. Indeed, there was no one inside. When he touched the blanket, it was still warm. His expression immediately changed. "Quick, search the palace. Guard all the gates. We must find Egisto." In a room not far away, Princess Electra looked at her cousin Egisto, who was filled with murderous intent, and the soldiers. She covered her mouth. God was right. Her mother and cousin Egisto wanted to kill her brother. If Orestes had not left, he would have been surrounded by these people, and there would have been no chance for him to escape. Fortunately, with God's reminder, Orestes had left in time. Now, Egisto and the soldiers had come to nothing. His face was gloomy. He searched the entire palace and did not find any trace of Orestes. Even if he expanded the search to the city, it would be the same. He could only give up. Orestes ran away. "I don't know where he went," Egisto said to Clytemnestra. Clytemnestra's expression was also very bad. Now that Orestes had run away, revenge could come at any time in the future. "Did you find out who helped him escape?" Clytemnestra asked. "Not yet, but our soldiers have gone to the various gates to investigate," Egisto said. "Well, do your best to catch Orestes, or we will all be in danger," Clytemnestra said. The fact that Orestes was the son of Zeus cast a shadow over both of them, and they could not help thinking, perhaps God helped Orestes to escape. Mount Olympus Pei Ziyun came back to his senses. At this time, the banquet had ended. The banquet on the table was also gradually removed, but the table was not in the slightest bit messy. This was the world of the gods. Even if a grand banquet was held, it was still orderly. Pei Ziyun looked at the gods who had stood up and felt a lot of emotions. He did not expect the gods to have such a magical way of interfering with mortals. He was even more amazed at the difference between the main gods. Among the 12 main gods, even if we include Hades and Poseidon, who did not participate in this banquet, Zeus is undisputedly the #1 god. Demeter is very powerful, Athena is next, and Artemis is last. Apollo, who has been protecting Troy, is not as powerful as Artemis. The three goddesses of fate also participated in the banquet. They are also very powerful, and each of them is comparable to Apollo. Hephaestus, who has a slight opinion of me, is next in rank, while Aphrodite and Ares are still below him. The great Hera's divine power is not as powerful as Ares, but she is part of Zeus's authority and can give orders. Below her are Hermes and Dionysus. The difference in power between the 12 main gods is more than 10 times. Although Dionysus has the title of the main god, he is not much stronger than I am now. Seeing the gods gradually leave, Paisian also stood up and slowly walked towards the main hall. Along the way, Paisian carefully felt the feeling of entering other people's dreams and using illusions to interfere with the fate of mortals. This was very difficult to do in the past. When he was a mortal, he did not know that gods could interfere like this. Paisian came out and arrived at the pillars. The pillars were made of pure white marble and were carved with many reliefs. The reliefs depicted the deeds of the various gods. Athena was standing there, as if she was waiting for him. Paris, a very good projection. With the right amount of intervention, you have quickly grasped the skills of a god. Even Hercules has not fully grasped this. Now you still want to go to a faraway island? Paisian listened to Athena and waited for her to continue. You have passed the test and become a member of the family. You can stay. Athena said, I'm very happy to be part of this family, but I will go to a faraway place. Paisian said and pointed to Greece. The descendants of Hercules are preparing to build a new kingdom. I do not want to fight with him in Greece or nearby. You are very wise. Athena nodded. According to Athena, Paisian would not easily give up on entering Greece. After all, this was a rare opportunity. Hercules had always been fighting for it. Are you not going to reconsider? Staying in Greece, staying on Mount Olympus, will save you a lot of trouble. No, there is no need. I have decided to go to a faraway island. Not only were there too many secrets, but there was also the fact that Paris was a descendant of Zeus. Even though Paris was a descendant of Zeus, it was obvious that he would not have much room for development. Since that was the case, why should they stay together? As he finished speaking, Paisian turned and left. Athena stood quietly on the pillar and watched as Paisian flew down Mount Olympus. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.